Am I on? Hey, what is
That's it.
up?
That's why
I
I
made
say it's
it.
impossible
What
to
was that?
successfully destroy
Oh!
me because your frustrations will still exist. That's real. Your demands will still exist. That's real. It's just. It's good that you have those demands. It's righteous.
Ends of the political spectrum. Despite the fact that in many countries in Europe, there are people who espouse very similar values to Hassan Piker, who hold seats in parliament, whose democratic socialist parties are seen as center-left. Much like who and what we deem to be terrorists is dictated by bias and power dynamics, what we deem to be extremist political ideology in this country is also seriously biased and skewed. To characterize someone like Hassan Piker as extremist in the same way that someone like Nick Fuentes is extremist is an irresponsible, willful mischaracterization that is motivated by the same pro-capitalist, pro-billionaire bullshit that has gotten us into this situation to begin with. And the Democratic establishment is doing nothing but further alienating people when it attempts to cancel Hassan Piker and any progressive candidate who dares go near him. And of course, there's also fretting about what about the centrists? What about the independents? It's true, there is a huge swath of this country that isn't particularly interested in quote-unquote progressive policies that do find Hassan Piker to be too extreme and may themselves be alienated by his ideas and past statements. What do we do about them? As with a lot of issues with the Democratic Party, this comes down to a messaging and strategy problem, something the Democrats notoriously fucking suck at. Of course, you don't bring Hassan Piker into every single room. He is a particular person who speaks to a particular demographic. You gotta know your audience, and you have to mold your message accordingly. And this is something that I think Bernie Sanders has mastered. You don't label shit progressive or far left or politically extreme. You just actually listen to people and what they want, and you provide them with solutions that make them excited about you.
To be fair, I can do that too. I can talk to and often do talk to normal liberals and identify what their frustrations look like in a way that that they can, you know, in a way that there is some sort of like productive outlet for them to. Obviously, not my most heated moments over the course of 21,000 hours, but
candidate. And the solution tends to be get money out of politics and raise taxes on the 1% to help fund the government. Those are negatively labeled as progressive ideas, but they shouldn't be. Leveling the playing field for people so that billionaires can't rig the entire game isn't a progressive idea. It's pro-democracy. It just seems that there's zero creativity in these washed up, dusty Democratic strategists out there that they just cannot come up with a single way to get people excited about voting for Democrats. The only reason we're excited to show up and vote for Democrats in the midterms in November is because we're desperate for something less awful than this. The only reason I was excited to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 was because she wasn't Trump and seemed less likely to completely fuck up the entire country and world order during her presidency. Can you imagine a Democratic candidate actually presenting you with ideas that you could get excited about because the ideas themselves are good? I mean, that's what happened in New York City. I said this last episode. Zoran Mamdani didn't harp on about how bad his opponents were. He presented a really exciting vision for what New York City could be. And yes, he even appeared on Hassan Piker's live stream. And you know, it didn't alienate everyone who doesn't love Hassan Piker. It was one tactic of many that he used to actually talk to New Yorkers and understand who they listen to and what they care about and meet them where they were at. He didn't just talk to Hassan Piker. He talked to a lot of people. What's wild and crazy about being a politician is you actually have to communicate with and find compromise with people you don't agree with 100% of the time. That's actually a necessary piece of politicking. Zoran Mamdani did it while also seeming likable, approachable, and reasonable. And the Democratic Party demonized him for that too. Because again, they would rather cancel the candidate with the progressive ideas in order to align themselves with elite interests every single time. Which is why most Democrat Party candidates are fucking creeps who seem so completely disconnected from actual real life. They're not put in place for us. They're put in place by the elite interests who want to control the narrative and keep their power. So when someone like Hassan Piker comes along who cannot be controlled and in fact seems to revel in shaking things up and pissing people off, and then a candidate like Dr. Abdul El Sayed actually dares to bring Hassan into the fold.
I'm just going to say on Zoran, the majority of my fellow frequent canvassers for him were Hassan Abihez's law. Hell yeah. That's right.
and treat him like the influential political actor he is, the Democratic establishment has to swoop in and nip that in the bud before it gets so out of control that people start actually learning about, understanding, and wanting these extremist progressive ideals. Until we vote these elitist creeps out of office and find better alternatives, this is what we're stuck with in this country. And the way things are going, it is people like Hassan Piker who are going to have to do the actual political work of convincing people that progressive ideas actually aren't that extreme after all. If you'd like to support my work, consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon
Luigi
to get
Miller,
access to all these
Marxist-Leninist
episodes
arc
completely
when?
ad-free.
Immediately.
And if you like my Reagan
Tomorrow.
Learned Everything t-shirt,
Go to Saul, babacım. The goats defended you too, time-stamped. Matt Gaetz, there's a coordinated campaign to slander you. What is this? The goats? The establishment Dems versus the new era? Hell yeah.
CNN.
You already know they got bought out.
CNN.
By, like, what's the name?
Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah.
CNN
I'm gonna go back to Leisha's video in a second, and I'm gonna look through the comments. I want to see that, but I gotta pee.
goes and runs a story about Hassan Piker. We like, oh, the boy who represents the viewpoints of unironically a lot of young people. Even in his most extreme, these niggas will talk about what he said about 9/11. Like the broader point
Yeah, they
wasn't
keep
that
talking about
American foreign policy during the 90s.
When that happens again, after
They don't
conditions
want-
for 9/11.
But when that happens again,
They don't
after this
care
Iran
about the point
war,
he was making.
that nobody.
and
let's
let's
just
all
say I
about the
get on-
statement.
I'm like,
Reaction.
I mean, the U.S. kind of deserved that shit because you know the shit they've been doing with Iran.
Watch. Oh fuck! What did you just say? Nah, gang.
We just bombed a
It's 'cause
school of
we just bombed a school-
175, like little girls dead.
Yes.
Nigga, yes, the U.S. deserved 9/11. And if you disagree with that, you haven't done enough research.
You haven't done enough research.
How many people do we kill every day in these
You
conflicts?
think
since
Americans
9/11?
Since
deserve to
9/11.
die?
9/11 lost.
And
That's
we
weird
got
because it's
also
not what they
that
said.
1,000
It was like 3,000
3,000
people that died.
Yeah.
Some 3,000 people that died in 9/11.
And that
How many
also,
people you think
that
have
also
died in
means
Iran
that
already?
that also means that like the motherfuckers that died in 9/11 deserve to die. No, that's not what we're saying.
No.
Yeah.
How
That's-
many? But yeah, you want to know unprompted wars of aggression and choice create civilian casualties.
Yeah. The same
Duh.
thing you're saying
And
is,
the
hey,
one time
do the
it-
people in 9/11 that died, do they care? Should we care more about them than the people that we have murked in Iran already?
If you say yes, the only reason why you have for yes is that they're American, those other people are brown.
That's racist.
That's why we
You're
stand.
racist. Like, this is where we are.
That's
Yeah.
why in order to have a principled anti-war stance, you should acknowledge that, hey, the more we do this, the more likely you are to create scenarios like 9/11.
Meant to get the
because
game
you're
started
killing
before
these
I
people,
open this
civilians, for
up.
whatever
Oh
goal
well.
you have, and you're gonna inspire
No one's
somebody
here
to wanna
anyway. No one
kill our
cares.
civilians for whatever goal they have.
Yeah.
Just
That's why
talking
you
to
have international
myself.
law, so shit doesn't break down and become law of the jungle.
Literally.
But who's been violating international law at every turn? Us. And who's been genociding and doing a 9/11 every single day for the last couple years? Israel with our weapons. So when you try to make it,
Last time it took
like
15
far
minutes
away,
for
I can't dare believe someone like Hassan would even approach saying
TikTok.
something like that.
As we're
That's
to
genocide.
send me a
As we're
message
doing
that I
the
had been
cycle
reported.
again, they're
See
watching
how long
our
it takes
shit
today.
Again.
Venezuela.
Let's
I
see
think I'm at the
what
10-minute mark.
how CNN
9 and a
decides
half.
to cover Hassan.
See if I make it to
Our
15.
politics lead now. Now, Hassan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids.
But I'm trying to
His
make
new
him a
role as
household
midterm
name.
surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming.
I made
platform
sure the rest of the
Twitch,
world did not
where he
know about
has
Biden's
taken up
deteriorating
residence.
mental health
He is without
for
question
months,
an online
so that I could
influencer
write a
with
book
nearly
about
3
it.
million followers. His rise as
But
a
here,
prominent
it is
voice
important
on the
for the
left
US to know
is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason.
that this
Hassan Piker's
anti-Israeli,
past and present is checkered with
pro-Palestinian Twitch streamer
controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted
is
state
clipped out of
comments like
context,
this
and that
one.
makes me mad.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally put it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay. If
Oh,
they
crap,
serve
Discord.
in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the
Oh my
lesser of
God.
two Israel's
So
compared to the government
infuriating.
evils. Lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, The leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates, and a former
Governor. I didn't even realize you said governor.
Outward bigoted.
Who that? What's that nigga name?
Jake Tapper.
Jake Tapper. Say less.
Jake
So
Fapper.
I'm about
But
to call this nigga Jake Tapper some shit you ain't never heard before.
So mind you, so I love how the framing is meant to set up like, okay, look how even bigoted. I've seen people, Democratic politicians have made comparisons to Nick Fuentes.
I was gonna say, have they done a piece on Nick Fuentes like this?
Nope. They put him in one of the most powerful people in Chicago. That's what they did.
Nick Fuentes has not. No.
So I want you to understand something.
No.
I want you to understand something. So they're saying all this shit about Hassan. They say he's anti-woman, he's anti-Semitic, he's anti-Jew, and no one should be taking this seriously. And look at these statements. And then you see what they just did? You see what they just did? They cited an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal from Third Way.
Third Way. What's Third Way?
Third
JJ?
Way, which is funded by, this is according to Zeteo. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires and corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left. We will be
marginalize the left.
We will be the chief opponent. This is a quote. We will be the chief opponent of the left in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary. The organization's president, John Cohen, recently pledged. Asked to define the kind of lefty candidates Third Way doesn't like, he pinpointed politicians who are for Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, abolishing ICE, and open borders. Cowen told the New York Times that Third Way will spend $30 million to $50 million towards this campaign over the next few years.
Against Democratic candidates.
To stop. Can you say the policies again?
To stop
the policies
politicians
again?
who are for Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, abolishing ICE, open borders. Why?
Wow. CNN just did an 8-minute hit piece on this nigga. Using a quote from JJ. Say it one
The
more time.
Wall Street Journal, an opinion piece from the people who founded Third Way.
An opinion.
An opinion piece.
An
that they
opinion
cite.
of who?
An opinion
Of billionaires.
of a company, of a think tank funded by billionaires whose specific express purpose is to tank politicians who are for universal health care,
That supports everybody.
abolishing ICE,
That
a
supports
Green
everybody.
New Deal, which we just mentioned.
That supports everybody. And they said open borders. There has never been an open border. We don't have open borders.
Oh. So talk to me again. Can we talk again? You went on a rant earlier. Maybe 20 minutes earlier, you went on a rant about how Third Way is not actually Third Way.
No.
Tell me it one more time, Jay. What is the policy these things? Because we have you gotta get it through your fucking head.
Yes.
What's the policy? That they're fighting against, using $30 million to $50 million to fight against in the 2028
And they're
election.
saying, and they're using Hassan Piker as their flashpoint to get this off. Look at all the bad
So
shit
absurd.
he said. But the niggas with the money are also against these things. The Green New
So
Deal,
absurd.
Medicare for all, abolishing ICE. In a memo last year, Third Way advised Democrats to build a moderate democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communications networks, as it urged Dems to, quote, reduce far-left influence and infrastructure, neither of which meaningfully exists in U.S. politics.
I wonder who they backing right now.
So what does that
wonder
sound
who they
like to
backing
me?
right now.
Let's look at the fucking spectrum.
So-
you got far left, you got far right. These niggas are saying reduce your far left. What fucking direction are we going in? What are we talking
It's a two-party system.
What are we talking about?
It's two sides of the same bird, right? So why is Third Way trying to make it one side of one bird? We're using as our objective category on how to determine how bad of a person Hassan Piker is an opinion piece from a billionaire-funded think tank that for some reason wants to spend millions of dollars to not get
30
universal
to
health
50
care.
million. 30 to 50 million dollars.
So,
Third Way is no way, nigga.
so let's talk about this. What does this have to do with Cuba? Why is there not an opposition party in this country that can say the human rights violations going on in Cuba is horrible, and we should be using American might to fix those?
Capitalism.
Because one of your two parties is operated by these people
Because
who
of
are in the
US
majority when it comes to the
capital.
establishment, who are telling you that it's okay to spend $30 million to be against universal health care, something that Cuba has. We're wondering why there's so many inconsistencies about American foreign policy and how we can simultaneously be pedophiles but stand up for democracy but don't want democracy. That's why we try to overthrow the government on January 6th. Why is it? Because at the end of the day, what really matters is what's making these niggas money. They put the opinion in the opinion piece and aired it on CNN to get these niggas to make more money.
What are we doing?
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
This is 8 minutes. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, but this is
We're not gonna watch the whole
8
thing.
minutes.
Think about it. One of his biggest things, Hassan and Abdul, and they didn't really
No, he's got 42K.
mention it too out loud here, but I'm pretty sure they get it into the article, is also Israel.
Acts 2.
These same billionaires that are funding all these things are all heavily pro-Israel and acting as though like it's not a genocide and XYZ.
Bro, you're not gonna lose.
And
against
this
them
is,
like that. Lock in.
we just talked about Gavin Newsom. And then what happened? Discriminatory Israeli death penalty law could be a war crime, says UN rights chief. Volker Turk says bill which applies to Palestinians convicted of terror charges but not to Jewish extremists must be replaced. A new Israeli law that would allow the execution of Palestinians convicted on terror charges for deadly attacks but not Jewish extremists accused of similar crimes would constitute a war crime if enacted, according to one of the UN's most senior human rights officials. They were celebrating after they passed this law in Palestine that allows the death penalty for Palestinians in particular.
They had gold nooses on their suits.
Oh my god.
That's definitionally. So we went from
Okay, I think that's
Gavin
enough
Newsom
videos,
telling
I
black
think.
media
We'll see.
companies getting away with being like it's not apartheid right now. That's definitionally
13.
apartheid. Imagine they said if black people get convicted of killing a white person in a terrorist attack, you get the death penalty.
Immediate.
Other
death
way
penalty.
around, yeah.
No
And this
due
is,
process.
and by the way, this is court martial. This is for military
Keep in
tribunal.
mind, they have videos out there right now of
Israeli people.
a boatload of Palestinian people running towards aid, and there's tanks firing at them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wrap up right here. Can we skip to like 3 minutes 50 inside this video? I just want to see when they try to combat, when they try to prove the anti-Semitism part with Hassan Piker, because they're saying that this guy's unabashedly anti-Semitic.
Oh, they'll get
He
there.
shouldn't be anywhere near the party. Abdul Al
They
Sayed
will
be
get
looking
there.
at you sideways because you even hosted a rally with this nigga. Let's look what they try to say. Mind you, I just told you that Israel passed a death penalty law for Palestinians.
Happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Assad's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul Al-Sayed to have him come into the States, an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name. The
They gonna fry this nigga about his clout.
Project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, pulled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Donny O'Sullivan asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic.
So
He quoted a
stupid.
few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig, dog,
and they say that's
here is Piker's
anti-Semitic.
response.
Zionist.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah. There's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
There's a lot to unpack.
What Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, you would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with
That's
some
a
of this
pretty
stuff
big
in
distinction.
subtle ways, when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out
Harmful to what?
Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
Can we pause?
It's interesting.
Harmful to what?
You feel no shame.
No, harmful to what though? He says it's harmful to who?
To Jewish people. He's equally as bad as a Nazi or as a raging anti-Semite because he substitutes the word Jew with Israel. Jewish people didn't pull us into the war, Israel did. But Israel did.
That's what I'm saying. So harmful to who? Not Jewish people, harmful to what? The fact that Israel is in there right now doing what to niggas? Genociding Palestinians. Harmful to that ideology? Yes. That's the fucking point.
No, he's trying to say, he's equivocating between Nick Fuentes, a Nazi nigga, and Hassan Piker by just saying all of Hassan's criticisms aren't actually at Israel, they're at Jewish people. He's just lying and saying the word Israel. The country that just passed the death penalty. And you're saying, nah, it's not about Israel. It's about the Jewish people. He just used it as a placeholder. He's the same as a Nazi. That should be slander and libel. You should be sued for that.
You should be. That's why he was kind of tripping over his words. He didn't want to say too much. You already said a lot, bro.
And there are Jewish people in the creator space, in the progressive online politics space, who would look at this nigga and say, you are making Jewish people unsafe. You are categorically boxing in Jewish people to say with all of Israel and Israel's actions.
Who else lives there, gang?
Israel is
Who else lives
this nigga
there?
said Israel is 50% of all Jews on planet Earth. So what does that mean the other 50% is, gang? What the fuck are you talking about? The other 50% is scattered across the fucking earth. Nigga, Israel is actively committing a genocide, my nigga. Then you, like...
So to try to use any statement of what the government of Israel is doing.
As if they're not doing anything.
And shade behind anti-Semitism to cover up all the
As if they're not doing anything. Jason, what did they just pass again, bro?
Pass a death penalty for Palestinians that only applies to Palestinians.
Death penalty that only applies to Palestinians.
So like, what do you want me to do with that information? You're calling this nigga a Jew hater, and you're saying him and all his ilk need to be isolated from the Democratic Party, and we need to get rid of the left-wing infrastructure for this, in defense of this country that just passed the death penalty for one racial demographic. That it colonized. I'm sorry. The fact that you just said on national television and said, well, if you criticize Israel, you criticize the Jewish people because all Jewish people are tied to Israel. You just said that all Jewish people are tied to and will be judged by the actions of far-right fascist niggas who are openly talking about how they want to genocide people. I know a few Jewish people who don't want to be associated with us. That's more racist than anything you can say Hassan Piker.
And then y'all sit here and also get mad at niggas when they be like, oh, the Jews control everything, the Jews XYZ, and you say that's also anti-Semitism. You get to group them into this whole thing whenever you would like to, and then because of that, you got a lot of young niggas that are now grouping the Jews and making them everything, and now that's also anti-Semitic. Do you see why it's hard to actually combat the things that we're talking about? You want to actually combat anti-Semitism, you have to call out the genocide.
Yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about?
You have to be consistent. There's videos of me back in the past being like, calling out Candace Owens. I remember I got flamed in my comments because people was like, I don't know if I trust you now, JJ, because I was flaming her for being anti-Semitic. And then I made a follow-up video like, suck my dick, you don't trust me. She's talking about Jewish people drinking Christian baby blood. That's by definition an anti-Semitic stereotype and some brain dead shit, and she knows she does that because that's her whole wave in the black community. You know, tie everything to the Jewish people. All these people who are not.
They call me Big
All of a
Papa.
sudden, trying to actually tie everything to Jewish people. You have people like Hassan Piker who are saying, no, in defense of Jewish people, we can't say we should be colonizing and assassinating in defense of that. We should stand against that, whether that's happening to Jewish people or whether Israelis are doing that
A lot of
to
people coming
Palestinians,
through.
or whether we're doing that in Sudan. We should not have any of that. And they'll tell you that nigga's actually the one who has
Until
the
TikTok says I've been reported.
Jam Podcast, everybody go check them out.
Okay. All right, that's enough of this
they're
guy.
Phenomenal.
I just wanted to see that video.
Their coverage, their content is incredible, and I'm very proud of how much they've grown.
Bro's getting sent on side.
All right, let's see.
Yes, this is going to be another video about Hassan Piker. I'm Hawk. Thanks for tuning back into my page. It's about 3:30 p.m. on Friday, April 10th, West Coast time. We've been watching this unfold for about 2 or 3 weeks now, and it is a coordinated campaign. It is being led and funded by a center-left, centrist, Democratic think tank group,
quote unquote,
called Third Way. It is being coordinated with members, Democratic members of the House and the Senate. It is,
Oh my God, bro.
you know, it's like I always try to choose my wording carefully because I fear that if I just speak plainly, then people are going to reflexively, certain people, organizations are going to reflexively refer to me as being anti-Semitic when I am not. I condemn all forms. So let's just lay out some caveats. I condemn anti-Semitism, actual anti-Semitism in all of its forms. I condemn Hamas. They are a terrorist organization who should be wiped off the face of the planet. I condemn what they did.
Also a political
on
party.
October 7th, 2023.
Financially supported,
inside of
propped up
Israel.
by Benjamin Netanyahu in the early 2000s.
If you are
funny enough,
attacking, murdering, kidnapping, raping unarmed young people at a music festival, you are not a freedom fighter. You are a fucking terrorist. Period. I condemn in equal terms, at a minimum, equal terms, what Benjamin Netanyahu and his government and his military have done every day since then inside the Gaza Strip against Palestinian civilians. I don't think we're ever going to get an accurate death toll from inside the Gaza Strip, let alone what they're doing through settlers in the West Bank.
I try to win shark feet.
You know, a pox on all their houses. And there is nothing in anything that I just said that implicates the Jewish people, the Jewish religion, Judaism itself, or anti-Semitism. All of that having been said, I believe the current campaign that's being waged against Hassan Piker to try to discredit him is primarily about Israel. And AIPAC Democrats coordinating with outside groups that are funded in large part by heavily Zionist interests. It is about crushing the left. It is about crushing progressives. It is about crushing dissent from the left. It is about crushing criticism of this current Israeli prime minister, this current Israeli government, this current Israeli military. I don't understand how you can look at it in any terms other than that. You know, Hassan Piker, love him or hate him, and by me criticizing this campaign that is being done to him, I see clips of Hassan Piker. From what I understand, the guy live streams like 8 hours a day, 5 or 6 days a week. I don't have that kind of time for anybody. And me condemning and criticizing this campaign that is being waged against him is not, by any stretch of the imagination, me endorsing literally every single thing that Hassan Piker has ever said. I haven't heard every single thing that Hassan Piker has ever said. But I did see an 8-minute long segment on CNN from Jake Tapper criticizing Hassan Piker, and he had his laundry list of bullet points that he got from Third Way of horrific things that Hassan Piker, taken at face value, horrific things that Hassan Piker has said. Taken at face value means also taken out of context. I don't know if there is certain context that could be lent that would change the meaning of some of the things that he said, but I heard that exact same laundry list from Dana Bash, also on CNN, when she did an 8-minute long segment going after Hassan Piker. I heard that same laundry list
from Fox News,
from Sarah Longwell on the Bulwark.
Oh yeah, that too.
A week ago Thursday, in a video, she had a conversation with Tim Miller. I have followed the Bulwark for quite some time. I disagree with them frequently in some of the things that they say, but they have really, really good columnists working for them. And they put out a lot of good content. And I like Tim Miller, you know, personally. I appreciate his evolution on this issue over the last year and a half. I mean, I remember frequently a year and a half, 2 years ago, listening to
got spiked
his daily podcast, and he would talk about student protesters on campuses.
There's no way.
And just blanket
total viewers 35.
Label
Oh, I do have
every
viewers.
single one of them as
but
pro-Hamas,
not current, I guess.
anti-Semites, and it used to make
What
me
ifs?
fucking crazy. Seems to have moved on from that position. I think that's a good thing. He's now openly questioning America's relationship with Israel. I think that's a very, very good thing. And it turns out, so in 2022, roughly 50% of Democrats polled had negative views towards Israel.
Well, what's that now?
2 years ago, that number had gone up to over 60%. In a recent poll released by Pew, Democrats generally polled Democratic voters had, this was within the last 2 or 3 weeks, had 80% negative views towards Israel. In that same poll, Democrats
that's my
aged
Twitch title,
18
sorry.
to 42, that number gets up to 90%.
I lose track. Oh my God. It's so loud.
Republicans aged 18 to 42 currently have an almost 60% negative view of Israel. And when I say that, I'm not saying Israel as a country, is Israel, Judaism as a religion. I'm talking about Benjamin Netanyahu, the current Israeli government, the current Israeli military, how they've conducted themselves since October 7th, 2023. It's policy decisions, it's practices. It has absolutely nothing to do with Judaism, the Jewish religion, the Jewish people. It is policies and practices of a government and a
Not
military
according to the
and a prime
ADL.
minister.
Not according to Cory Booker, and Chuck
Just
Schumer.
remember, in late 2023, early 2024, Jonathan Greenblatt here in the States, who has never seen a person, object, or entity that he couldn't label as an anti-Semite, was recorded on a conference call saying that the rising negative perceptions of the Israeli government and the Israeli military is not a left-right issue, it's a generational issue, old versus young. And he said we have a generational problem and we have a TikTok problem. And AIPAC got on the case.
Not a
and
bombing Palestinian problem.
Opened up a fucking fire hose, allegedly, of money directed at Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate. And within 2 months,
Mostly Democrats,
we
let's be honest.
The TikTok ban legislation passed the House, passed the Senate overwhelmingly. Joe Biden, who is a self-proclaimed Zionist, signed that bill into law. It had nothing to do with control from China. It had everything to do with Israel's war inside the Gaza Strip. So that polling, 80% of Democrats now view this current Israeli government and military in negative terms. That number goes up to 90% when it's Democrats between the ages of 18 and 42. And then all of a sudden now we get this campaign from Third Way. Started, organized, funded by Third Way, involving elected Democrats like Alyssa Slotkin, Ruben Gallego, Cory Booker, and others, and Dana Bash, and Jake Tapper of CNN.
Jake Fapper.
All coordinating with the same exact talking points, and Sarah Longwell from The Bulwark. I was stunned and completely fucking gobsmacked at the things that Sarah Longwell had to say in her conversation with Tim Miller.
I wonder if they take any funding from Chorus.
I was incredibly disappointed with a lot of the things that she had to say. And I'll leave it at that. It was, I mean, and I'm not the only Bulwark follower to feel that way. Go to their YouTube page and find that video. It's dated probably Thursday, April 2nd. It's like a 45, 50-minute long conversation between Tim Miller and Sarah Longwell. And read the comments on that video. Read the comments.
They're not happy with Sarah.
Read the comments. They are enlightening, to say the least. But she had that same fucking list of talking points. Neither Alyssa Slotkin, Cory Booker, who claims that he didn't even know who Hassan Piker was, Ruben Gallego, Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, or Sarah Longwell have ever spent any appreciable amount of time consuming Hassan Piker's content. And when commenting directly about Hassan Piker and his content and his comments, neither Jake Tapper nor Dana Bash invited Hassan to come on and be interviewed about those comments.
That is interesting.
Because, you know, why allow someone to add context or rebut those types of accusations of anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry, and misogyny? Why would you invite someone?
They don't want it
when
rebutted.
You're a journalist and you're leveling those accusations at someone. Why would you bother to have them on and interview them and ask them about those specific quotes? So it's a fucking hatchet job. Again, this is not me endorsing Hassan. This is not me endorsing things that he has said. But when you're a fucking journalist and you do that kind of a report on somebody like that, someone who is alive and well and who engages with the media on a regular basis,
it's like there's no ulterior motive.
You ask them
It's
to
weird,
come
huh?
on and give them the opportunity to respond to the accusations that you're making against them. If you're not, then that demonstrates that you have an agenda. And that's an agenda that just happens to coincide with Third Way and centrist AIPAC Democrats. It is about Israel. It is about crushing the left. It is about crushing progressives. And I have said this many times, that organization, Third Way, a center-left, centrist, democratic think tank, funded at least in part, from what I'm told, by Zionist billionaires, is going to spend between $30 and $50 million between now and Election Day 2028 against progressive candidates and against progressive voices like Hassan Piker, who has been passionately speaking out against what Benjamin Netanyahu, his current government, and his current military have done inside the Gaza Strip and the West Bank since October 7th, 2023. This whole campaign is about silencing that voice for that reason, for expressing that perspective and being that critical of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli government, and the Israeli military. Again, it has absolutely nothing to do with Judaism, the Jewish people, the Jewish religion at all.
But they want you to.
And again, it's like AIPAC, thankfully, has become so toxic on the left and so toxic
They're changing
to
their
Democratic
names.
voters that in the last round of Democratic primaries in Illinois just 2 or 3 weeks ago, AIPAC was flooding Democratic primaries in at least 4 congressional primaries in that state, but they had to change their name. They had to come up with new organizations like Women Concerned with Freedom or some shit like that. I don't know. But they weren't able to do what they normally do under the banner of AIPAC, because that is now toxic to 80% of Democratic voters and 90% of Democratic voters between the ages of 18 and 42. And AIPAC was not successful in a lot of places in those Illinois primaries.
And they'll be less successful next time.
Recently, in the New Jersey congressional primary, there was a guy named Tom Malinowski, who is a centrist Democrat, totally reasonable, rational, logical guy, who he had been voted out a couple, 2 or 4 years ago, I can't remember which, and he was running to reclaim his seat. And in the course of that campaign, and he is a Zionist as well, and he in the past had voted to arm Israel and send them military aid and continue the $4 billion a year gravy train that we send to Israel with no strings attached whatsoever. He said, you know, I'm not comfortable with continuing to send unlimited military aid to Israel with no conditions. It can't be unconditional anymore. And even though he said he still supports Israel and still supports what they're doing, he just said the aid can't be unconditional anymore. And so AIPAC spent something like $2.5 million against him in that primary as a warning to every other Democrat across the country, and ended up with a very progressive, pro-Palestinian candidate winning that Democratic primary. They didn't care that that person was going to win that primary. They wanted to punish Tom Malinowski for saying aid should be conditional as a punishment for him and as a warning to every other Democratic candidate throughout the United States. But voters vote. And 80% of Democratic voters now view the current Israeli prime minister, government, and military and AIPAC as toxic.
Genocidal.
It is a bright line for Democratic voters now. Democratic voters want to cut ties with the nation of Israel and want to end all aid, military or otherwise, to Israel. And it's just like, you gotta wonder if there is ever gonna be a time when DNC, AIPAC, establishment, corporate Democrats stop ignoring what their voting base actually wants.
They have to lose.
It's because
they have to keep losing.
Those kinds of Democrats, establishment Democrats, the DNC, have ignored their voters and their voters' demands for so long that the Democratic Party itself, even in the context of the current circumstances that we're living in, we're in an illegal, unconstitutional war being led by a convicted felon, adjudicated rapist who went in with no fucking strategy, no fucking plan other than blow things up. Even within that context, the entire planet being thrust into a global recession, our economy is fucking cratering. People can't afford housing, gasoline, groceries, healthcare, health insurance, college. Nothing is affordable in the United States now. Even within the context of all of that, the Democratic Party itself is polling at somewhere around 20% favorability.
I wonder why.
20%.
What a mystery.
Because they ignore their base, and they have ignored their base in favor of the DNC, in favor of their corporate interests, in favor of AIPAC for years. 4 years. And I think that, you know, I think that these AIPAC Democrats are going to run into a fucking buzzsaw in the primaries this year and in the general elections in November. Because when you have between 80 to 90% of the Democratic base saying no on one particular issue, that is a pretty fucking bright line issue right now, currently, given current circumstances of right now and of the last 2.5 years. And candidates like Alyssa Slotkin are just going to ignore that. I don't know if she's up on the ballot this year. Maybe that's why she's speaking out, because she's not on a ballot this year.
Makes
but
sense.
Ruben Gallego is. You know, and Cory Booker's going to be in 2028. I mean, he gave about an hour and 20-minute long interview last Sunday with John Lovett from Pod Save America, and I listened to the whole thing, and it was fucking infuriating. And here's a perfect example. So the DNC yesterday, they had their meeting, and then they vote on things. They vote on things like for the platform, and they vote on this, and they vote on that, like as an organization. And one of the things that they voted on yesterday was a non-binding resolution to reject all funding from AIPAC.
Non-binding.
And as kind of a rhetorical thing, and so that they don't have to deal with the question of AIPAC in particular. They're like, well, we're going to reject all PAC money funding. So they just lump AIPAC in with everything else. And that way they never have to address that specific issue. But they had a non-binding resolution to reject AIPAC money specifically, and it failed to pass. It failed. When 80 to 90% of the Democratic base is like, reject this money now. 80 to 90% of the base was in favor of that resolution, and it failed. It failed to pass. They don't give a fuck what members of their voting base think. They don't care what they want. They've ignored their voting base for years. And when Cory Booker was doing that interview with John Lovett asked him specifically about AIPAC and money from AIPAC. And Cory Booker didn't answer that question. He said, we have to solve the two-state problem in Israel. We have to make the two-state solution a reality.
Don't we have to solve the problem
is
of one of
much
those
bigger
states not
than
wanting the
just
other one to
lobbying
exist?
Organization. And he went on to speak very passionately and very effectively about the need for a two-state solution, which is curious to me. You know, because I've seen speeches that Cory Booker has given to AIPAC and related organizations. I have seen that video of him partying with Rabbi Shmuley literally on his back, giving him piggyback and dancing around a room. Current Israeli government, the current Israeli prime minister, has absolutely no fucking interest whatsoever in a two-state solution. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that explicitly. Israel is an apartheid state. It has been since 1948. There are two sets of laws. There are two sets of roads. I mean, settlers kill Palestinians with impunity inside the West Bank. They murder them, they steal their homes, they bulldoze their homes. Zero consequences. Zero consequences. And it's like, that's what these Democrats are supporting. That's what these AIPAC Democrats are supporting. And as more and more and more and more and more of that information has made its way out to the world, the Democratic base, the voting base, the actual people who vote for these candidates is like, no, I'm not doing this. Not doing this. And the DNC doesn't fucking care. And so it's like the voting base of the Democratic Party has shifted dramatically in the direction of Hassan Piker's politics. Not just as it relates to Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli government, and the Israeli military, across a whole healthcare. health insurance, livable wages, minimum wage, any issue that you can imagine that Hassan Piker holds an incredibly progressive view on, that's where the base is going. And the establishment Democrats do not like that because they can't control what Hassan Piker says. They don't have daily briefings with Hassan Piker and give him that day's talking points like they do allegedly with chorus creators. And we've seen all those chorus creators all over TikTok. There's no daily briefing for talking points coming from the DNC or closely aligned DNC organizations or funders. They can't control what he says. And what he says, whether you like it or not, and again, I'm not endorsing him or it, what he says, he resonates specifically with voters on the left who are under 30 years of age.
Oh my god.
The exact demographic
Too funny, bro.
that the Democrats need in order to win this fall. And so the establishment, DNC, corporate, AIPAC, Democrats, and their outside groups like Third Way are now attacking him and trying to discredit him and the left and progressives. And they're spending tens of millions of dollars to do it against people on their own side.
Seems
to
pretty
silence
stupid.
those voices. To force people to get in line. Largely because of how critical he has been of Benjamin Netanyahu and the current Israeli government and the current Israeli military. And, you know, if you want evidence for the fact that elected establishment corporate AIPAC Democrats have ignored and not listened to their base for years and years and years, I can sum it up in 2 words.
Yeah.
I can sum it up in 2 words. Incremental change.
In Ohio? Dayton?
One of my mutuals, I can't remember her at, God damn it, I can't remember her at, said this in one of her videos the other day, and it really, really got me thinking. It's like, we need an increase in the federal minimum wage, incremental change. We need single-payer health care, incremental change. You know, we need dramatic changes to fix homelessness and poverty in this country, and child poverty, incremental change, incremental change, incremental change. You pick the issue, and establishment Democrats will look at you and say, incremental change. We need to make small changes over time, incremental change. Donald Trump has just exposed the lie of incremental change. Donald Trump has done more in the last 15 years of his presidency, more dramatic change just by fucking doing it. It's all been horrific. It's all been fucking horrible and terrible and destructive, and people are dead. But Donald Trump didn't do anything.
Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Jones joined 3 times.
He just fucking did it. So it's like anytime you hear any of these kinds of Democrats come at you again and say incremental change, take that into consideration. And as far as like, you know, like in that same interview with John Levitt, I don't mean to pick on Cory Booker. He's just the one that these questions just came up for in a lengthy interview that I watched
pick on Cory Booker.
About a week ago, as he's out on his book tour. John Lovett asked him specifically, it's like, well, first of all, if you don't know who he is, why would you refuse to go on his show? And Cory Booker was like, well, I've never been invited. And he threw his own comms person under the bus. I'm confident that Hassan Piker would invite Cory Booker to be on his program. I mean, my God.
Yeah, but he would want to answer those questions.
And, you know, and Ro Khanna has made this point multiple times that I've seen. as has Tim Miller from The Bulwark. It's like Theo Vaughn had on J.D. Vance and Donald Trump on his podcast leading up to the 2024 election. Joe Rogan did the same thing. So many of these bro podcasters had on Trump, had on J.D. Vance. I mean, the 3-hour-long episode that Donald Trump recorded with Joe Rogan got 60 million views. And it was Donald Trump spouting off his bullshit
with
in
no
a way
pushback,
where
by the
he
way.
was completely unchallenged.
With no
because
pushback.
Joe Rogan is a mental potato. He has the intellectual curiosity of a fucking dog turd, unless it comes to COVID lockdowns and COVID vaccines. In that case, he has a tremendous amount of curiosity, but it's coupled with an unimaginable amount of stupidity. And so Ro Khanna is like, you have to go into these places. And Tim Miller's been making this point too. It's like Democrats should be all over these fucking podcasts. Especially now, leading up to the midterms. We've had 15 months of Donald Trump's policies. We're 5 or 6 weeks into a disastrous war in the Middle East. Now is the time for Democrats to go on these podcasts and explain to that audience, those audiences,
But
how
they
all of
don't
this
want
shit
to.
went so incredibly fucking wrong, and how they were lied to,
They
and how they
don't
were
want
betrayed by
to.
Donald Trump. And it's mind-boggling to me still to this day, the lack of any response from so many Democrats. It's fucking mind-blowing to me. It is absolutely mind-blowing to me. In April of 2026, and we still have these Zionist AIPAC connected organizations that are, to a very large extent, having a completely unacceptable level of influence over democratic politics. And the number of elected Democrats that are afraid to speak out against that and speak out about that. And I think the only thing that might have any impact on them moving forward, I mean, you're not going to find 80 to 90% of Democrats who agree on anything other than Donald Trump is a horrible president and should spend his life in prison.
That's true.
The only other issue, I think, after the last 3 years that you're going to get 80 to 90% of Democrats to agree on is that we need to cut ties with Israel. And Israel, through these organizations, is having a completely unacceptable level of influence over democratic politics and an unacceptable level of control over democratic politics. And again, that has absolutely nothing to do with the Jewish religion, the Jewish people, Judaism. It's not about that. It's about a foreign government controlling our politics here in the United States.
Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Jones, Jimmy
through
Jones.
PACs and lobbying organizations.
Oh, I have 0 minutes
It's
of
about
views.
foreign influence
that's
over
funny.
our politics. There is no other foreign country that controls as much of our politics as Israel does. It just doesn't exist. And stating that plainly and factually is not anti-Semitic in any way, shape, or form. It is just factually correct. And I think all of these attacks on Hassan Piker are related directly to that, because he is so outspoken on what Benjamin Netanyahu, the current Israeli government, and the current Israeli military have been doing for the last 2.5 years in the Gaza Strip, to their surrounding neighbors, and now in Iran and southern Lebanon. It's all related. It's all related, and it's all about that. And it's the milquetoast Democrat version of like Fox News in trying to make you angry about something, but doing so in an incredibly ineffectual manner that is going to backfire spectacularly. I mean, I asked this question in a video that I made earlier today. It's like, it is a very well-established fact at this point that Donald Trump's MAGA voting base are unimaginably dumb and gullible and loud and easily manipulated. That is factually accurate. They are the dumbest, most gullible, easily manipulated fucking people I've ever encountered in my entire life. And I think that the DNC corporate APAC establishment Democrat intelligentsia and consultants and groups like Third Way think that we on the left are just as dumb and gullible and easily manipulated as Trump voters are. I truly believe that they think that's true. And that we're too dumb to look past all the layers, that we're too fucking dumb to look up who funds what groups. We're too fucking dumb to see which candidates, who they take their donations from. They think we're too fucking stupid. They think we're fucking stupid. And I'm not a Democrat. I've been registered unaffiliated for 25 years. I'm not affiliated with either party, but I am a straight, cisgendered, white man with a law degree. And so it's like, I haven't voted for myself, for my own interests in 20 years. I vote for candidates that will state flat out that they're not going to do things that will harm marginalized communities. I have every fucking privilege this country has to offer except for generational wealth. I personally will be fine regardless of who the fucking president is. Lots and lots and lots and lots of people that I care deeply about can't say that same thing because they don't look like me.
What do you want?
And they don't love like me. And they don't identify as I do. And establishment, corporate, DNC, APAC Democrats, and their related organizations, they think we're fucking stupid.
No, training is not an option right now.
They think we're fucking dumb, and they expect us to vote for them and be happy and shut up about it. And not say anything that disagrees with or criticizes things that are important to them, which are their donors. So I've been rambling for a little bit now. If you have any comments, thoughts, or questions, please leave them in the comments, and I will do my best to engage with those as time permits. It's about 4:15 p.m. West Coast time on Friday, April 10th. The weekend is here. Please, everyone, be safe this weekend, and go have some fucking fun, man.
It's a good idea.
Just go have some fun. Having fun right now is a complete act of rebellion and being a dissident. Just go have fun. Let Donald Trump choke on his hatred and anger. It's like the rest of them. Fuck him. Have a great weekend. Please click like, leave a comment, and subscribe to my page. And I'll see you guys soon. I'm Hawk. Take care.
The Voice of Hind Rajab, the film they don't want you to see. Written by Chris Hedges for the Chris Hedges Report, chrishedges.substack.com.
Yeah, what's up?
Read by Eunice Wong.
What do you need?
New York. The Voice of Hind
Sign in what?
Rajab, like all great pieces of art, takes a straightforward story, the battle to save the life of a 6-year-old girl, Hind Rajab, trapped in a car in Gaza surrounded by murdered family members, and elevates it to an archetype. The story is as old as time.
What's he say when you
It
tell him
lies
it's
at
there?
the heart of all religious and moral literature. It pits the cruelty and heartlessness of power against the empathy
You have the
and
wrong login?
compassion
You need
of
to
the powerless.
change your
It
password or
asks
something?
us what kind of a life we want to live.
All right,
Is it
let
a
me
life
see if I can
defined by
remember where it
hubris,
is.
domination and violence? Or is it a life defined by compassion, justice, and self-sacrifice? These are moral, not political questions. To nurture, preserve, and protect the lives of those demonized in war is to be branded a traitor, a subversive, the enemy. It is to risk death. War, and especially genocide, is the quintessential expression of what Sigmund Freud called thanatos, the death instinct that drives humans towards the destruction of others and themselves. Those who fight for Eros, for life, are eliminated. This schism is at the core of the film. It's the struggle between good and evil, light and dark. And as so often happens in war, Thanatos prevails. This almost certain defeat gives unquestioned nobility to those who defy the forces of death. Israel and its supporters do not want the outside world to see the bureaucratic machinery that perpetuates its mass slaughter. But I suspect even more, it doesn't want the world to see the humanity of the Palestinians who resist. It was hard to find a screening. I traveled for over an hour to see it at the Film Forum in New York City, which had just one showing at 4:45 in the afternoon. I understood why. Despite critical acclaim, an Oscar-nominated director, and industry heavyweights like Brad Pitt and Joaquin Phoenix behind it, the film, directed by Tunisian filmmaker Kouta Benhania, faced major difficulties in getting an American distributor, reportedly out of fear and disagreement with the film's politics, according to a report by Deadline. It's not only devastating, not only a cinematic masterpiece, but it rips back all the layers of rhetoric and propaganda to expose the fundamental struggle between the Israeli occupier and the occupied. The struggle is, yes, a conflict about the theft of Palestinian land. It is, as well, a conflict about a violent and lethal occupation, one that has become full-blown genocide in Gaza. But it's also the ancient struggle between the forces of life and death. Anyone who follows Israel's murderous rampage in Gaza knows the story of Hind Rajab. On January 29, 2024, the Israeli army ordered the evacuation of the Tel al-Hawa neighborhood in Gaza. 6 members of the Hamadi family, along with their 6-year-old niece, Hind, crammed themselves into a black Kia and attempted to flee. They didn't get far. An Israeli tank fired on the car, killing everyone except Hind and her 15-year-old cousin, Leon. Leon was able to contact the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, PRCS, on her dead father's phone. "They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me," Leon tells the PRCS dispatcher, Omar Alkam, an emergency medical worker based in Ramallah. "Are you hiding?" asks Omar, played by Palestinian actor Motas Malkis. "Yes, in the car. We're in the car. The tank is right next to us," Leon says. "You're inside the car?" Omar asks. There is the sound of gunfire. 62 shots in 6 seconds as Leon screams. The line goes dead. "Hello? Hello?" Omar says. There is no answer. The PRCS immediately calls back. Hind picks up the phone. She tells Omar that Leon has been shot and everyone in the car is asleep.
Oh, what is it?
Hind is trapped in the vehicle surrounded by her dead relatives, who are covered in blood. It is raining. For the next 3 hours, frantic emergency workers seek permission from Israeli authorities to approve a route for an ambulance, which is 8 minutes away, to rescue the girl. The film focuses on the frustrations, desperation, and hopes of the rescue workers, who try to move a boulder up the Sisyphean hill of Israeli occupation. Rather than recreating the horror of a small, terrified girl trapped in a car with the blood-soaked bodies of her dead relatives, the film uses the recording of Hind's voice, shown on the screen as a spectrogram, to tell the story. The focus is on the Red Crescent workers, who try to reassure and comfort Hind. They plead desperately with the Red Cross and later the Palestinian Ministry of Health, who act as intermediaries with a unit from the Israeli Defense Ministry known as Coordination of Government Activities in the Territories, COGAT, for a safe passage for the ambulance into an area designated a restricted zone. The phone line with Hind repeatedly cuts. Red Crescent workers are frantic, fearing the worst. The frustration and trauma of the powerless rescue workers living under the humiliating and oppressive boot of Israeli occupation is overwhelming. The emergency workers release audio from the calls and photographs of Hind on social media with English subtitles in hopes of eliciting international outrage. But, as is true for the genocide, Western governments are indifferent to the slaughter of Palestinians, including Palestinian children. While Hind is on the line, we hear bursts of gunfire. Rana al-Faki, another dispatcher, played by Palestinian-Canadian actor Saja Kelani, assures Hind she will be rescued. She helps her recite verses from the Quran in an attempt to comfort the girl. "I'm so scared," Hind says. "Please come take me." The car where Hind is sheltering is near Faris petrol station. The sun sets. Gaza City is shrouded in darkness. "I'm scared of the dark," Hind tells Rana. "Is there gunfire around you?" Rana asks. "Yes," Hind says. "Come get me, please." After 3 hours, the IDF gives paramedics permission to rescue Hind with a map of a route the ambulance must take. "Hind," Omar announces on the phone.
It's so
"In
disgusting.
1 minute, the car will reach you. It's just moving slowly." The ambulance's paramedics, Ahmed Al-Matoun and Yusuf Zino, approach the area. They get within 162 feet of the vehicle. "Can you see the car?" a dispatcher asks. "I can't see a thing here," one paramedic responds. "Do you have your siren and flashing lights on?" the dispatcher asks. "Just the lights, not the siren. Oh, there it is." There is a sudden sound of gunfire and explosions. The paramedics can no longer be reached. Omar asks Hind if she heard an explosion. She responds that she has. "I'm so scared, please come," Hind repeatedly pleads. There is a long period of silence. "Why aren't you speaking?" Rana asks Hind. "I'm not speaking because my mouth is bleeding," Hind says. "Wipe it with your hand, and then tell me if you're still bleeding," Rana says. "I don't want to get my shirt dirty so I don't trouble my mom," Hind replies. "It's okay. Wipe your mouth and I'll wash it, my sweetheart," Rana tells her. "Okay," Hind says. Her voice fades away for the final time. Wissam, Hind's mother, waits anxiously at the hospital. She desperately searches every incoming ambulance for her daughter. The Israelis seal off Tel al-Hawa. Palestinians are unable to reach the car until 12 days later. When they finally enter the area, they find the burned-out shell of the ambulance that was sent to rescue Hind. By that time, Israel has destroyed 80 ambulances, usually killing their crews. Further up the street from the ambulance, they find Hind's decomposed body in the back of the car with her relatives. There are 335 bullet holes in the car, and the windows are blown out. What were Hind's final thoughts? Did she see the flashing lights of the ambulance? Did she believe she would be rescued? Did she watch the tank shells rip apart the ambulance and see the paramedics die? Did she see the Israeli machine guns before they opened fire on her? Did she cry out in pain? Did she linger, bloodied and wounded, like her cousin, Leanne? Did she realize she would not be saved? Did she utter any final words, alone, in the darkness and horror? It mocks the rhetoric used to dehumanize Palestinians. It unmasks the petty and deadly tyranny of military occupation. It illustrates the powerlessness, indignity, and savage violence of occupation. It exposes the fundamental nature of war and genocide. It is a testament to what is good and what is evil. It asks us to make a choice.
For more on the war in Iran, we're joined this morning by Behruz Gamari. He's a fellow at the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics at the CUNY Graduate Center and also author of the new book, The Long War on Iran, New Events, Old Questions. Welcome. Great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good to see you, of course. Yeah. So a lot of questions for you, but let's just start with, how do you view this war in terms of the sort of long history of the, the country of Iran, but also specifically with this particular Iranian government? Do you think that it has helped strengthen their position in the state?
First, let me thank you for having me here. And this current war is part of a very long project, and as the title of my book suggests, this is a long war on Iran, and we can basically go back to the time of the Iranian Revolution of the 1979, that for the better or for worse, the revolution changed the map of the Middle East, because before the revolution, Iran's state under the Shah was one of the most important allies of the United States in the region. And some people refer to his reign as the policeman of the Middle East on behalf of the interest of the United States and by extension the interest of Israel. So you can imagine how significant the revolution was in terms of the interests of the U.S. and the allies of Israel in the region. And so this is a war pretty much designed as a project since the time of revolution in Iran. And in one way or another, first the 8-year war with Iraq and crippling sanctions that many people argue that sanctions actually are more brutal than any actual war. Recently, there was an estimate that in the past 30 years, around 30 million people have died as a result of sanctions around the world, not only in Iran, but of course Iran is under one of the most severe sanctions, the crippling sanctions that created a situation between the two countries that, as I very reluctantly predicted in my book, that eventually is going to be resolved by an actual war that just started a month ago, and that's where we find our situation right
Sir, what I'm very interested to hear from you, and to the extent that you're able to, is what life is like in Iran. We hear so many caricatures from the United States. It's a theocracy. They beat people. They throw gay people off the building. But then I also see videos of people in a coffee shop that looks like it could be out of Brooklyn, New York City. Obviously, maybe both of those things can coexist. We did see, can we put E1 up here, which is, this is some video of people in Iran who were celebrating the ceasefire. Clearly, the regime has some level of control, even in some of the more secular, or maybe even secular is the wrong word. Can you describe to us what life is like in Iran, and especially how the regime, how people feel about the regime in the aftermath of this war?
Yeah. Let me start from the last part of your question, that when a war starts, I think one of the most significant events that happens is the collapse of the distinction between the state and the nation.
Yes.
And this is what we witness today for the most part in Iran. All these people who are celebrating on the streets today are not necessarily supporters of the state, but they are part of a nation that finds itself under brutal attack by Israel and the United States. But also, I think one of the reasons that this war became palatable to many people was that there is this kind of erasure of civil society in Iran, which has been quite vibrant in the past at least 30 years. And one of the reasons that people say that, okay, the only solution now is an external intervention in Iranian affairs, because whatever we did, we could not change society, which is absolutely not true. A lot of things have changed in Iranian society in the past 35 years, especially at the end of Iran-Iraq war in 1988. And there is a vibrant civil society, a very vibrant publishing business. I mean, in Tehran alone, 28 daily newspapers come out, and many of them quite critical of the government. And there has always been a very strong women's movement in Iran, student movement, labor associations. And if you want to compare Iranian society in 2020, 21, 22 to Iranian society of 1990, you see a huge and significant difference between these two societies. And so one of the reasons that we don't hear about this, we always hear that Iran is a totalitarian state and people cannot breathe, people are afraid of voicing their dissent, which is absolutely not true. I'm not saying that, you know, it's not a rosy picture of Iran, but it's a picture that highlights all these efforts and struggles that people have been doing, and sometimes they gain some grounds, sometimes they lose some grounds. People are arrested, people are executed, people are exiled, but nevertheless, it doesn't mean that we are facing a very stagnant and static society. And I think that's quite an important thing, that it's usually erased from the mass media in the West, in Europe and in the US. And in my own scholarship, I always try to highlight that. But whenever you highlight that, then it sounds like you're defending.
Yeah, like apologia, right? You just mentioned execution.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, what about, how does the protest movement fit into that? I'm sure that's going to be the most, you know, people will say, well, how can that be true if we just had this major protest?
No, but I mean, the protests always happen in Iran. You know, it's not a new thing. And every 2 or 3 years since the end of Iran-Iraq war, we have a major protest movement in Iran. Sometimes the government is flexible enough to accommodate some of those demands. Sometimes if they feel an existential threat, they respond with brutality and violence and killing. And this most recent protest in December and January, for example, it started as a protest of economic grievances, and you know, tens of thousands of people demonstrated, and the government actually was very open in opening a channel with a conversation with protesters, and the president himself met with many of them. And so long as these protests have demands that are realizable under the existing order, the government shows flexibility and tries to accommodate. But once these protests become a protest for regime change, of course that suddenly turns into a national security issue, and the government reacts very violently. And of course, in the recent protests in January, now there are a lot of reports that are coming out that these protests that were expressed through economic grievances and turned into a regime change demand was also instrumentalized and exploited by the Israelis, by the CIA, and by, you know, President Trump admitted that we sent arms to protesters.
Well, and how much does that? Because so Trump said at least that, you know, we sent arms to the Kurds and the Kurds were supposed to give them to the protesters. He says, oh, I think they kept them for themselves. Who knows what of that is true, but we have a lot of indications that there was certainly U.S. and Israeli involvement, and that the protests turned quite violent and were met with a violent assault. We don't know the number. They throw numbers 30,000, 40,000.
Yeah, but that's part of that's part of that project. You know, if the numbers are 3,000, just add another zero and then, you know, it justifies external intervention. I mean,
but how much does that meddling from the U.S. and Israel, which is sort of omnipresent, how much does that undermine the reform movement within Iran?
Oh, it undermines it greatly. I mean, and that's one of the issues that has always been part of the Iranian politics and its relation with American policies. That, and if you remember, for example, after 9/11 in 2001, when President Khatami was in office in Iran, and Iranians, actually the government decided to change gears and become part of this war on terror, as George W. Bush called it. And, you know, American delegations in Bonn conference in Germany after the collapse of the Taliban, they were very open about it, that without Iranian help, they could not topple the Taliban in Afghanistan. And, but then, you know, right after that, we have the axis of evil speech at the State of the Union 2002, right? And, but there you have a reform movement in Iran that is trying to change the context of its relation with the U.S., and it's met with an axis of evil speech in the Congress here. So that undermined, I think that's the point in 2002, that the U.S. definitely undermined any possibility of reform in Iran. Because if you say that, okay, we are accommodating, we are bending backward to define a new kind of relationship with you, and you're met with this kind of very hostile rhetoric. And indeed, some of the neocons in the White House and in the Congress wrote a memo to George W. and saying that, you know, Iran is supposed to be the target of war on terror. Iran cannot be a part of war on terror. So you have to change gear, and you know, Iran should be the target of this new policy, not a collaborator in realizing.
I want to ask you about the new system in Iran. So my analysis that I gleaned from Trita Parsi and others was that while the Ayatollah, the old Ayatollah, was cast in the U.S. as this evil madman, is that he really was kind of a doddering older gentleman who was actually incredibly risk averse, who didn't either want to go all in or also didn't want he both didn't want to go to war, but also didn't want to appear weak, and probably, you know, put them on the path to where things are today by not making a real decision. Now his son is the new Ayatollah. We have E2, we can put it up there on the screen. And some of the reporting from the White House right now is that he actually reached a truce with Trump and instructed the foreign minister, the president, and the speaker to pursue some sort of deal with Donald Trump. What do we know about the new Ayatollah? I've tried to read it. There's not a whole lot about him, and generally the new, you know, the system that will be in power after this war, if it is indeed a real ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, we really don't know much about him, and there is. I read all these reports about him that the assumption is that he's more hawkish, he's close to the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, and but you know, I mean, there are many people who were very close to the Revolutionary Guards, and it turned out that they were actually very liberal-minded and reform-oriented, and the very fact that he was close to the Revolutionary Guards, I don't think says that he's more hawkish or more militant. And so we really don't know much. He's not written much. He doesn't have a high kind of religious credibility. He's not an Ayatollah. And so it's a sort of a wild guess that what he would do after this. And people around him, now that most of the old guards of the Revolutionary Guards are assassinated, the new younger generation, I mean, the old guard, they were all veterans of the Iran-Iraq war, and they learned about strategy of war in the fields, and they were very sort of well trained in the field kind of revolutionary commanders. But the new generation has different kind of experience. They're mostly veterans of war in Syria and in Iraq of post 2003. So, and they have a different kind of understanding of war fighting, and because
so they're used to more asymmetric warfare because they fought the United States.
Definitely, yes, that's exactly the point. That the old guard was a symmetrical, I mean, very conventional, conventional kind of warfare. This was Iran-Iraq war was the longest conventional warfare of 20th century for 8 years, with 500,000 people killed. But these are a new generation of people who are basically coming out of that kind of asymmetrical warfare and very well versed, so to speak, of designing and strategizing in that kind of war, and also very different kind of political framing of war. And so how they would behave, how do they rethink their position, that they're now in the position of decision making in the Revolutionary Guards, is yet to be seen. And I don't think we should rush to sort of a judgment that they're more militant or more radical.
Regardless of sort of who is in charge and who has the most sway, though, hasn't the argument of the hardline position been strengthened by what we've seen here? You know, for the reformers, they did the deal with Obama. Obviously, Trump rips it up. backs out of that deal. Biden, even though he's a Democrat, doesn't choose to get back in. Trump uses the pretext of diplomacy as ruse to start a new war. And now what it looks like is that Iran has been able to achieve much more in terms of their own security and their own wealth through this war, through violent means and taking a harder stance than they were through the reformist posture. So do you think that logic will be ascendant within the country?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, again, that started from axis of evil speech, because the supreme leader, the old supreme leader, older Khamenei, always said that, you know, we should not trust Americans, and whenever you try to do reform, they would stab you in the back. And everybody said that, you know, he's paranoid, he's crazy, and this and that. But after 20 years of being stabbed in the back by the U.S., his words had gained a lot of credibility. And with the negotiating, in the middle of negotiation, 12-day war in June, in the middle of negotiation, this current attack, which according to the Omanis, the British, they were very, very close to an agreement in Geneva. And in 48 hours, instead of finalizing the agreement, the supreme leader is assassinated. So I think in general, people are becoming more and more skeptical of the honesty and sincerity of the U.S. in these negotiations and U.S. policies towards Iran. And I see that now in the past few weeks also, that more and more people are joining forces to people who were in the public squares in the middle of the night on bridges and so on and so forth, to sort of say that they see now that kind of mistrust of American policy, and which led to undermining any kind of reform-minded political trend in Iran, and give more legitimacy and credibility to a more militant and radical politics that comes out from the U.S. And you know, I always told them, I've had many conversations with the people in the policy circles, that the U.S. policies towards Iran, when the stated objective is to help democratizing Iran, actually constantly helps radicalizing the Islamic State, Islamic Republic. I shouldn't say Islamic State. So Islamic Republic, and this is such a fascinating thing that although all the people who come up with these policies in the U.S. government see the result of their policies, but nevertheless they continue to perpetuate those policies. Which really produces results exactly opposite of their stated objectives. Unless the stated objectives is to radicalize, that's a different kind of works there.
Yeah, this might be a provocative question. How radical is Iran? So we're told that they're theocratic, that they want to kill us, Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, that basically analogize them. At the same time, you have an Ayatollah who was a Shia cleric, who extremely cautious, you know, in my estimation. We bombed their nuclear sites, the only token attack back. Even here, the religious cleric, who's supposedly radical, instructs his foreign minister to pursue a ceasefire deal. It seems highly rational. I mean, I'm curious, like, are they radical? Like, and radical in what sense, whenever we use that word?
I think it is true that they see themselves as an anti-imperialist force.
Sure, but that's nationalistic.
But that's totally nationalistic. I mean, Henry Precht, who was the director of Iran desk at the State Department in the 1980s, always used to say, and he wrote this piece in the Foreign Affairs, that Iran is mostly concerned with security and independence domestically rather than dominion abroad. Right. And the dominion abroad is a posture, it's a defensive posture for them. And because they know that the U.S. and U.S. allies and Israel are determined to overthrow this regime, and it's true. I mean, it's not paranoia. It's not.
No, it's literally.
It's literally true. You know, there's this little book about the supreme leader that came out a few years back, and said that the Iranian supreme leader was so paranoid because he thought that the U.S. wants to overthrow him. But you know, like
Very rational.
They
killed him.
We
just reality.
We don't call that paranoia. We call them political realism. You know, and but they also, as you said, they also always followed a very pragmatic policies, because their number one concern is to maintain their sovereignty and their national interest. And if you look at their policies in the region, for example, in the dispute between Azerbaijan and Armenia, that Azerbaijan is a Muslim country, Armenia a Christian country, Iran always took the side of Armenia.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
No, I mean that's even in disputes between Pakistan and India, for the most part, Iran always took the side of India
because they buy all the oil, right?
Buy the oil. You know, it's totally a very rational, pragmatic understanding of foreign affairs, and they are not driven by that kind of radical ideology. Because whenever people say that they're motivated by ideology, it means that they are irrational, and they turn like the entire Islamic Republic into like a suicide bomber, like that they don't care about their own well-being because they're motivated and moved by their ideology, and they disregard any kind of tangible gains for their own country, for their own people, and so on and so forth. So in that sense, I think they're very pragmatic, and they've shown. I mean, it's not a kind of a statement of or analytical statement, but this is a sort of a historical fact that in the past 30 years, they always followed a very pragmatic policy in the region, and all these things about Iran's allies, in Hezbollah or in Iraq or in Yemen. These are always understood in Iranian context from their standpoint as defensive postures. And I remember when Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State, and they were talking about overthrowing Bashar al-Assad in Syria. And she made this comment in Istanbul. She was in Istanbul. She said that we're going to clip the wings of the Islamic Republic. So for them, when they hear this, they completely understand. And today it has become quite clear when they were saying that we are fighting in the streets of Damascus and southern Lebanon and in Palestine. We are doing that so we won't be ending up fighting in the streets of Tehran. Now that statement has gained a lot of credibility because with the weakening of those allies in other parts of the region, now they're fighting in Tehran. I'm not saying that it was a really good news for the people in Syria that Iran is there, or maybe it was for some, it wasn't for some others. But that was the rationale. It wasn't coming out of a blind ideological commitment. It was coming out of a very calculated, rational, pragmatic politics that they were fighting in Syria or in Lebanon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got a Secretary of War who's got a Crusader's cross tattooed on him, constantly talking about how God is protecting our bombing campaign. So I'm not sure we're in a position to lecture on theocracy at this particular point in time. Behruz Gamari, thank you so much.
Thank
Great
you for
to
your
have
time,
your
sir.
analysis.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate it. We've got John Mearsheimer on the Friday show tomorrow. Don't want to miss that. See you then.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
We are very fortunate to be joined this morning by Professor John Mearsheimer of the University of Chicago. Great to see you again, sir.
Glad to be here.
So just off the top, what is your expectations for what might come out of these diplomatic meetings in Islamabad this weekend?
Well, I mean, it's important to realize that all we're trying to do at this point is get the ceasefire in place. And once that happens, then we'll have the serious negotiations. And the mere fact that we're having so much trouble getting the ceasefire in place makes one wonder where the negotiations are going to lead, even if they're going to get started. It seems clear to me that the Iranians will not engage in serious negotiations regarding the ceasefire. They may, talk but they're not going to engage in serious negotiations regarding the ceasefire until until Israel stops striking at Hezbollah. It's just that simple. And Israel has, or at least it thinks it has, a vested interest in continuing to target Hezbollah, all for the purposes of undermining the ceasefire and in turn undermining negotiations. So I think the $64,000 question is whether the United States, which is desperate to end this war, will be so desperate that it will be willing to lean on Netanyahu in a really big way and get him to stop attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. But until that happens, this is going nowhere.
Now, if the opposite happens and Netanyahu insists on continuing to attack Hezbollah and it brings the United States back into war, what are the consequences of that for the U.S.-Israel relationship? And as somebody who's studied the Israel lobby longer than probably most of us have even been alive, like what would a breakup between the American people, the American public, and the idea of supporting Israel do to the U.S.-Israel relationship? Does that matter at all?
Sure. I mean, huge damage has already been done because it's very clear. In fact, it becomes clearer by the day that the Israelis bamboozled us into this war, that they led Trump to decide to attack on February 28th. And it's clearly a failed war. I mean, this was a catastrophic blunder on our part, and the Israelis are responsible for that. So what Trump is now trying to do is shut the war down. And what are the Israelis doing? The Israelis are doing everything they can to prevent us from shutting the war down and to make it go on. This is going to do further damage to Israel's reputation in the United States. And the problem that the Israelis face is that we have this alternative media sphere now. And of course, your show is a perfect example of that, where people talk about what Israel is up to and what the U.S.-Israeli relationship has resulted in, and so forth and so on, in ways that do enormous damage to Israel and the U.S.-Israeli relationship, because people get to see the basic facts. That didn't used to be the case before we had this alternative media sphere. So this is doing enormous damage to Israel's reputation in the United States. It's making the lobby's job in the United States much more difficult than it ever was. As I like to say, when Steve and I wrote the original article on the lobby in 2006, and then we wrote the book in 2007, I don't think either one of us ever imagined that we would be at the point we are now at today. The lobby has been so badly wounded. The U.S.-Israeli relationship is really in tatters, at least in the public mind. And I think moving forward, the situation only gets worse because Israel will behave in crazier and crazier ways, and more Americans will realize that, and they'll be well aware of what this escapade in Iran has led to.
I'm curious, sorry, Emily. I'm curious what you make of the landscape of leverage going into these talks that the U.S. administration has. Trump obviously claiming that Iran has been completely decimated, defeated, they have no military, etc. Iran, in the meantime, still retains the capacity to strike at Israel, U.S. assets in the region, controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Who do you think has more leverage going into this? Where do you see these talks potentially going in terms of any sort of framework for a possible deal?
Yeah, that is an enormously important question that you just asked. And my view has long been that Iran has a vested interest in prolonging the war. Or to put it in different terms, prolonging the closing of the strait. The fact is that what is happening here is that the situation in the international economy is getting worse and worse by the day. And as almost everybody knows, if you project out 2 or 3 months where the strait remains closed, the damage to the world economy will be enormous. This means that the longer the strait is closed, the more leverage the Iranians have over Donald Trump. Trump, on the other hand, has a profound interest in ending this war as quickly as possible to make sure that the damage is limited. And just to go back to what happened on Monday with Trump's two tweets, the one in the morning where he threatened to wipe Iran off the face of the earth and make it so that Iran could never come back from the dead. I mean, this is a genocidal threat of the first order. As almost everybody knows, the idea that an American president was making a threat of that sort would have been unthinkable before the morning of April 6th. But anyway, that shows his desperation. Then what happens is, at the end of the day, at the end of the working day, he issues another tweet, and he says that we're going to not attack, and we're going to start negotiations, and there's going to be a ceasefire. And what's truly remarkable about the second tweet that night is he says that we accept the Iranians' 10-point plan. You remember, there are two plans on the table. One is the American plan, which is the 15-point plan, and that has all the maximalist demands of the United States and Israel. And then there's the 10-point plan, which is the Iranian plan, which has their demands, which are maximalist Iranian demands. And he says that it is the 10-point plan, he says in the tweet that evening, is a workable basis for negotiation. Not the 15-point plan, the 10-point plan. This is remarkable. And then he says, furthermore, in the tweet, that almost all of the points of contention between the two sides have been worked out. If you think about what he said that morning, that's desperation. And then if you think about what he said that evening, the concessions that he's willing to make are really quite remarkable. And what's going on here is that behind closed doors, they're in deep panic mode. They understand full well that the international economy might go off a cliff if they don't shut this one down immediately and then begin to repair the damage and do everything possible to return to something approximating the status quo ante. They understand this. So we're desperate. But of course, if you flip back to the other side, the Iranians, this all tells you the Iranians are in the driver's seat and they have a vested interest in prolonging this. So if I were playing Iran's hand, I might sit down today in Islamabad, but I would say, listen, folks, we're not getting a ceasefire until Israel stops pounding Hezbollah. And it's up to you, the United States, to decide whether or not you want to take the international economy off a cliff or whether you want to appease Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's your choice.
Or whether
that's
you want
where we
to
are.
do ground troops, because that's really the only other option. That's what I was going to ask, Professor. Is Donald Trump now talking about the nuclear dust, as he calls it, the hundreds of pounds of enriched uranium, and the Iranians have, as we were just discussing, leverage in the form of the Strait of Hormuz. So for Israel, as they pressure Trump over the negotiations, Iranians are reportedly considering whether to even show up as the Lebanon bombing continues. But let's say that happens. They do show up. What on earth would an off-ramp for Trump look like that also would involve getting Netanyahu on board with it, that doesn't involve either going back to war with ground troops or Iran operating a toll system in the Strait of Hormuz and dealing with the enriched uranium, quote, nuclear dust that he's talking about? I mean, it just, I can't conceive of what that might look like. And I think this is what you're speaking to. But if they try to push on the hundreds of pounds of enriched uranium, what leverage exists possibly for them to barter?
Well, first of all, they have no leverage. we have no leverage. You raise the possibility of ground troops. We have 7,000 combat troops in the region. There's all this talk about 50,000 troops in the region. Almost all those troops are not combat troops, and you can't go to war on the ground against Iran with anything but combat troops. You've got 7,000 combat troops. 5,000 of them are on giant ships that can't get close to the coast of Iran. How are you going to offload those troops? And the 2,000 paratroopers and the 82nd Airborne up against a 1 million-man army, this is not a serious option. There is no ground option. I mean, you want to think about where we are militarily in this situation. First of all, we have 13 bases, 13 major bases in the region. According to the New York Times, all 13 of those bases are either destroyed or badly damaged. We have a huge naval armada in the region. That naval armada cannot get close to the coast of Iran, much less the Strait of Hormuz. So it's parked way out in the ocean, far away from Iran. Then there's the Air Force. In this rescue mission that just took place, where they got the second pilot, we lost more aircraft that day than we have lost in any single day since the Vietnam War. This was just to rescue one downed pilot. We lost more aircraft that one day than we have lost any day since the Vietnam War. Then there's the whole business of our missile inventory. We're running out of defensive missiles. We're running out of high-end munitions. We have interests all around the world, especially in East Asia. And we're using up this rather small inventory of boutique weapons that we have. Where does that leave us? And then there's the question of our allies. We can't protect our allies. In fact, we've turned our allies, these are the GCC states, the Gulf states, into giant magnets for Iranian drones and Iranian ballistic missiles. Our military performance here has been abysmal. The idea that we have a military option. So this gets to your question. What's the off-ramp here? There's only one off-ramp here, and that's surrender. And what the actual terms of the surrender are have to be worked out. But this is what President Trump said in his tweet on Monday night. He said, we accept the 10-point plan as a workable basis. Go read the 10-point plan. It's all the maximalist demands. Furthermore, with regard to Netanyahu doesn't want to let the ceasefire come into place, and he certainly doesn't want to see an end to the war, because this will be a catastrophic defeat for Israel. As big a defeat as it will be for Donald Trump, it will be a far worse defeat for Israel, and especially for Prime Minister Netanyahu. So he's working overtime to undermine the ceasefire and prevent negotiations. And the $64,000 question is whether or not Trump is willing to lean on Netanyahu to get a ceasefire. And then he's going to have to lean on Netanyahu, and he's going to have to work against the lobby to negotiate a settlement. You want to remember, look at all the trouble we're having getting a ceasefire. You can imagine how much difficulty Trump is going to have trying to negotiate a settlement that reflects the fact that we lost this war. But that's where we are.
I wanted to add one point real quickly to your observation about the dwindling ballistic missile interceptors. Because I had a piece yesterday with my colleague Murtaza Hussain over at DropSite yesterday. There it is. Griffin or whoever pulled that up, can you scroll down a little bit? Because there's a really there's a really interesting line in here that I thought is relevant to the U.S.-Israeli relationship. So right there. So the White House referred questions. So what we reported is that they are, according to a Trump administration official, the Israelis are down to double-digit ballistic missile interceptors and are now relying almost exclusively on the Navy, U.S. Navy, to prevent ballistic missile attacks, and are letting a lot more strikes go through just because they have to. But the White House referred questions about the dwindling stockpile to the Israeli military. Quote, refer you to the IDF, said a White House spokesperson. Now, so I went to the IDF, and they said, we're looking into it. And they kept for hours. We're looking into it. We're looking at like they were going to go count them and come back to me and give me a number. They eventually didn't have a fulsome comment. If they provide one, we'll add it to the article. But I thought that was such an interesting dynamic to go to the White House and say, we're told by an official at the White House that the Israelis are almost out of ballistic missile interceptors. And they say, go ask the IDF about that.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
It is just kind of hard to believe. But just a couple points, Ryan, and you know this issue better than I do. But the Israelis say in their press that 80% of the ballistic missiles coming from Iran are getting through. This is truly remarkable. 80% of the missiles are getting through, and they are running out of defensive missiles. And this is hardly surprising if we go back to last year. You remember the 12-day war. That war ended in good part because Netanyahu asked Trump to stop it because the Israelis there were running out of defensive missiles. Right. And this war has gone on, well beyond 12 days. And it's hardly surprising that they're running out of defensive missiles. And by the way, we are as well. And to make matters worse, we have pulled THAAD missiles and Patriot missiles, as you well know, out of East Asia. In fact, that Marine Expeditionary Unit, the first one to arrive in the Gulf, came out of Japan. What this means is that the United States, which has been trying to pivot to Asia to contain China, as a result of this war, is pivoting away from Asia. Just think about that. We are pivoting away from Asia. Think about what that means for our allies. Furthermore, just think about Trump's behavior, since this war started on February 28th. I guess one could argue his behavior even before the war started. But what does this signal to our allies in East Asia? If you're Taiwan, if you're South Korea, if you're Japan, can you depend on the United States anymore? It's not only the fact that they're pivoting away, it's just a basic judgment of the Trump administration. This looks like the gang that can't shoot straight. And that's not overstating the case. In fact, if anything, it's understating the case. It's just truly remarkable how incompetent these people are. And just to go back to Monday, here we are, Monday morning, threatening genocide against Iran. And then at the end of the day, doing a 180-degree turn and basically saying we'll accept most of Iran's demands. It's remarkable where we are.
Well, let's talk about the Asian allies for a second. I wanted to throw up from our other host who couldn't be here, Sagar, who had some thoughts on this. He says, meanwhile, actually important U.S. allies, Japan and Australia, warned of a security vacuum in the Indo-Pacific after the Iran war. And then more, South Korea is dispatching a special envoy to Iran immediately to negotiate passage through Hormuz. Direct bilateral negotiations outside of U.S. channels equals more breakdown in the U.S. as guarantor of the Allied order. What is your reaction to that? And then more specifically to the Taiwan question, does this sort of put the Taiwan question to bed? And are we going to see movement from China and Taiwan into some sort of reunification process as an outcome of this war?
Well, just start with South Korea. I was on South Korean public television the other day, and I spent a lot of time sort of preparing myself for that conversation. And if you look at the South Korean situation, in a very important way, the fact that we're pivoting away from East Asia matters less than the economic damage that is being done and might be done to South Korea if this war is not shut down. It's very clear that South Korea is being hurt badly by this war. A huge amount of its imported oil, which it's heavily dependent on, doesn't have oil of its own, comes through the Gulf. And they're in desperate straits. And the agricultural consequences of this, just not to be underestimated. So countries like South Korea and other countries in East Asia, India is another example, Indonesia is another example, the Philippines is another example. These are countries that feel like they're close to the precipice. not militarily, economically. And something has to be done to end this war. And again, this in part, maybe in good part, explains why President Trump is in deep panic mode, because he understands this as well, because he's certainly hearing from these countries. So let's just put aside the whole business of pivoting away from East Asia. The economic consequences of this are being felt in East Asia in a really profound way. And that's what explains the South Koreans talking to the Iranians about getting permission to send ships headed for South Korea through the strait. Then there's the military dimension, and this brings in places like Taiwan, as well as South Korea and Japan. First of all, if you're South Korea and Japan, how do you think about getting nuclear weapons at this point in time? Isn't the main lesson of this whole war that you better have a nuclear deterrent of your own, whether you're Iran, South Korea, or Japan? Certainly
Or at least
seems
a Strait
that
of Hormuz deterrent.
Yeah.
A
yes, or-
waterway deterrent. Well, and
Right.
I wanted to ask you, so you said earlier that effectively the only off-ramp for Trump is surrender. And I agree with that. I don't see any other option. And so whether it's now or a month from now or 2 months from now or a year from now, we are very likely to end up with something like the Iranian 10 points becoming a new reality, including a new status quo with regard to the Strait of Hormuz. How does that change the world? How does that change the U.S.'s standing in the world? How does that change the Israeli standing in the world? China? Like, what does the world look like if we end up with Iran as this now emerging fourth power, tremendously, frankly, wealthy from the tolls they'll be able to charge, and having demonstrated this incredible deterrent ability through their control of the Strait of Hormuz?
And I'd toss in
I
Russia
don't
as well, Professor.
Well, the Russians have obviously benefited enormously from this, at least in terms of the war in Ukraine. I mean, the amount of weaponry that we can give to Ukraine is going to be much less as a result of this war. And furthermore, Putin has benefited in the short term economically. I would say that I think from China's point of view and from Russia's point of view, the short term effects of this war are all positive, for sure. But neither one of those countries has any interest whatsoever in seeing the international economy go off a cliff. And I believe that this is the principal reason the Chinese have been putting pressure on the Iranians to go to Islamabad and try to negotiate a settlement to this war. The Chinese do not want this war to go on, nor do the Russians, because it could crash the international economy. We could have a worldwide depression that looks worse than what happened in the 1920s. That's what we're talking about here. So I think in the short term, this is good for the Russians, good for the Chinese, but they understand in the long term, that's not the case. Now, what was your question, Crystal?
I was asking about if we have a final settlement along the lines of the Iranian 10 points, including a new status quo in the Strait of Hormuz. You know, how does that change the world?
Well, let me just say one thing. You do not want to talk about Iran as if it's going to emerge as a new great power from this conflict. We did enormous damage to the Iranian economy before February 28th, and we have done enormous damage to Iran, to its infrastructure, since February 28th. And it's going to take them many, many years and many billions of dollars to begin to recover. So this is a country that is in many ways in terrible shape. They have two great levers, though, that give them huge influence in the region and in the world. One is they control the Strait of Hormuz. And number two, they have a huge inventory of ballistic missiles, both short range and long range. They have a huge inventory of cruise missiles and an even bigger inventory of drones. And they can use those weapons very effectively. So there's no question that the Iranians are going to come out of this war having more leverage over politics in the region and around the world once the conflict ends. But it's very difficult to say at this point in time how the war will finally end. In other words, if you look at the 10-point plan and you look at the 10 demands that the Iranians have made, how many of those are the Americans going to accept? For example, the Iranians demand that the United States leave the region, that we get out of the region with our military forces. Are we going to do that? If we don't do that, how do we think about those 13 bases? Do we go back to those 13 bases and rebuild them? Will the Gulf states that hosted those bases allow us to do that? These are all open questions, and they have huge consequences for what the architecture, the security architecture in the region looks like. So I think one thing that is clear is that Iran will be more powerful for sure after February 28th than it was before. I think it's also clear that relations between the GCC countries and the United States will never be the same. And we will not have a close alliance with them in the future the way we have had in the past. And I think as far as Israel is concerned, this is just another major defeat for Israel. One of the most interesting aspects of how the mainstream media reports Israel's actions in these various wars is that they're always portrayed as great victories. Israel is always seen as doing very well. Their situation is seen to be constantly improving and so forth and so on. They're remaking the Middle East. I think this is fundamentally wrong. First of all, with regard to Hezbollah, they have not defeated Hezbollah. Hezbollah has beaten them up badly in southern Lebanon. They were talking about going all the way up to the Litani River and controlling all of southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. This is the Israelis. But the IDF has had a devil of a time fighting with Hezbollah, and Hezbollah has actually been winning, and the Israelis have retreated to a narrow buffer zone on the northern border of Israel. And in terms of the bombing, they can bomb Beirut, they can bomb Tehran, but it doesn't ever lead to anything positive. And I believe the principal reason that the Israelis are interested in negotiations now with the Lebanese government is they want the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah, because they can't, the Israelis can't disarm Hezbollah. So in terms of the war against Hezbollah, they have not won. Against Iran, this is a colossal defeat for Israel. With regard to Gaza, they have not defeated Hamas. Hamas still is there. It is still fighting. With regard to the Houthis, they're still there, and they'll grow more powerful over time. With regard to Iranian nuclear weapons or Iranian nuclear enrichment capability, that, that's all still on the table. So the Israelis are in deep trouble. And furthermore, they've poisoned their relationship with the United States. Where this all ends up, as we were talking about at the beginning of the show, is hard to say. But there's no question that there has been a significant deterioration in U.S.-Israeli relations. So I think that the idea that Israel is going to come out of this as the dominant force in the region is simply wrong. Israel has been badly damaged, and it has no real strategy available for fixing the situation. So I don't know the specifics of how this plays itself out, because I don't know what the end of the negotiation process will look like. But I think there's no question that our influence in the region is going to go down, Israel's influence is going to go down, and Iran's is going to go up. But again, I don't think you want to overestimate the position that Iran is in, simply because of the huge amount of damage that we've done to that country.
Well, Professor, this has been illuminating, and I did just want to flag on your way out that the president, in a Recent Truth, seems to agree with you. Recent Truth posted this morning, world's most powerful reset, President DJT. So it seems like he agrees with you, Professor.
I don't know whether I should be happy about that or not.
Sign of the times, I guess.
Yeah, to sign of the times.
Thank you so much, Professor, for joining us. Any final words before you leave?
No, I just hope we get a ceasefire, and then I hope they reach a quick conclusion to the negotiations so we can put this war behind us. I mean, when I think about all the damage that's being done around the world, also, it would be really wonderful if somehow we could lean on the Israelis to stop running around the Middle East murdering people. It's truly amazing the number of people that the Israelis, often in cahoots with us, uh, end up, destroying huge chunks of countries like Lebanon and Iran and killing huge numbers of people. It would be really wonderful if we could put an end to all of this and create some sort of peace in the Middle East for the foreseeable future.
All right. Well, on that note, thank you so much, Professor. I'm sure that we will be asking for more from you very soon. And until then, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you.
You too, as well. And thank you very much for having me on the show.
It's always our pleasure.
Thanks, Professor.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your
That was incredible. Thank you all so much. That was amazing. And now Senator Brisport will be doing the same thing.
Yes, yeah. Give me that.
Hello, Brownsville.
Hello.
Thank you all for that spirited and incredible entrance. I want to say thank you first and foremost to Victory Music and Dance Company and CEO Nicole Williams. Truly appreciate it. I'm proud to be joined here this morning by a number of our elected partners. We have our State Senator, Roxanne Prasad, who is with us, our State Senator, Jabari Brisport, who is with us, and our Assemblywoman, Latrice Walker, who is with us. And we are also joined by leaders in our administration, like the Executive Director and Senior Advisor, Emmy Liss, of our Office of Child Care and Early Childhood Education. And I also want to acknowledge our Executive Director for United for Brownsville, Tiara Mack, as well. So we stand here together across multiple levels of government with the recognition that working 9 to 5 is not just an iconic Dolly Parton song. It is also a reality for many New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. For those New Yorkers with young kids, however, holding down a 9 to 5 and managing pickup and drop off at a traditional 3 p.m. time can be unmanageable. We see parents who are forced to either miss important work obligations, reduce work hours, or shell out for secondary childcare. Last month, we announced the launch of Universal 2K, free childcare for 2-year-olds, starting with 2,000 seats this fall in neighborhoods just like this one that need it the most. In the time since, we've been speaking to New Yorkers about how this program can best meet their needs. As part of that conversation, we are gathered here today, proud to announce that the default model for 2K seats across this city will be full day and full year, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now, that is going to be 10 hours a day, 260 days a year. A typical school year, as we know, only lasts 180 days. What this will do is save working parents at least $20,000 per child. Now, part of the $1.2 billion we secured in partnership with the governor as we build out a pathway to universal child care for children not just 2 years old, but even further as soon as we will reach down to 6 weeks and older. It is work that is at its best when it's supporting the needs of working families. And we know that there are too many parents for whom the traditional model of childcare has forced them to rush out of the office, has forced them to pray that their stars will align so that they will actually be able to pick up their child in time, only to then have to work sometimes a double shift where they finish out the end of their day with their child and providing them childcare at the same time. Today's announcement, frankly, is one that is only possible because of the incredible work, not just for weeks or months, but frankly for years, from childcare advocates, from parents, from neighborhood leaders, from elected officials like the ones that I'm standing with today, who all fought for a better system. Now, to paraphrase Dolly Parton once more, City Hall is drinking our daily cup of ambition as we look to prove that government can work for working families. And I would ask to any parent that is watching this to know that when you raised your voice the first time, it's part of what allowed us to get to this decision. I ask you to keep raising your voice, especially in this moment as we've sent out a parent survey to parents across the 5 boroughs. This is with the intent of helping us design the next steps of universal childcare, and you can fill that survey out at nyc.gov/parent survey. Now, with that being said, I am now going to turn it over to State Senator Roxanne Prasad.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Senate District 19. Welcome to Brownsville. Today is a day of celebration. Too often we've had parents who are saying, I can't work, I can't go to school because of the constraints with childcare. Today, we're letting the parents know that they have an option. They have the option to leave their child from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and go to school and then leave school and go to work, or vice versa. And so we want to say thank you to Mayor Mamdani, and also thank you to Governor Hochul for giving the funding towards this project. Childcare is an important step in elevating families out of poverty, elevating families so that communities are better. And so as we take this step today, I want to again say thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to my colleagues, because we are continuing to fight to ensure that no child is without daycare. And no parent should say, I cannot do because I do not have daycare. I cannot do because I do not have daycare. That is unacceptable. In this great city of ours, we are saying daycare is something that we are committed to. And so again, thank you, Mayor Mamdani. And again, welcome to Brownsville.
Thank you so much. And now it is a pleasure of mine to introduce the chair of the State Senate Committee on Children and Families, someone who has long been at the forefront of advocacy for universal child care across the city and across the state, who has been on the front lines of ensuring that parents' voices are never lost in this conversation. And I'm so glad to have our State Senator Jabari Brisport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for being here. It is indeed I, State Senator Jabari Brisport, Chair of the Committee on Children and Families, author of the Universal Child Care Act, State Senator for Brownsville, starting across the street. Thank you for having me stamp my passport, Senator Prasad. But I am super grateful for the announcement of this initiative today from the Mayor. Thank you for choosing to make the announcement in Brownsville. Thank you for noting notable Brownsville icons like Dolly Parton, and for recognizing that this is something that will change the lives of so many working parents. What we are announcing today is the start of something truly magical, truly beautiful, truly expansive, and I cannot wait to be a partner, a state partner, as we continue to build this out, to be fighting in years to come for the billions of dollars extra that are needed and deserved to expand this program, and let's get it done. Thank you again.
And it is now my pleasure to introduce my former colleague, one of the strongest advocates for Brownsville that I've ever had the privilege of meeting, Assemblywoman Latrice Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I am the beautiful brown barrister from Brownsville. What can I say? You know, it's interesting being born and raised in this community and educated in District 23. And so we know that education is our greatest equalizer. It is the one thing that allowed this little girl who grew up in the New York City Housing Authority to be able to go into school here locally and come back as an attorney and come back and represent the community doing the job that I am having a ball in. And this is just the opportunity that we're saying to our young people. We know that it's easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. And the earlier we take a step towards that goal, the better off our return on investments are. And so I want to welcome and thank Mayor Mamdani for being here and fighting on behalf of your constituents and children and creating opportunities for our families. Of course, you know, the greetings have been extended to our fellow colleagues, but Victory Music and Dance is an example, a prime example of really what it means when we make early investments. Those kids go on to graduate from high school. They go on to college, and they return back to the community and raise their families so that they can take advantage of this 2,000 new seats that will be opening up this fall. And we're looking forward to universal child care. Today's announcement sends a clear message that families with the greatest needs will not be forgotten. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. I am committed to working with you in this state as we march forward towards universal health care and universal child care. Implementation will, of course, benefit our communities a great deal. Thank you so much. I am Assemblymember Latrice Walker.
Thank you all so much. Thank you to our electeds. And I think you guys all go this way while we take QA. Thank you so much. And we have our Child Cares, our Emmy list here to answer any questions. We'll start with questions about today's announcement. Andrew, go ahead.
In terms of staffing challenges, Mayor, you talked before about part of what made 3K such a bumpy rollout was it wasn't full day, and also they hadn't fully staffed it. So how big a challenge is it to staff this for 10-hour shifts? That might end up being 12-hour shifts for the workers. How many people do you have to hire, and how confident are you to be ready on day one?
So a lot of the work that we've been doing over the last few months has not just been to engage parents, but also to engage providers themselves. Requests for information, requests for proposals, getting a better sense of what their needs are, what their capacity is, and also looking to expand the traditional pool of those that have contracted with the city. You know, for many years prior to this one, the city had a fixed set of childcare vendors that it would work with. Now we're actually opening that up for the first time in quite some time. I'm just going to invite Emmy to speak to any of the specifics on it.
For this fall, for the launch of 2K, we'll be working, thank you, primarily with childcare providers who are already up and running, so folks who are serving their communities already and bringing them into the city program. So we anticipate many of them do already have the staff in place to run a high-quality, robust program. Those who do not, the city offers a range of supports to help them bring new staff in. We're also so excited that 2K includes a really robust partnership with family childcare providers who operate programs out of their homes, and the vast majority are already operating programs for 10 or more hours a day. So this is really an opportunity to bring them into our system and lift them up as part of the expansion.
As a quick follow-up, where is 3K right now in terms of full day?
So the majority of our city's 3K programs operate on a school day schedule. There are a subset of our 3K programs that offer an extended model.
Thanks, Andrew. Kayla, go ahead.
Going off of that last question, given that we know that the lack of extended hours is not just an issue for this new group of 2-year-olds, but also for the 3- and 4-year-olds, will you be revisiting 3K and 4K to explore more extended day options? And then I have an off-topic as well.
So I'll say that as a city, we are constantly working towards a goal of offering full day, full year at larger scale across programs, across ages. And what we've sought to do over the course of our 99 days that we've been in office is to better meet the needs of New Yorkers. Now, one of the critiques that we heard from New Yorkers around 3K, something that I used to hear quite a bit from State Senator Brisport, was the inability of the city to meet the need of providing seats closer to families who were looking to enroll their children. We would tell New Yorkers that you could have a seat if you applied, and without mentioning that you might live in Bed-Stuy and your seat would be in Astoria. And so as part of the $1.2 billion that we secured, a critical piece of it was put towards providing an additional 1,000 seats in the 3K program to better meet those needs closer to home for parents who are looking to enroll.
Any other questions on today's announcement? Yeah, Adam.
I just wanted to know, in terms of extending it to a 10-hour day, what's the added cost to the 2K program, or is there one?
So this is covered within the 1.2 billion that we secured from the governor. Emmy, I don't know if you want to add to any of the specifics on it.
Just exactly as the mayor said, the budget is fully covered within the commitment that the governor announced with the mayor earlier this year. So we're excited to be able to deliver this more robust model to families.
And Kayla, I know you had an off topic.
Yeah, so following up on a bit of my colleagues' reporting, some of your top administration officials and NYPD chiefs went to Columbus, Ohio to study their dialogue unit. Will the NYPD implement such a unit as part of your efforts to disband the SRG? And more broadly, can you provide a timeline on disbanding the SRG?
So I remain deeply committed to disbanding the SRG and to decoupling our response to protest and counterterrorism. And this is a trip of members from both City Hall and NYPD to better study the Columbus model of responding to protests.
Go ahead, Max.
Good morning. A lot of media outlets have been saying that you have banned public events during the World Cup because the NYPD says it doesn't have the manpower to staff so many of the summer events that make New York so great. But history shows us that the NYPD overstaffs these events. The greatest example was the original Open Streets program at the start of the pandemic, which initially collapsed due to overstaffing. So why do you think so many cops are needed at street events or street festivals, and could you reduce staffing to allow for more events this summer?
So I first just want to clarify, there are some who are under the impression that this affects birthday parties or picnics in the parks. It has no such effect. What we're talking about are large-scale events that require permits, that require police presence. Now, we are looking forward. We are less than 70 days until the World Cup. It will be an opportunity not just for New Yorkers to enjoy the 8 games that will be hosted in partnership with New Jersey, but also for many to come and visit our city for the first time. We want to make sure that our city is fully prepared for every aspect of this summer, and that means taking these kinds of necessary precautions. I can tell you as a soccer fan myself, I have seen many a time when municipalities are unprepared for the level of excitement, enthusiasm, and frankly, even the visits that come out of a tournament like this. We want to make sure that we are anything but that.
Thanks. Galila, go ahead.
So, what's the status on negotiations around changes to school funding formula, class size, and mayoral control with the state legislature?
So these are all active parts of discussions with our partners at the state. We know that budget negotiations will be continuing for the next few weeks, and we're confident of that partnership. We can see it not only here with our partners at the state Senate level and the state assembly level, but even with the governor as we chart out what it looks like to deliver for our students, and we're encouraged by where we are thus far.
All right, last one, Catherine, go ahead.
Hello. Wondering if you can reflect on your 100th day marker that's coming up tomorrow, what hurdles that you face, and then what do you see as your next sort of milestone here?
I think the challenge that we set out for ourselves was to work as hard and as fast as New Yorkers do. Too often we've seen New Yorkers regard City Hall as something that is at best uninterested in the struggles of their life. And we have sought to show an administration that is ambitious, that is unapologetic, and that is relentless. And over these 99 days that we've been in office, we've delivered $1.2 billion in funding for a pathway to universal childcare. We've secured more than $30 million in settlements with bad landlords who are now being forced to repair more than 6,000 apartments. We've secured more than $9 million in settlements with bad actors, whether they be large-scale corporations or delivery apps, delivering close to $100,000 every single day to workers and small businesses. And we've done all of this while also focusing on the little things that New Yorkers often feel are overlooked by city government, filling in more than 100,000 potholes. You know, last night at about midnight, I met a number of our incredible DOT workers who were repaving a road, and that's one part of the more than 1,000 miles of roadway that they will repave. Right after that, I met a number of our incredible hardworking men and women at DEP who were listening to our water main system to identify leaks and breakages to ensure that we're not losing an immense amount of water in the city and that we're providing continually the best drinking water in the world. And before that, at around 11:30 p.m., I met with a number of our EMTs in Queens, and they were telling me about how they've saved more than 300 New Yorkers' lives this year who had the kinds of life-threatening medical incidents that without that assistance may have meant the end of their lives. And so I say all this to say an immense amount of gratitude to the city workers who've made these 99 days possible, the days that came before, the days that will come after. And I think the next deadline that we have, the next marker to me is probably the World Cup. You know, it is the most watched sporting event in the world. It is not just an opportunity for this city to host 8 games in partnership with New Jersey. It's also a multi-billion-dollar economic opportunity. And we look forward to what that can generate, not just for those who are coming through Midtown to go through the game, but we want those tourists to come everywhere across the city. We want them to come to Brownsville. We want them to come to every part of the 5 boroughs, and we're excited to do the work to make that possible.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, I missed it. Hey! He's got a band to follow him everywhere now. It's funny. Hey!
On behalf of CB9, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, New York City. It has been a fierce 2 weeks, but New York City's first ever Municipal Madness has come to a close. Now, before we announce the winner, we want to welcome New York City's very own Bronx Gems to the court.
Ugh. Oh, I don't care.
so good. Can we have another round of applause for the incredible gems? Wow. We may have to call you guys to keep being part of these press conferences. It's going to be very hard to not have that. It is a lovely way to wrap up the competition of these past few weeks and to celebrate our first 100 days in office as we lead this city. Now, I want to announce today the winning team of our inaugural Municipal Madness, DSNY. We want to congratulate you. As a part of more than 20,000 votes from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, we are here to announce that the winning fix was to clean up illegal dumping right here in Soundview. And it is a remarkable team, not only here in the Bronx from DSNY, and we have our incredible men and women from DSNY who are here with us, but frankly, citywide. And now we know that they showed some real skill in this tournament, well coached, well staffed, even better cheerleaders. And we know that though DSNY may have won this competition, frankly, the real winners are New Yorkers. Because every single task on this bracket, no matter whether it was in the first round or the semis or the final, these are tasks that will actually be fixed. And so we want to commend all of the other teams for the effort they put in this season. They dug deep, they parked the bus, there was an impressive performance all around. And with that, I want to acknowledge some of whom we have here with us today. City workers of not just DSNY, but DOT and Parks. We can give them a round of applause. They work around the clock for fixes. There's no off season for these workers. Once again, the cheerleaders of the Bronx Gems, who now have me. They have me as well as Scrappy, the mascot, as lifelong fans. And I also want to give a shout out to the Thomas Jefferson girls varsity basketball team, who I got to see play, and now we all get the chance to see win. Now, before we talk about illegal dumping, I do want to recap some of the incredible run of results that got us to this point. Over the past 100 days, we have showcased a new kind of approach to governing in our city. Pothole politics, delivering public goods coupled with public excellence. No problem too big, no task too small. Because New Yorkers cannot trust City Hall to deliver on something as transformative as universal childcare if they don't see City Hall delivering on the smallest problems in their lives. And what we're looking at in these incredible agencies are teams that have done exactly that. They've fixed bridge bumps, they've upgraded catch basins, they've taken down sidewalk sheds, they've fixed water fountains, painted crosswalks, and installed waste bins. And it always comes back to a team effort. Something that, frankly, whether we're talking about DOT or Parks or DSNY, has practiced every single day. So today, we want to celebrate our winner of this bracket, Commissioner, or should I say Coach Anderson, and Team DSNY picking up the ball to clean up illegal dumping right here in Soundview. It's going to be a full court press. I'm thrilled that I was chosen for the starting lineup of today's task in front of us. I'm only going to be able to stay for the first quarter, but I want to say thank you to the hardworking men and women of DSNY who are here with us, who will ensure that this whole area will be cleaned by the end of the day. Now, before we get into that, I do want to hear a little bit from our competitors themselves, just as we're analyzing the game that we had. Coach Flynn, you had the fewest opportunities for a victory with just 2 fixes on the bracket. Did you think the DOT could have pulled off an upset here?
Well, Mayor, as a lifelong Mets fan, I can tell you I'm always pulling for the underdog, but I won't sugarcoat it. 2 early outs for Team DOT and Municipal Madness is not the outcome we envision, and it's not the outcome that we've been working all year toward. Our crews maintain 200 million linear feet of roadway markings on 6,000 miles of street in all 5 boroughs. And at our state-of-the-art sign shop in Maspeth, Queens, our team creates and updates 100,000 street signs every year. So today I can say, despite our unexpected and frankly heartbreaking loss, New York City DOT's time spent preparing for Municipal Madness has not been a waste. We installed freshly printed street signs for residents in Prince's Bay on Staten Island, and we repainted crosswalks over on Jamaica Avenue in Queens. We've always got our heads in the game, and big projects are getting underway in 2026. We're charging ahead to resurface more than 1,000 lane miles of roadways across the city, and we've got some incredible street redesigns on the roster this year that will enhance safety, speed up transit, and keep New Yorkers moving. Our hard hats are held high, And this season's loss won't stop us from delivering safer and better streets for New Yorkers 365 days a year.
We really appreciate that. Another long-suffering Mets fan with us here.
Look who's live, one day late. Yeah, that's true. My bad.
On the other hand, we saw Parks had 11
It was,
pitches on the board. Still came
I was
up
working
short.
on
Coach, talk to me. How you
homework
feeling
last
now?
night. Next thing I know, it was like 9:30. I was like, oh my god. And like I still had another assignment to do after that. I was like, well, I guess this isn't happening. So I just ended up like canceling it.
Another game ahead. It doesn't matter
That's my
if
bad.
it's fixing a water fountain or painting
Shame.
a
Yeah,
handball wall.
it happens.
tidying
Life
up our
happens.
pools, or
Priorities, you
getting
know.
our 14 miles of beaches ready for a busy summer season. Parks is a 365-day operation, and we're really ready to step up to the challenge. I want to thank our parkies who are here today, and just a very small fraction. And let me just tell you, Mr. Mayor, that we'll be 10,000 strong outside in our park system, in our gardens, in our pools, beaches, and everywhere else in the public realm, making sure that New Yorkers can enjoy their summer season. We'll see you out there this summer.
All right. And now, for the champions, DSNY and Coach Anderson, was this your Goldilocks moment?
Absolutely. It's great to win only 2 weeks in, and I want to thank the team here at Sanitation for everything they do every day. As the head coach of the 10,000-member Department of Sanitation, I am thrilled to be here at this table representing the winners of Municipal Madness. Our team runs the court day and night to remove 24 million pounds of waste New Yorkers set out every single day. And as this tournament highlights, our team does much more behind the scenes to keep New York City clean, green, and not so mean. In the world of March Madness, 67 teams go home disappointed every year. But in Municipal Madness, 8.6 million New Yorkers win every day because every repair is completed and every improvement is made. New York Strongest are part of a massive municipal workforce, and we work together to make the city a better place to live throughout March, into April, and every month of the year. As part of this friendly interagency tournament, we replaced missing litter baskets in Bushwick. Just last week,
Your partner
I
on
joined my
Fridays is
team
grace us with your
to
high
install
intellectual
dog waste bag
lessons.
dispensers in Sunset Park.
Man.
And just
Maybe
after the
one
buzzer
day.
today,
Maybe one day
we're
that
gonna
can be
head
my
out
biggest priority.
with our gloves on.
But today is not that
To
day.
clean up illegal dumping here in Soundview with the team of sanitation workers behind us. And while this competition may have been fun for us and for everyone who voted, I want to be clear that there is nothing fun about illegal dumping. It's a theft of public space, often by crooked contractors who don't want to pay the cost of safe legal disposal. And we have a network of more than 300 cameras across New York City. If you dump on this city, we will catch you. We will
We'll
fine you
dump on you.
$4,000 plus the cost of cleanup, and we will impound your vehicle until you pay up. So, in conclusion, we know the plays, we've put in the work, we'll give it our all, and we won't rest on our laurels. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very
You
much.
dump on
Commissioner.
this city, we'll dump on
All
you.
right, that is the show, New York City.
But
It's now time for us to get down to work to start to clean up Soundview. Let's get it done. Thank you all so much for being here.
All right, thank you guys. We're going to do on-topic QA first. All right, any questions on Municipal Madness? Go ahead, Courtney.
You're celebrating 100 days. Celebrating 100 days, picking up trash. Interesting.
You pro trash?
I'm not pro trash. I'm not surprised that people decided that voted for the Stephen.
Yeah.
I digress. Thinking about the next 100 days, or the next 6 months, or the next 3.5 years, what do you think is the biggest challenge?
You know, I think every single day it's an opportunity for us to meet the needs of New Yorkers. And
Did I
what we've
just
seen
realize
over the
how well
course
your
of this
chin
100
complements
days
your already villain
is
haircut?
that New York City
Which chin?
wants to see a city government
Number
that is
one or
able
number
to
two?
meet the biggest needs and the smallest needs.
That's an important
And
distinction.
When we're looking at all of the fixes that were put forward, these are the kinds of things that for far too long people have felt have been overlooked by our politics. We want to make it clear
Shouldn't
that
shave.
just as we're
Actually, I don't
focused on
anymore.
Speeding up
I
the
usually just
slowest
trim.
buses in America, we are also focused on bringing an end to illegal
Like maybe
dumping
like once or
across
twice a
the
week,
city.
I'll just use
And
trimmers. I never
in
actually shave
completing
anymore.
The first 100 days, we now know that in less than 70 days, we're going to be welcoming the most watched sporting event in the world. the World Cup will be coming to New York City and New Jersey. We'll be hosting 8 games. We'll be seeing a multi-billion-dollar economic opportunity for our city, as well as memories that should last a lifetime. And what I'm so excited by
You do
is having
shave?
a team
It looks
here
like on cam.
that is not just
Oh,
looking
okay.
to ensure
I
that
guess
this is going to be an incredible time.
maybe it's
for
short
New
enough
Yorkers
to
who already
where
live here,
it looks
but also
similar,
for the
but
many who come
no,
to
I haven't
experience our
actually
city
used
for the
like
first time. And we're hard at work to
a
ensure
razor
that
in
they
months.
actually get to see the breadth and the beauty of this city as a whole, as opposed to just going to the places that they might have heard about from where they're from.
Other questions on Municipal Madness? Heather, go ahead.
Hello, happy 100 days. In regards to how you determined what subject matters would be on the Municipal Madness bracket, was that based off 311 complaints, or how did you determine what locations and what fixes were going to be considered?
So agencies had put forward the fixes that they'd seen the highest demand for, and that are also indicative of the engagement of New Yorkers across a wide variety of platforms.
Go ahead, sir. In the back.
He's not a member of the press.
Oh, sorry,
I
sir.
just want to say thank you,
Hannah, go ahead.
Mayor, for doing the wonderful job.
Thank you, brother.
Unnoticed, and you made it noticed. To
Appreciate it. Hannah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
I have an off topic. Is that okay?
Do we have any other questions on Municipal Madness? Yes, right here behind Heather.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, and congratulations. You kind of alluded to it in your speech earlier, but I just wanted to clarify.
All you need now is a
in regards
Palpatine robe,
to,
be president, and fix
some of your
everything.
core promises,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
don't think
universal childcare, freezing
I don't think a
rent,
Palpatine
buses.
persona
As you look
would
ahead,
be
sir, just
the
what's your message to
correct
the people who are anxiously waiting for those fixes?
image to associate
That
with
we are
correcting
committed to fulfilling the promise we
a
made to
system.
New Yorkers to transforming the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that working class New Yorkers can afford. And we're committed to doing that all across New York City. I'm frankly so excited to be here in the Bronx because I know that for too many Bronxites, they feel as if the further they are away from City Hall, the less that they're thought about in City Hall. And we're here to show that whether our focus is on quality of life or it's on transformative new social programs
where'd the
like
first guy
universal
get blown
childcare
up
for
to?
2-year-olds, we're going to be delivering
Oh, he's
that
gone.
for the people of the Bronx
Got
and the people of
evaporated.
every single borough.
Right. Hannah, go ahead, then Holly.
Hi, Mayor. Good morning.
How's it going? Good morning.
Oh, there he is.
Good, thank you. I'm wondering. Yesterday the Rent Guidelines Board met. The data that they put out showed increasing costs across the board.
As good as you
specifically
insist you are with no
insurance costs,
name, even after half a year knowing you,
specifically
it's more than
insurance
fitting.
Costs raising for landlords who are owning buildings built before 1974. I'm wondering if you had a chance to look at any of the data, what your thoughts are.
So I'm
specifically on
an
the rising
evil.
costs for small landlords.
I have
know
the
there was
evil
some
emperor
back and
persona
forth about whether the data
because I choose
was,
not to
should be relied on because of the
give out
tenant
my real
price
name.
index. I just wanted to get your reaction to that.
So what I'll say is that the Rent Guidelines Board is an independent entity, and I know they're putting forward their
That seems
studies.
unfair.
They're also an entity that encourages public participation from tenants and landlords, and they'll be putting up those dates of when those hearings are. We encourage New Yorkers to be a part of that because we want every perspective.
That's
to be
debatable,
considered.
but maybe.
And I'll tell you from our perspective, when we think about rising costs, we think about them for every New Yorker. That includes tenants, that includes landlords, and looking at what are the different ways in which city government can deliver that. We also trust
This
the Rent
mysterious
Guidelines Board
figure.
to consider that in all of their decisions.
Holly, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Holly. How's it going?
Good.
But there's a reason that
couple
the
weeks late, and I'm
the word
wondering,
average
for you,
is
that
part of that.
helpful because it gives you more time to advocate for your tax the rich proposals and other priorities, or is it difficult because it gives you less time to put together your executive budget by the beginning of May? And then secondly, Julie Menon responded to City and State's story about changes to the racial equity plan. She said, "Let me be clear, diminishing or erasing equity-centered frameworks is not the path forward. The council stands firm in our responsibility to confront and correct systemic injustices created by longstanding racial and economic disparities."
I honestly
Very
could use the
fair
next
response to
Soros, but
Julie
claiming you
Menon's
have no money.
I would
I
just say that
totally
I'm
would.
proud
I
of the work that
absolutely
our team
freaking
did
would.
in inheriting a report that had been significantly diluted by the prior administration.
I would do
strengthening it,
everything
and following through
I
on our
could
promise to release it
to
before the end of the first 100 days.
hide wealth
We,
data. It's like I would just
are very much looking
like I
forward
would just
to
get like
the public comment period
oh
that
crap.
we're in right now to hear from New
I'll just get like
Yorkers about
an
the
average
report. When it comes to the state budget,
an average
we are
home,
encouraged by the nature
average
of those
unassuming looking
conversations,
home,
and we're hopeful
nice,
that
something
we'll
that didn't
see
have to be
those
fixed all the
conversations
time,
come to a place
but
of,
nothing
a finalized agreement in the next few
exorbitant.
weeks before we head into our executive budget.
Got time for one or two more. Galila, go ahead.
We had a story at Politico early today on a department.
I'd still
of
be driving
probation
a
staffer
like a Honda
suing
Civic
the
or a
Commissioner
minivan or
of
something.
Probations for allegedly being
Tell you the truth.
wrongfully fired after alerting DOI that the commissioner was having a romantic relationship with the top subordinate. Do you still have confidence in your probation commissioner in light of these accusations? And when did you first find out about these allegations against the commissioner?
So I take any allegations of misconduct incredibly seriously. I'm not going to be weighing in on any ongoing.
Pretty sure you're intellectual enough, and you surely have a high enough IQ to pull it off. But yeah, like in order to become,
Over here by the cameras.
what's the term? There's a certain term for fuck you wealth. Until you become like, in order to become like fuck you wealthy,
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
that takes a lot of luck and opportunity, not just intelligence, unfortunately.
Responding to a call of a mentally ill person. And we know that these calls are urgent, they're tense, and sometimes anything you guys are doing to ensure the safety of EMTs when they respond to these calls. I know there's been talk in the previous administration that NYPD officers not responding to mentally ill calls, but any concerns, and what are you going to do?
You know, I've always said, first and foremost, deep recognition for the incredible work of EMTs across the city. I had the privilege just a few nights ago around midnight to meet a number of those EMTs, and they were working shifts from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. These are New Yorkers who are out there at all hours of the day.
I'll say
saving people's
manipulation
lives. They
and
told me that over the
exploitation,
course
how
of
Soros
this
built his
year
wealth
that
as a
they've
currency
saved
trader.
hundreds of New Yorkers' lives that otherwise we would have lost.
Yeah,
And
I
we
I
can
believe
never
that like
overstate the
anyone,
importance of that work,
I would say
and
that
we also wanna
anyone
make
that
sure they're
has
safe
over,
when they do this work. I've said time and
I would
again
say,
that whenever
I would
there is a
even go
call
as
that
low as
comes in
$50
from
million.
emergency services with
I think that
the
anyone
threat
that
of violence,
has
that a
over
police
$50 million
officer should
in
and would be
wealth,
present for that.
it is
And we'll
absolutely
always look at all
impossible
the
for
policies
them
and
to have
procedures
gained
to
that
ensure
wealth
EMT workers don't have to worry about
without
their safety.
some form
Thank you. Thank you
of
very much for the question.
Thank you. That's all
like
the time
Thank you all.
shady criminal activity or some sort of exploitation. Like, I believe that. You don't get that wealthy just from good investments. Sorry, it just doesn't happen. Hey.
Okay, I am joined today in studio, one of the hottest races in America. Of course, I'm talking about the Michigan Senate race. I have Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. He is a physician, a former public health official running for U.S. Senate in Michigan. He has spent his entire career eliminating medical
Well,
debt
8 people.
and taking on
I
corporate
know many people have
polluters,
hundreds
and
of
now
millions,
he's
well, 8
running
people.
a campaign focused
Yeah,
on
and I
ending
guarantee you,
corporate
like,
influence in
at
politics
some
and
point-
standing up for working
At some point,
people.
they
That is
engaged
such
in
a
some
joy
kind of
to
shady
read
dealings
that you are
that might not
interested
be
in helping
explicitly
people with
illegal,
medical debt
but
and
certainly
corporate polluters. How are you today?
I'm
unethical.
Well. It's such a privilege to
you
be
know,
here with you. You know, I
that'd
just,
be best case
when we talk
scenario.
about refreshing.
I guarantee it's somewhere
the
along the
content
line.
You're putting out, the conversation that you're leading. Just
Maybe
really
some
appreciate you.
insider
So it's
trader
it's an honor for us to meet
information,
you.
something
Thank
along
you.
those
All right,
lines.
So right now we have an incompetent federal government,
You know, maybe
especially at the executive
exploiting,
branch,
you know, like
arguably
child labor
in
or something like
Congress,
that.
for sure in Congress, not
Or,
even
you know, heavily investing in a business that does
and
exploit
gas
that.
prices are something that cannot be spun.
That'd be my guess.
And triple Trumper, an independent, a leftist, anybody's going to go and fill their car up, and it's something that you cannot escape from. What do you see if you were in the Senate right now? What would you be demanding of your colleagues in this very moment?
Yeah, well, I mean, we filled up last week $20 more than we had a month ago, and that's a consequence of our tax dollars being used to
I don't
raise
care,
our
to
gas
be
prices.
honest.
There are two parts to this job. There is the procedural part of the job, and then there's the platform part of the job. And I think too many folks in the U.S.
Yeah,
Senate
I mean,
forget that there's the
to
whole
each his
platform
own.
part of the
I would
job.
prefer not to
Your
associate with
job
those
in the US
kinds of
Senate
people,
is
'cause,
not
like,
just to do the procedural things. It's
what they
to
do
make
is they,
sure
like,
that you are narrating outcomes for people and explaining
that
what's
kind of
going on.
environment,
And I
like,
think part of the problem is that
you know, I'm
Democrats have kind of
human, I'm
forgotten
not
how to
perfect,
persuade.
so I know that
Like, we've given up on the idea
I'm
that there
vulnerable
are
to the
people out there
same
who are persuadable. And so if we're talking
temptations
at all, we're talking
as, like,
specifically
other
to people
humans.
who already agree with us, rather
So
than going
it would be
out
so
there into the
easy
places
to be like,
where
hey,
people can be
let me
won
just
over. 'Cause
throw, you know,
you're
a few
exactly
thousand
right.
into this
If
and
you're filling up your
turn it into, you know,
honker
like
truck At the end of the day, you're
You know,
paying
tens
a
of
lot
thausands.
more money to do it because
You
of the
know, as
consequences
a human,
of your tax
like,
dollars. Go take that
wanting that
argument
extra
out to the
financial
people.
security be
But then
so
there's the
easy
procedural part. And too
to be like,
often, you've got
just this once, it's not that
obsession
bad,
with,
and then
like,
it just keeps
procedure
going
as
worse
it's
and worse
supposed
and
to
worse and
go
worse.
in Congress. And my point is, if you're in the U.S. Senate right now, your job is to put sand in the gears. That's the job. I mean, you saw it on the other side with Tommy Tuberville holding up all of these appointments because he didn't get what he wants. And I think part of the problem is we're used to losing.
Worship money, not Goliath, is what I'm used to, and I'm just comfortable.
Who have to play by the rules all the time. And I'm so sorry, this is a fight. And in a fight, there's not a script.
Yeah, but what
In a
happens
fight, there is not
if something
a
comes along
business as usual. They're not pretty
that
things.
keeps that
And so if you're
removes
serious
that
about fighting,
comfort?
then you've got to be both
You know?
out there fighting with
That's
words,
what most
and then
people live
fighting
with every day.
procedure, trying to throw sand in
Sucks.
the gears to interrupt and disrupt this Trump administration's insane approach
I would like-
to both war.
I'd like to try to
and
prevent that from
governance
happening, to be
and
honest with
ICE
you.
And all of this is not going along to get
'Cause,
along
like,
anymore. If you really
the
do
vast
believe that
majority of
this
people in
is
this country
an existential threat to our democracy,
are like
then you
they're
better
just
start
like
acting like
one
it.
I completely
one
agree.
sickness,
I remember,
one illness
when
away
Obama
from
was
like
president and Mitch McConnell,
not being able to pay their
minority
bills. You
leader
know,
at the time, I mean, wreaked havoc forever.
frustrating.
And so I don't buy into this. We had
that
there's
discussion.
nothing
There's
really we can
protections
do.
in place.
Especially when you look at the approval ratings of the Democratic Party. And I want to be clear. I want Democrats to win.
Yeah.
I love it when Republicans lose, and let me tell you why I love it when Republicans lose. Part of it is for spite, but another part of it is because I lived in a state for 51 years, Oklahoma, where Republican supermajorities got everything they wanted. And we went from 17th in the country in education down to 50th. Right now, the Republicans have everything they want. They have the House, they have the court, they have the Senate, they have the executive branch, and they still are unhappy, and they have completely made a catastrophe of this country. And to me, the through line
couldn't live like
that
an average
I'm-
person, LMAO.
in my own
I think
political
everyone should.
evolution right now,
I think that should be
it
like,
seems to be
like in the same
when
way that some people
corporations are
promote like
giving
mandatory
and funding Trump
selective service,
and
like being in the
funding
military for a
fascism,
couple
these
years, like
oligarchs
some
are the
countries
ones that
do.
are funneling money
I
to
say no.
fascism, but they also
No, they should
find
have to
out
live.
There's a Palantir check here.
They should have
for
to live for 2
this
years
Democrat, and there's an
on
AIPAC
the
check
wage of
here
a
for
fast
this
food
Democrat.
worker, the average
It just
fast food
seems to me
worker's
like
wage,
they're paid controlled opposition,
and they should have to
I
make it on
certainly
their own
understand
for 2 years.
why
Everyone.
the Democrats'
That's what I
approval
think.
rating is so low right now, because you feel like, do you believe in anything?
I mean, that's exactly the point. Donald Trump has this one neat trick. He will blame
humbug
every
something,
problem you have on
something Twitch streamers
You're out of
being
a job,
Nazis.
immigrant took you down. Out of healthcare, immigrant took your healthcare. Out of housing,
Why? Because
immigrants living
because
in
I
a house
think
you
they
should
should
been
have
able
to live like
We have a far
they should have to
better
live
set
on a
of
fast
answers,
food worker's
which is if
wage
you're out of a
instead
job,
of
it's
joining
probably
the
'cause the
selective
corporation figured
service.
out how to offshore automate
I
your
feel like
job.
the odds
Think about
that
AI,
the
right?
Nazis
That's
would be
been
on the
entire
side of
business model, is to
mandatory
automate all
military.
of the jobs. If you're out of a home, it's probably because a corporation is speculating on the home that you probably should have been able to afford. If you're out of healthcare, it's because a corporation is definitely figuring out how to monetize you because you get sick.
Right.
And we don't say that because too often Democrats are.
Oh, that was
taking
Liberty
money
that
from
said
the very
that. I
same
didn't see the,
corporations who are part of the problem.
I was looking at the wrong
So if you
chat. I didn't
can't
see the
actually say
color
that,
and
you end up
change
saying
in
nothing
chat
at all.
color.
We end up with these like mealy mouth.
Don't
10-point
elect him
plans about how we're
dictator.
gonna solve
Yeah, that'd be
this and
nice.
that. And we dress it
It'd
up
be
in
nice
a bunch of policy
if,
speak that itself is incoherent and actually not really consistent with
It'd
the
be
real
nice
problem.
if,
Like, I'm all for really good policy. I write policy books.
There wasn't
But
as many
policy
gullible,
is secondary to politics, and your job as a
selfish
politician is
voters.
to go out and explain to folks why the problem exists and what you're going to do about it. But if you're part of the problem, you have no actual incentive to explain the problem.
Nazis
we
actually had
sound
decent social
ridiculous.
policy in the
And then
beginning,
what
if you
happens
weren't
is-
Jewish, of
this
course.
is the worst thing. Is that consultants come in and they tell you, well, listen, here, we did this poll, and here's the popular thing. You should just say this popular thing. And it turns out that the job is not about saying what's popular, it's about making popular what's right. But then even beyond that, if you're not saying something that's particularly popular because it's like kind of obvious,
But you have to convince the masses
then the
somehow,
consultants tell
so
we
you
gotta
give
say it with
something before
charisma.
you take.
So you're out there, right, and you're watching these politicians say obvious shit charismatically. And you're like, why are you so excited about that? That's obvious, right? So people are like, public option. You're like, really? That's the best you can do? People are out here going bankrupt over their deductibles, and you're out here talking about a public option that's
No,
going to be
well,
just as
like,
unaffordable as the private option?
Sometimes all
Problem
you
is
have
that
to
we
do
don't
is
have
convince them
options. The
to
problem
hate
is
the
that
same group,
we don't have guarantees.
and that's enough
So
to get them
go
on
out
the
there
same
and fight
team.
for something that's actually meaningful, and you might just
Brr,
get people
immigrants.
Are like, damn, I like what that
Immigrants
person
are
is
the
saying 'cause
reason
it actually maps to my life.
why things suck.
Yeah, and I think there is this condescension from elected politicians. put whatever letter behind the last name you want to, Republican, Independent, or Democrat. When
You
they're
live
asked
in
a
1
question,
hour?
do you believe in this? Yes or no?
Wait, what do you mean I live in 1 hour?
Criminal, yes or no? And they give you a 15-sentence
Oh,
answer.
will I be live in 1
Instead of
hour? Probably.
answering it directly, I feel like
I might
just
step away
wanna
to
say,
grab a
do
bite to
you
eat pretty
think
soon,
I'm
but that's about
fucking
it.
Stupid. I asked you a yes or no question. We are in the throes of a full-blown fascist
I like her attitude.
takeover, with a president who, in
And
my
asking a yes or no
opinion, is
question.
committing
Like, just
war
freaking
crimes
give the answer.
by the day. I feel like the entire federal government is run like a bunch of dirty cops. They're supposed to protect us, but they're dirty as hell. So I'm going
always
to ask
condescending.
you
What?
some rapid
How's it
fire
condescending?
questions.
You'd be surprised. Look at the
yes or
Revolutionary
no,
War,
abolish
most integrated
ICE.
army until Vietnam.
What's the minimum tax rate a billionaire
Well, I mean,
should
they had
pay? Give me a
a
number.
8% on wealth.
they had a similar
Interesting.
group to hate.
Cut off military aid to Israel. Yes or no?
Yes. Offensive and defensive.
Look at this.
Agree.
A candidate
parent in
answering yes or no
Michigan is
questions.
scared their trans kids' health care will be taken away. What do you say to them right now? 1 to 2 sentences.
Rights are rights. We have a responsibility to stand for all rights. I don't care if you're ever going to use those rights or you're not. The minute you allow somebody to take away one person's rights, you are assenting to your rights being taken away. If you
Boom.
cannot stand for trans rights, do not be surprised when they come for your rights. We have a responsibility to stand for
That's more than 2
everybody,
sentences, guy. Shut
and
up.
That is about
Shut up, you're
our
making me look
relationship
bad.
to government. I don't care if you don't.
It's more than 2
understand.
sentences. Stop.
I want you to understand. that
Okay,
all
it
of
was a
our
good
rights are
point, but still.
intertwined. So yes, we have a responsibility to stand up to trans rights because we have a responsibility to stand up to human rights.
I agree. Okay. Rejecting corporate PAC money, yes or no?
Yes.
Every day, all day, forever and ever. Only person in my race who never took corporate PAC money in the past and will never take it in the future and is not taking it now.
All right, let's dive into your opponents right now. So we
There's a
have
pretty good group to hate, though.
Haley
Like almost
Stevens,
everyone in
is
the
that
world
her name?
agrees on that. Them and the
She's
French.
kind of the
I don't know. I
establishment
feel like
Democrat, and I
Americans have
believe
taken the
she's
top spot
Chuck
recently.
Schumer's first pick.
Chuck Schumer has 2 picks, apparently. They're
Okay.
just neither of them are me.
The other one is Mallory McMorrow.
Yep.
If I am living in Michigan right now and I am looking to vote, do these candidates take corporate PAC money?
They've all taken them in every race they've ever run. I'm glad to hear that one of my opponents has decided that she does not want to take them anymore. That's great.
Yeah.
I think it's great to stop taking corporate PAC checks. But let's be clear, if you've only ever won elections taking corporate PAC money, and your whole claim to fame is that you've won
Evil,
elections, then you've won elections
Certainly
on the
love the
rules that
French
have broken our
accent.
politics in the
Destroy
first
the
place.
monarchist.
So I think at the end of the day, maybe
Wait, who's French
give some of that
accent?
money back, right? Try and figure out how you can get right on this. But if you didn't realize from the day
Oh,
you
just
started
the French
running
accent
that
in general.
corporate PACs
Gotcha.
are the essential corrupting feature in our politics, then at some point, I think you owe an explanation as to why. At the end of the day, though, like, it's not really about them. Like, to me, I want folks to understand that from the day I stepped into politics 8 years ago and I ran for governor, I understood
play the
that if
looker.
we are going to continue to play the game the same way it's always been played, we're going to continue to get outcomes that are consistent.
I will
with
try
what we've
to
always
remember
gotten.
to check it
And
out.
we've
No
just watched that
promises.
things have gotten worse.
So you're a medical doctor, and I think something that every American has struggled with is navigating insurance and/or, to a lot of people, not having insurance. A lot of people not even having dental care, like a root canal could cause somebody to be completely broke for several months because, several $1,000s. And as you head into this campaign and you talk to people on the ground in Michigan, voters, real people, not the consultants, not, we're focus grouping this, the real people that you run into, what are they saying to you? What do they want?
They're afraid. I think the experience of living in America over the past decade is that things are bad
Someone's
and
catching
they
on
get
slowly.
worse.
Yeah, I'm still tired.
And any
honestly.
time somebody tells you they're going to make it better,
This is true.
they just make it worse. I wrote a book called
My
Killing Politics where I tried
brain
to
feels like
diagnose
pudding.
this epidemic of insecurity. And insecurity,
I'm
not talking
in-
about like the psychological
I'm in a
insecurity
more-
that's like insecure about how you look. No, I'm talking about the insecurity
Oh, no,
of
apathetic
believing that
brain
things
mode at
cannot
the moment.
get better. And it doesn't really matter who you are constantly faced with a system in a situation that feels like it's trying to pick your pocket. And it shows up in a lot of different ways. It shows up in the, I can't afford a second bag of groceries. It shows up in the, I am literally avoiding
I'm honestly
medical care
curious.
for a problem I know I have.
What about my
because
my
I am
dim-wittedness
worried
tonight?
That I'm going to fall into debt, and I can't take that debt right now.
I'm kind of
It
curious as
shows
well,
up
to be
in the,
honest with
I
you.
take my kid
I shouldn't be
to
tired. I
school,
slept
and
well.
that school is the same one I went to 30 years ago, and it looks the same.
I'm kind of
as
thirsty
it did
though.
30 years
Maybe I'm
ago.
dehydrated.
And I've tried to
That's
read
a
with my kid,
possibility.
but my
I don't
kid
think I've
can't
had any
read.
water today.
It shows up in the, I don't know what's wrong with the quality of water, because it shows up in the, you know, I've had to change my tire 3 times because there are potholes in my road. It shows up in all those
Do you
ways, but
really
here's the
believe all this
interesting thing.
education
It
will
doesn't
make
matter if
you
you're talking to
6+
somebody at a
figures in
VFW
the end?
hall in Escalon,
I
on the
honestly
Upper
don't
Peninsula,
care. That's
or
not
you're
even on my
talking to somebody
mind.
at a church in Detroit, or you're talking to
It'll be
somebody
nice.
in a living room in Grand Rapids.
If it happens,
talking
then I'm
about the
not
same
going to
issues.
stop it. I'm not
Here's
going to
the
turn
thing.
it down.
Our politicians
But that's
have
not
taught us to believe that the
that's
reason
not my
we don't
intention
have
at
is because
all.
somebody else has. And most of us don't get the incredible privilege of traveling the state like I do.
I mean, there
and
is a
being able to meet
possibility it
people
could.
in their homes and in their churches,
And
to see for yourself
every
that
level
actually
of
the problems are the
education
same.
that I
And the
complete
reason
that's
none of
above
us
the
have
previous
is
increases
because
the
of
possibility of
decisions
that
made by people
happening.
in DC
You know, with more
to make
more
sure people
knowledge,
in
more
places like New York
experience.
and Silicon Valley,
You know what I mean?
get more and
More
more
skills.
while they take more and more and more for us. And that's how it shows up. It is painful because the thing about
So,
it is this.
like, it's not
most people
guaranteed,
work hard,
but it
and they
increases
want
that
the good things.
possibility.
And our system has told them that the reason they don't have them is because of their failure. And that's
So I
the
guess
worst part.
to
Where I
answer
feel
your
like, what did I
question,
wrong?
do I
It's like,
believe?
well, you didn't do
No,
anything wrong.
I don't believe it will.
It's that the system is
But it might.
designed to make you fail.
But I honestly don't care
and
if it
to
does
pick
or
your
not.
pocket. And
You're in your 40s and
told
already
that if you
intelligent.
just swim a
When's
little
enough
bit harder, you'll
education
get there.
enough?
It's like one of those pools
So,
where they have the waves.
I am-
And you stop swimming and just push you back. But even if you swim hard enough,
what's the term?
You just still can't keep up.
I'm intelligent,
That's what people are experiencing these
but
days. And
I never
at
focused
the end
that
of the day,
intelligence
if you're a billionaire or you're
into
a corporation
a specific,
and you can use your money and your wealth and your power to corrupt our
like
whole
a specific
system, to
topic,
turn it up higher
right?
on everybody,
and
pull and suck more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. Intelligence.
That's
exactly.
what they've
That's
done.
yeah. You.
So if
yeah,
we don't intervene,
you made the point
there,
for me.
it's
Intelligence
just
is
gonna
not
get
knowledge.
harder.
Like
It's
I did
just gonna
not have a
get worse.
lot
And
of
I did this 8 years ago.
political
And you
knowledge.
can see the difference. It's like when you see somebody walk under a strobe light and they just sort of teleport. It's like you saw the poverty and the challenges then, and then 8 years later, it's just worse.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I got
you know, I
tossed.
think that there's a really
I know someone who's
important
smart. Did this
thing
ever did
happening
education.
right now
He can never even
in
make
American
6 figures.
politics, and I
Eh,
can speak
that
because I've
sucks.
been in both positions.
I mean,
Number one,
it happens.
it's fun to sometimes kind of live out. and
Intelligence
just
doesn't
trump bash
grow like
and
knowledge
make
does.
Fun of these goober billionaires.
Yeah, I'd say like
because they're so easy to hate. Make fun of
intelligence.
JD Vance, and
I
is
would
he
say
wearing
is
too much
like
eyeliner?
taking advantage.
Right.
It's so hard not to.
So, you know,
of,
and then Pete Hegseth is just so great.
You know your
But that's just
your
a
brain's
symptom
specific capabilities.
of the problem that you just diagnosed.
But knowledge is
And
using
as
that
I
intelligence,
have the last year really
is
been
the
thinking
accumulation of,
deeper about the problems of America.
information using that
I
intelligence.
look at how
And you got to be able
right
to
now
translate
the
it too.
Democratic
We
establishment
always make
kind
fun of him.
wants
His
us to
wife isn't was
focus
the
on
breadwinner.
this resistance
Why would you make
list
fun of him
stuff
for
and
that?
Focus on Donald Trump and bringing back.
That sounds freaking
democracy.
amazing.
But there's really a much
To
larger
tell you the truth.
problem, lots of
Like,
larger problems happening.
that sounds
One
phenomenal.
thing that I've really opened up my eyes to, that I was very
I'd be jealous.
indifferent and uninterested about my entire life, is Israel and Gaza. I lived in Oklahoma. I was fighting these Christian nationalists. They're removing abortion from our state, and you know,
Like the world's
horrible
changing, you know.
laws to
Like
my-
the,
to
also
the
like
LGBTQ plus community.
this
really just
this whole like
institutionalized cruelty and
college
bullying
thing
to marginalized
you, like,
communities in these Bible.
you know, just
Belt states.
a learning environment, like
And
that
then
type of
I
learning
opened my
environment.
eyes to that, and I see
Women are just better at it,
the,
you know?
lies.
Welcome to the
that I
world of
was told
snobs.
For a
I
really
love it.
long time. From
Ugh.
a lot of them from Democrats, that Israel's this beacon of democracy.
I'd give
we're
'em-
surrounded
I'd
by
give
all
'em an
these
upper
terrorist
decker before I left their
organizations, and we have
house
to
if they were
support
snobby.
them. I bought into that for a long time.
That's what I
was
do.
like, oh yeah, that's
I try to
that's
find which one of their
fantastic. I don't
5
like terrorism.
bathrooms was used the least.
I'm all in. You know,
And
yes,
I'd
we
drop
can
an
hope
upper
and
decker.
change. Let's go. And I'm a very politically active person, but I see that this is a real moral failing of our country, and I've completely gone 180 on that issue. And I see the way Israel is killing little kids, shooting them in the head and in the heart, per BBC reporting. Right now in Lebanon, you know, you see 200, 300 people killed, total of about 2,000 killed. Israel has no signs of stopping, bombing apartment buildings, and then you see clips of people going back through the rubble trying to find their pets or their kids. these war crimes and this
Oh, you want to throw around these
inhumanity
people? Most are ultra conservative too.
with our taxpayer money. It's horrible.
No,
enough
see,
as
they're
is
not conservative. They're
that they're doing, but
they're
that
financially
doing it from the
opportunistic.
people
That's something you have to
that
remember.
work so fucking hard.
If
and pay
they
their
felt
fair
like
share in
there was a
taxes.
Democratic
Elon
Party
Musk
policy
paid
that would allow them to
$0
expand
Tesla,
their
zero,
fortune,
and then got all these
they would be
government
Democrats.
subsidies on
Like, you got to
top of
understand that.
And then you see, oh, we can afford to do all of these things, and we can't afford to help kids with cancer, and we're funding this homicidal regime and executing little kids because they're from wherever they're from. You
Like
can't help
a
where you're from. I can't help
politically
that I'm an
conservative
American.
ideology
You're from where you're from. It doesn't
is
make
like
you an asshole
completely
worthy of
antithetical
death.
to their lifestyle.
I'm just really mad about that. I'm really mad about the lies perpetrated by establishment politicians in both parties.
You know, I really appreciate you saying that. I was raised by my dad, who's an Egyptian immigrant.
And fuck
my
AIPAC.
stepmom, Jackie, who's a daughter of the American Revolution from the middle of the state of Michigan. And my stepfather was Palestinian.
I want to see if I can get a.
And one of the great gifts of
Last
my
week when I
upbringing
was
the
streaming, I was on
ability to walk
TikTok.
between different
I had
worlds
0 viewers.
And to talk to people who
And
have
there was a
fantastically different
there was a video that was
worldviews,
playing
so that you can get to
that was
the least
extremely
common denominator
antagonistic
of that human
towards
experience. Like when
AIPAC,
your
and I got a
grandmother
notification that I had been
is
reported,
somebody who's
even
never
though I
got to
had
go to
no
school,
viewers.
raised 6 kids in a
So I'm
one-bedroom
testing
apartment.
the TikTok
Or
algorithm.
Your other grandmother is a nurse who trained in Flint, who raised 3 kids in a bungalow in the Midwest. When they kiss you on the forehead or make your favorite meal, it's done with the same love, feels the same. And I think about one set of my cousins who struggle to afford very basic things.
I find
in the
they're
United
conservative
States,
politically, but spend.
who pay
Remember,
their
it's yeah, it's
taxes,
just
work
it's
really
financial
hard.
gain.
And then I think
It's
about another set
financial
of my cousins
opportunism.
who have lived
That's their
under
political
military
party.
dictatorship as a function of those exact same tax dollars that my other cousins paid. And you learn to think about the world both in the question of what do you do to provide for all of us here, the healthcare that folks need and deserve, the opportunities that they need in good schools, functional infrastructure.
Dude,
And
wanna hear
also,
something wild?
What does it look like to protect people from living on the wrong side of American power?
Someone donated all their
And
wealth right before they died.
That humanity, I just wish we saw it in everyone. Because at the end of the day, our money is being used to execute children in other countries that should be used to invest in children in our own. It's not even just that it's being misused, it's that we are being robbed.
One of them I know spends
of our
$70K
resources
almost on lawn care a year.
to destroy
You know,
lives
actually,
in another place.
to tell you the truth, I am
And-
not inherently against that type
You
of
know, at the end
spending.
of the day, there is nothing that is more centering than looking
because
at
I know that money is going
and those little girls
like
that
back
go out
into the
house,
directly
they
back
care
into the
less about
economy.
campaign. There are other people
It's
who
not
aren't
being
asking about the
hoarded.
campaign.
You know what I
love it.
mean?
They just
I'm
want to
actually
vote.
not
They
inherently
wanna go
against
outside and
that. Like,
soccer.
if you have enough
They,
money
you
to
know,
spend that
wanna
much
just
on lawn
cuddle,
care,
right?
freaking go for it.
Everybody when they
The
look
type
at their
of
kids,
wealth
they have
that
the same
I'm
feeling.
against,
I don't know what
the type of wealth that I
happens
despise,
when we
is when you're
lose
able to
the
put
empathy of recognizing
like
that at the
tens
end
and
of the day,
hundreds
all
of
of us feel
millions
the
into
same
the
way about our
Cayman
kids. We ought to
Islands,
feel the same way about all kids.
and
that should be the least common denominator of our
you
policy.
continuously
So when people try to tell
invest
you
money
that
into
opposing
the
genocide
into
abroad
like Wall Street,
is
right?
about your hate for a group of
And you
people,
live purely
I
off the
always find that to be
dividends,
such a wild thing.
you know.
I stand up against anti-Semitism.
And
because I
basically
love people.
nothing goes back
I stand
into the
up against
economy.
genocide because I love people. At the end of the day, that is the moral.
They don't have that
least
yard
common
like maybe an
denominator
acre
that should
to
motivate
or
all of
two.
our politics. And I hope that people have the courage to move in that direction, whichever way. It
Yeah,
leads
like
them.
they're giving money to a
And if your
business that
politicians do
employs,
not,
you know,
ask
tens
them
or
why
dozens
their
of people,
policy
right?
proposals don't map to what they say they believe.
So, yeah,
Just
oh
ask
yeah,
them.
the
'Cause
private
normally,
planes, that's abhorrent.
difference
like that's
is somebody's money.
that's the kind of wealth that I despise. Like it
I
doesn't
completely
that does
agree, and
not
I
benefit.
think that this is a time.
It does not benefit anybody
right
in
now
any way.
where candidates
Like it is
you
a
and candidates
absurdly
like
net
Zoran,
harm
um,
on both the
there
economy
has
and the
been,
world.
Really important propagandic messaging that I have fallen prey to. I'm not a religious person. I grew up in the Bible Belt and just think, God, all these religious people are so wacky. So
This is
in
true.
the post 9/11 era, you know,
they
Muslims are
spend $1 million to
terrorists,
redo the
they have all
inside.
these wives, blah blah blah. I fell prey to Islamophobia.
See, again, like
I have been Islamophobic.
I'm not inherently against
before.
that either.
And what cuts
Because they
through
have to hire people to
somebody
come
like
and do
me
that,
who's
you know?
open-minded, not really religious,
Like
but
they have to
falls
hire
prey
the company has
propagandic
the employees.
Islamophobia.
You know?
Is seeing people.
I'm not even
like
inherent.
you
Like I said,
when
it's the hoarding.
asked,
I think it's the
will you
wealth
throw
hoarding
anybody
that
under the bus
angers me the
to score
most.
cheap political political point, the answer is
No.
and that you value universal human rights. And so then when I see some of these Democratic politicians that I've liked in the past that seem to want to throw trans people under the bus, I feel like this is really, really dangerous. And let me tell you why. I have some friends in Oklahoma City, and they have a 10-year-old trans daughter. It's brutal in Oklahoma right now to have a trans child. Nobody wakes up and says, I think I want to fuck with a lot of Republicans and conservatives today. I'm going to, have this trans child. It is it's difficult enough to raise your child on your own. But when you have school systems, school superintendents, governors, House, Senate, Supreme Courts on the state level focused against you, their only choice is to flee.
Dude, the cost of their lifestyle
to a
alone is like
sanctuary
$5 million for their
place to
homes,
raise their
toys,
child.
LMAO.
And my friends can afford
like
to
per
do
year.
this. And so I've had this political evolution
Yeah, it's freaking absurd.
and in rejecting a lot of this corporate bullshit and rejecting a lot of politicians that
I know
can't answer
from
a yes or no question.
firsthand
And for
experience
sure, the biggest red flag
that
for me
all you really
is if
need to
somebody
live
wants
comfortably,
to score a cheap
like honestly, all you
political
need to live
culture
comfortably,
war point and throw somebody
mean,
under the bus.
I would
they
say
will
would
throw
be
your
somewhere
ass under the
between
bus
150 to 200,000
so
a year.
fast, it'll make your head spin.
You talk about being under the bus.
The trans issue is weird and
I
will
know what it's
likely
like to
backfire
live
even
under
with
the
the
bus.
mind, your own business defense,
Right.
due to
I
how
was a
strange you
junior in
can
high school
get
after
both on
9/11.
linguistics and medical
I remember
terms.
going from
Yeah,
being
so
a kid with a
just
funny name
just
and
remember,
olive complexion to being a very particular kind of
it's
funny
honestly
name and a very
like
particular
these
kind
are
of
two
olive complexion. I had to
these
grow
are
up
two
with-
lefties talking about it, right?
and when people are
so
so
the
quick to throw
overwhelming
you under the
majority
bus,
of
you
people that
start
are
to
listening to this
see all
are
the
going to
other
be
people under the
lefties like
bus.
myself.
and you realize that at the
So
end of the day,
they're
nobody
talking about
wants
it,
to
but
be under the
however,
bus.
when
And so you start
you
to
get
think,
out
you know what?
into like
I
a
don't-
national
I may not
audience,
understand why you're here,
the
right? I know intimately why I'm here, but I may not know why
the
you're here.
narrative,
But I do know none of us.
if the
deserve to be here.
Democratic candidate
At some
on a
point, I
national
think there's an
stage
experience of being othered, being told
says
you don't belong,
anything
being
besides,
told you're not quite right, being told that you're weird, you're hot.
I support
I mean,
equal
I
human
spend
rights
a lot
across
of
the
my time
board,
apologizing
regardless of
for my
anything.
name.
Like that's it. Like
In
there should be
politics,
no
you just
more
kinda have to do
discussion
it,
after
You know
that.
what I mean? I love my name.
You
My
know,
name
if they
means
try to
servant
get
leader.
to
It's like a great name for politics, terrible name
you
for
know
politics.
to
but-
like you said wordy with it, that's the problem.
And,
like no, I support human rights.
and you start
like I
to
don't care.
appreciate the fact that like
That's
the
it.
thing that people do when they feel down.
Like what? You,
is to make
Mr.
somebody else
Republican, you
feel
don't support
worse so
human
they feel
rights?
at least
Like-
better than somebody. And when you recognize that evil thing that is unfortunately a part of human nature,
Like medically,
for what it is,
economically,
and you start to realize the
personally, I believe
responsibility to
that
reject
every
it, no
single
matter
person
who
should
is
have
being
equal
thrown
rights.
under.
You know,
And it's a conversation I've had with a lot of folks in the Arab and Muslim
like
community.
why?
Which is to
I mean,
say,
if
I don't
if
need you to understand.
I'd honestly like
But
if
I
I
need
were
you to understand
debating
that
one of these
your
Republicans
rights
and they started
to
like
pray as you choose to pray.
started
Dear
like
Muslim,
digging into
who
this
put your
trans
face on
right
the
thing,
ground
even though I wouldn't want to
34
like
times a day,
make a big
which
deal about
everybody
it.
else thinks is weird.
I'd be like, okay,
Your
okay.
right to do
So
that
how about you show
is
us like your
deeply
latest
entwined
physical?
with this person's right to be who
Why don't
they
you let
are.
us see that? Let's see
to
how
love who
many
they love.
STDs you got treated for.
And I need you to show
you know?
up for them.
Let's
because
go
in
ahead and
doing
see
you're
that.
Showing up for
You know,
yourself.
since you're married, right?
And we're showing up for an America.
And since cheating on your
where
wife
we
is so bad,
embody the
right?
idea of showing
Let's
up
see
for
how
each
many
other.
STDs you've been
And
treated
so
for.
much of the challenge that we have
Since
when we
since
talk about
everyone
the
should
good
get to
things
know
government can offer
your genital business,
is about
right?
practicing showing up for each other. Now, I hear all the time from folks who want to make bad faith arguments about Medicare for all. They say,
Since
well,
it's so important for
I
the
don't want my
government to
tax dollars
know
to go
what we're
for
doing
healthcare
with
for
our
them.
genitals,
I was like, well, do you think they
then
want their tax
why don't
dollars to pay
you,
for healthcare for you?
Mr.
And
Republican?
they're like, well, no. That's why
Whoa,
we should all pay for ourselves.
what the heck?
And I'm like, except for you don't know.
Why don't
when
you,
you're
Mr.
gonna need it.
Republican,
You may think you're
give us your
self-sufficient,
last
but
doctor's
I've seen
exam
hospital bills in the hundreds
showing
of
the
thousands.
antibiotics you
And
were
neither
you're
them can pay.
prescribed
So wouldn't it be
to
smarter
treat your syphilis?
if all of us just
right?
agreed that we could show up for each other and then all of us benefited? And it's
well, then
that
you must show
willingness
respect if they do
to
provide that.
intertwine
Yeah, I
ourselves
probably would.
with each other, to live in community, to see somebody eye to eye, to recognize that, like,
But I mean, at
may
the
not
same
know
time,
you or your
I don't think
experience
that
or
that
how
should be a
you,
requirement, you know?
show up in the world. But I know that when you look at your kids, you feel some kind of way, because I feel the same way. And I want to show up for you, so you
Like
can
if
show up
someone
for
is
them.
consistent,
I
they
wanna
only
show up for them
deserve
so they can
respect
be
as
there
far
for
as their
you.
consistency
And
goes.
I know that at the end
Yeah,
of the
like
day, if
at
that's
the,
all all we have
the
in
fact
common.
is like I
That should
don't
be enough.
want to see their medical records.
I
You
just
know what I
wanna
mean? That's the
say
point I'm
that
trying to make.
I
shouldn't have a
think these
right to see what
conversations
goes
are
on
really
between them
important.
and their doctor.
I think that
You know?
I have so
And
much
that's where I
gratitude
stand on this trans
of
issue.
having an open mind and getting through my own biases and propaganda that I've fallen prey to in the past. And I think America is best because we are multicultural. I think your name's cool. I think you're cool.
I think yours is too.
Thank you. And if I lived in Michigan, I would definitely vote
If I can
for
borrow it for like 4 months. People are like, wait, your name is Jen Welch? I'm like,
Doesn't get much more American than that. Tell my listeners, this is
like,
so important that we
keep in mind something.
elect people that are
When-
not beholden
if
to
you're ever
corporations. It's so important that we
watching
elect people that do
watching
not
any kind of
fund the
video
oligarchs
that's
that are
supposed to be
funding
like
fascism,
neutral,
because Trump's gonna die,
bipartisan,
and
or
these
like some kind of
oligarchs and
debate
this funding
thing.
is still going to happen. So
Pay
we have
attention
to put up guardrails. So
to
tell my
the
listeners,
political
even if you
ideology
don't
of the
live in
person
Michigan,
that
these
brings up
races
the
are
trans
so
issue
important
first.
for democracy,
Pay
for
attention to
equal
that.
rights, because none of us are free until all of us are free. And any politician that tells you differently or prioritizes
Indeed, but it's a good way to force
is
the
a
conversation on the
grifter. All right,
conflict
tell us how they
of
can
belief
donate
rather than
to
trying to
you
make someone
and
contradict
or
themselves.
donate time
Yeah,
online.
and it's so
Tell
stupid.
my listeners how they can get involved in helping you get elected in Michigan.
yeah, go to our website, abdulforsenate.com. Sign up to volunteer.
And
you
it's
donate.
such
I
bad
won't take
faith
corporate
too.
money. I
Like
never
it's
have.
so
I never will. So I
blatantly
rely on
bad
good
faith
folks,
because
dropping $5, $10, $7,000.
the thing is like the people that bring this up, the politicians that bring it to that put it at the front of everyone's
we try to have a good time.
you know, brain.
This is a campaign that really
They
is
do
about
this
people. I think a lot
because
of
they
folks
know
thinking that if they stack
their
their
voter
cash,
base. They know their
then
voter
they can run
base
30-second ads that
is
tell lies
relatively
about themselves
conservative.
and
They
other
know that they're
people,
not
and that'll be
knowledgeable enough
Like, that is
to
not
be
what I want. I honestly,
very
I'm okay
discerning.
with somebody taking the time to get to know
That's
me
the
and saying,
only
you know,
reason.
not
It's
quite my
such
cup of
bad
tea.
faith. Like
I
it's
don't
not
want
even
money
a
out of politics.
legitimate
I don't want money back in
conversation.
my pocket. I don't want Medicare for all. I'd be like, okay.
That's
then I'm not your
that's
guy.
another
Right.
thing that's like
But
so
I want
angering
you to
about
know
it.
who I am, warts and all. Right? Nobody's perfect. None of us. As much as
Like
Democrats think that, like, if you're perfectly
the information they give their voters
nobody's
is an
perfectly
abhorrent
inoffensive. At the end
lie.
of the day, if
Like they
perfectly
make it
inoffensive
seem
won
like
elections,
every
Donald
single
Trump would not have
school
been
has
elected
like
twice.
a team of
Turns out
trans swimmers, you
people
know,
wanna know who you are.
and it's just not the
And
case.
so my goal is to just
Like,
share
not even close.
what the vision is that we're trying to build for
Like, I
Michigan.
think-
to build a movement of
I think
people. You know, when we organize,
during the
and I hope
2024
folks will sign up to
election, like
volunteer,
leading up to it, I
I
think
always
there
tell
were
folks,
maybe
like, you know, the script is about like what we're about, right? A lot
like
of folks have these
10
scripts for the
or
volunteers.
less,
I don't actually want you to read my script. I want you to read yours.
students
Because
in
people are going
college sports
to
that identified as
listen
trans.
when
Like
they
that's it.
understand what motivated you. The work of politics is about
Like, do you want to have a
trying
conversation,
to
address
take
beliefs, and if both of
pain
you are
and turn it into
consistent and
purpose.
honest, then it ceases to be a
And
problem.
all of us come to this
Of
work
someone
without
being
it,
disingenuous,
right? We
but
all
rather
know what
which
it was
path
like
is
to go
better.
without at some
And if
point.
that consensus cannot be
So
reached,
what
then an
about
alternative
this
path
movement
must be made.
means that it can turn your pain into purpose. Share that, and if you do,
Yeah, 'cause,
at
like,
the end of the day,
I
it's gonna
think-
be way more compelling than anything we could write
I think
for
there
you.
is
I
a
have my pain,
legitimate
you have your
discussion
pain, all
to
of us
be
have our
had
pain, but when we come
in
together
terms
around the mutual
of,
experience of that, that's where purpose sits.
you know,
So, I hope people get
competitive
started on our
fairness.
website. Check us out. Share
I
our
think
stuff.
there's a
It's been such
legitimate
privilege
conversation to
share
be
a
had.
really
However,
meaningful conversation with you.
I am not
I'm
a
big
medical
fan,
professional.
So, you know, I walked into the
And
space here and I was
most
like, I can't believe I'm
politicians
actually
are
here.
not the
Yeah.
overwhelming
Where's Mrs.
majority.
Welch?
So therefore,
We're so happy to have
I
you.
don't
wish
think
you the best
it
of luck.
should be
we
their
will check in with
discussion
you again.
to
The
be had,
primary
you know?
is in August.
August
So
4th.
let's get you back on again.
You know, this is a
right
topic
at the
that should
tail
be
end, and
discussed,
let's just get these voters
among
mobilized to go get
the
you to win this
schools.
primary.
Well, I
Thank you
appreciate
so much for joining us.
Thank you so much
a
for having me.
topic that should be discussed among medical professionals, psychologists, psychiatrists, whatnot. Politicians? No, absolutely not. And you know what? If a school makes a
Hello,
decision
everyone.
that you
My
don't
name is
like,
Prem Tucker, and today we're joined by
go to
Naveen
another
Usmani,
goddamn school,
Palestinian
right?
American activist and co-founder
that's what they.
of the
That's what
organization
that's what
Within Our
Republicans say all the time. If you don't
Naveen's
like it,
been
just
very
move.
active in
If you don't like it,
advocating
leave.
Palestinian
You
human
know.
rights for years and has
If you don't like this
subsequently
country,
been
move
the
out.
target of
If you don't like
harassment
the state's
and
laws,
threats,
then just
especially
move to
over the
another
past
state. Because
2.5
you know, because
years
it's so
of
easy,
Israel's
right?
Genocide in Palestine. She has just been
Then
subject
let's
to,
apply
among
the
more
same
serious threats she's
concept
faced, an alleged
to people
plot
who don't like,
to
say,
firebomb her home. Naveen,
one of the
thank
colleges
you for
allowing there
joining
to
us
be
and
like
sorry
a
for
trans
putting you in
volleyball
the-
player or something, right?
Thank you for
Okay, well,
having me.
don't go to that school
I'm
then?
grateful to be here. I'm grateful that
You know?
the plot wasn't.
Doesn't it also apply to our
successful,
conversation on
but
how making sure every
it's
legislator
definitely
is an
something that
expert
I'm
on
still
law?
wary about. So I'm glad that you are covering this, just to give people a
I don't
sense
remember the
of
details of that
the dangers
conversation.
that Palestinian activists and really anyone faces.
They should
when it
have
comes
access to experts,
Zionist harassment,
legal
and
experts.
essentially
I don't think they
terrorism.
should necessarily be
Yeah.
a
And we'll
legal
get
expert
into this plot
themselves,
against you
but they
shortly,
should
but
have access to it, which I'm
let's
sure I've mentioned
foreground
before.
things for a moment.
Because your job,
Long-faced
your job as an
harassment
elected
from
official
pro-Israel
is to
and
represent
anti-speech
your
and
constituents,
anti-Palestinian
not to be a legal
organizations.
expert.
One
Does
such
it help?
organization
Absolutely.
is Beitar, an organization that's targeted you as well as students like Mahmoud Khalil and others. You're now suing Beitar. What prompted you to do this? What kind of harassment have you faced from them?
Yeah, I mean, so for me to sue a Zionist organization, it would really have to take a lot because, as you said, I'm no stranger to these types of threats, harassment, astroturfing campaigns. I've been
That all
facing
because
them
they are
for
not experts on the topic they
well over a
perform.
decade at this
Wouldn't that
point,
apply to them deciding policy on
to
things they are not
extreme
expert on?
lengths. But when it comes
Well,
to
okay, so
Qatar, it really reached a
during
level
the
where,
campaign,
you know, it wasn't just
the candidate,
online. I mean, they were
I'd say the
accosting
candidate
me,
should do
charging
one of
at
two
me,
things, which is
making,
one, what they
you know,
currently do, where
threats
they say, this is my
towards me
position.
in real life.
This is my
You know,
position on this topic.
anytime I made a public
This is
appearance,
how
a
I would,
protest at an event,
you know, support,
I would
like
really, you know,
approve or
fear for my
disapprove
life when I would go to
legislation,
these
so on and so
things.
forth.
And you know, it felt like a matter of time before they were able to.
Then it would be up to the
carry
voters
out,
to decide if that
these types
candidate is
of,
worthy of, you know,
attacks
representing their
against me.
interests.
I mean, they
Another
posted
option,
online
which I would honestly
saying that they would
prefer,
give anyone $1,800
would
to hand
be
me a beeper.
the
And of course,
candidate
that's in reference to the
to say,
beeper
regardless of
attacks,
my
the Israeli
position,
beeper
like my
attacks
position
on
as
Lebanon
an
that
elected
left
official
so many people,
shouldn't
including
matter. My
children,
responsibility
maimed,
is to
disabled,
represent you,
people were
my
killed.
constituents.
And so, you
So
know, and I have no
even
reason to believe that this is anything
even if
but inciting,
even if you
essentially, you
personally
know,
were
a terrorist
against
attack, a bomb threat against
abortion,
my
no
life.
matter what,
This is something that they
if the
said
majority of your
repeatedly,
constituents
and people in real life,
went
you know,
to
tried
you
to
like
do it.
and
I've
said,
had
you know,
people
the
who were
majority of the
affiliates
people in this
Qatar
district
charged towards
think
me
that
at
women should be,
protests
you know,
multiple times, trying to give me
should be allowed.
a beeper,
Then
yelling my name.
that's another option,
They,
I
you know,
guess. But you just don't see people doing that
within
now.
our lifetime, they wouldn't even talk about Israel. They wouldn't even talk about, you know, the message. They would just chant my name and chant.
But in
innocent
terms of deciding
things
on
towards
policy,
me. It got to the point where
that's something that should,
a couple
one,
blocks away from the United
should be addressed
Nations,
as much as possible
as
during
we
the
were
campaign.
marching, somebody with an
And
Israeli
two,
flag from,
this
a
is
nearby
why people
skyscraper
need to become
threw,
more civically engaged,
feces and threw
because they need to pay
rocks and
attention
other
to what
unidentified
their
liquid
elected officials are
objects
voting
from
on.
his building onto the
You know,
protest
because
below.
you know, a lot of
You
times
know,
you'll
I felt
have,
something,
you know, you'll have
some
a
liquid
representative or something,
spray me.
whether
I
it's
wasn't
state
sure
or
what it
federal.
was.
They'll say
And of
they'll say
course,
one thing
the
when
NYPD
they're
who was
on
there,
the
who
camp
saw
when they're
this whole thing
campaigning,
happen,
and then you look at
didn't
their
make any
voting
arrests,
record,
didn't
and they'll
yell
vote
any
completely
warnings to this
opposite.
person when I went up to
So,
them and said,
in order
"Hey,
to,
aren't you gonna do anything
yeah,
about
you
that?"
have to
Instead
like
of
pay
trying
attention to hold them accountable, and just a
limit,
lot of voters don't do
our
that.
protests and our free speech
I
rights,
prefer that,
and
but it
they
also gives
literally
deference to the
shoved
founders
me
on
out of the
independent
way,
representatives who
despite
can
being
make their
8
own
months
decisions and aren't
pregnant.
merely objects of their
And
constituency,
despite
or rather
having
aligned
Qatar
with it. Yeah,
also there
that's what
trying
I'm
to
saying. That's probably
incite,
why you don't see
trying
it
to
as much,
attack,
or at all,
really,
really.
there was no recourse
Because
that I had.
at the end
It
of the
felt like
day,
I was just screaming into the void. I was
you know,
tweeting
even
about
if
this. I was
someone's
warning people in real life
even if
about this,
someone's
and so
worldview is
I
completely
felt the
antithetical to
only option
mine,
left was to hold
you're
them
not
accountable
typically
in
going to be able to force them to go against
These
like
bounties,
their
could you say a bit
foundational
more
identity.
about them,
You know what I
how
mean?
often they're
It's just not going to
posted,
happen, even
what
if their
exactly they're
job
saying,
is to
and
just be a mouthpiece
things
of
like
their
that, for
constituents. You know,
instance. Did you
like
report them to
for example,
authorities? Did you
if
ever
I
get
were
any
in office
feedback or responses
and the majority of
from
my
said
constituents
authorities?
said we want to continue
So initially,
providing
Qatar posted that they would
weapons
hand,
and
they would give
financial aid
anybody
to Israel,
$1,000 to
I'm gonna
hand
be
me
like,
a
yeah,
beeper.
I'm not gonna do that. Sorry,
And then
you know.
they upped the bounty to $1,800. They would routinely do this several times prior to protests, planned protests that we had, basically letting me know that at the next protest,
I'm thirsty.
that I would show up to, that they were
I
going
need
to
water.
try to do
Finally
it.
got you guys
So,
on here, and I'm talking.
when I
I'm
did show
getting
up
thirsty.
and they were
Back in a minute.
I would tell officers on the scene, commanding officers, NYPD officers on the scene, hey, they made a bomb threat against me. So I just, you know, wanted you to know that in case something happens, you know who to look for. And it was just brushed aside. It wasn't really taken seriously at all by the authorities. And, you know, I tweeted about it. I made sure to document it so that if something like this did happen, people knew where to look for. They, you know, a few times they took down the post. They said, oh, like we took it down because it was a distraction, but then the offer still stands. And that's explicit language they use. The offer still stands. And then they would just repost it anyway. They would repost the same type of threats. They also, in addition to that, kept saying that I was going to be the first American citizen to be denaturalized from the Palestine movement under the Trump administration. And this was also something that was worrisome that I took seriously, because we know that Batar has worked with the administration by giving Palestinian activists and organizers names to be deported, to be detained by ICE. And we know this, not just because of claims that they've made publicly to that effect, but also in court documents. People from the administration have said that they did get names from Qatar. And shortly after they would make these types of threats against me, I would see headlines in the media, in the New York Times, within a couple of days saying, Trump is being asked or considering looking into how to denaturalize American citizens, that they want to do a quota of 1 to 200 per month. So it felt like, anytime that they made a threat, it was getting closer to being actualized.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
And so, up to this plot, it seemed as if law enforcement did not necessarily move further in taking action against these threats. But of course, in this latest plot, the authorities were able to intercept it. What were you told at the time, and what was going through your head when you were told about this plot against your life?
So I'm going to answer this question about what was going through my head, but in terms of law enforcement doing anything about it, there was a finding by the Attorney General that Qatar was engaged in, hate motivated, attacks, that they stabbed someone, all these things a month prior, or maybe a couple of weeks prior to me announcing my lawsuit, which was already in the works prior to this. So, authorities were aware.
What a mess.
Attorney
Okay.
General to issue a statement saying that Qatar stabbed someone at a protest, that they, engaged in racially motivated, hate attacks against people.
Oh, okay. Nothing else.
But
Nothing
then,
else to add.
Not to subject any of them to criminal prosecution, to do just a suspended fine, where they're ordered to disband.
Honestly,
and if
like,
they're
there's-
found in violation of the settlement, then they'll
How
pay a
awesome
fine.
would it be? This
Really
would be my
just
dream.
flip them
Like,
off without even so much as a
like
slap on the wrist, I
technological
would say.
integration
So it
between
felt
the
like they were
legislative
getting away with it. Some
process
of them
and the
have already
voters.
fled,
And
to Israel.
like,
And,
how awesome
they
would
were
it be
inspiring
if
other groups that
when
were,
you registered to vote,
hurling the same type of
you were
rhetoric,
added
and
to
threats against me, one
like
of them
some type
being
of app,
ADL
right?
613
I don't know what to call it,
Brotherhood,
but
which
where
is the
your specific
organization,
legislator,
that the person who
whether it's at
attempted
the
the
local,
assassinated
state, or
plot-
federal level,
assassination plot was a part of,
was able
and
to
they had
like
tweeted
send a
at me in
notification
January,
saying
which
this
I
bill
screenshotted,
is being voted
I
on.
posted about it, my tweets are
Where
still
do you
up,
stand, right?
saying that you and your
And there could be like,
disgusting
like a
child
summary,
have no
and then,
right to exist
maybe
in
like
the
attach
US.
the whole
We are always
document so that
watching your
people
deed. We will
could,
meet one day.
download it themselves if they
And
wanted
I
to.
straight up said the JDL is threatening me.
Bots
I
would be an
talked about
issue.
the JDL being
Like on a-
considered a terrorist organization by the
Yeah, but you have
FBI
to
up
register
until
through the government is what I'm saying.
2022.
That's where
when they were delisted.
and like it's
and,
not you
how
couldn't
they
just
got
sign
away
up
with the
for it
murder
like
of
Twitch
another
or
Palestinian
TikTok,
activist,
you know what I
Alex
mean?
Arda of the
Like you
ABC
register to vote, you
Anti-Discrimination
submit your
Committee.
identification,
Back in the 80s,
and it gets you added.
no one was
That is
ever
the only
criminally
point
prosecuted
where
for that,
someone
no one
can be
facing any
added
charges.
to that app.
We believe that
You know what I mean?
his, killers are
So
living
there's a
free
significant
in Israel.
barrier
So,
of
I mean,
entry
this was always
that is
something in the back of my
it's
mind.
a significantly higher
from when I
threshold
began
than just
organizing,
signing
but
up
also
for like
particularly in the
Instagram, you know what I
last
mean?
2.5 years,
So
and
I don't
especially
think bots would be that
the
big of
last
an
year
issue.
when the threats by
Doesn't
Qatar,
matter,
by
bots would
groups
still be
like
an
the
issue. We have that issue with
JDL
some voter
really
registration
ramped
lists in
up.
some states.
So when I got a call from a
Hmm.
no caller ID number
Yeah, but
repeatedly,
that's with the
I initially
list.
thought it
It's
might
not
be one of those
the
Zionist organizations. They may have
bots
gotten a
don't
hold of my
register to vote
number.
is what I'm saying.
They were
Like
trying
you don't
to
have
harass
bots
me, and,
registering to
like
vote.
most people, I'm not going to pick up that call.
That's the
But
barrier.
then my brother started getting
There might
those
be
calls. My
bots
father,
on
other
a
family members, and two men,
a
came
list,
to
but
our front
the
door knocking
problem
at
is
around
the
past
list
9
itself.
p.m. at night. And,
Bots can
this was
use
just,
the unused
atypical. I was
roles,
like, why, even if it
but they
was law
wouldn't be able to
enforcement, why would
sign
they
up, is
come
what I'm
so
saying.
late? I have no reason to
In
believe that,
my
this is anybody
my
besides
theoretical
someone trying to,
app,
attack me
legislative
or threaten
app.
me, based on the same threats that I've been getting from Zionist organizations.
Like
for
they might
months.
be able to use
But
the
then,
information
they started to
in
leave a
there for their
voicemail
own
on my
nefarious
brother's
purposes.
identifying themselves
whatever
as
information is
FBI.
in there,
So he picked up,
but
and
they
he said,
wouldn't
you know,
be
we can't
able
really
to
tell
sign
you
up.
what's going on because you're not the victim, but this concerns your sister's
Just
safety,
knowing
so
the
if you could let her
information
to
of a voter
contact
would
us,
not be
you know, we can
be
tell her
enough
what's going on.
to
So I called them with
get
my
somebody put
attorneys,
onto this
and they
onto
didn't
this
really
app.
give me much
And
information
the
at
same issue
all.
that
They
we
just
have
said
with the
that
Social
we
Security
believe
numbers being
someone
used
was
by
on their way to harm
non-citizens
you. Your safety was in
over
danger.
on the Alaskan
We made
islands
an arrest.
near
We no
China.
longer believe your safety is in danger, and we just have a duty to inform.
Well, how are they
When I
getting the
asked
Social
about the
Security
nature of the
security
arrest,
numbers?
who this person was, the agent who identified himself as a representative of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, which, you know, from my studies in law school, I already know that that's going to be a big deal. It's not a run-of-the-mill, you know, menacing.
Shit, where'd my
harassment
pointer go?
that
I lost my
much
pointer.
bigger than that. You know, he said that he really couldn't give me any information.
Birth
And that,
tourism, but
you know, I'll find out.
the Alaskan
I'll
islands
find
are
out
still
about it
part
in
of the
news
U.S.,
tomorrow.
right?
It's going to be a big story in the news.
China's travel
And,
firms dedicated
you know,
to gain access to U.S.
knowing that I'm
social
basically
programs.
Going to find out the details at the same
Ugh.
time as everyone else. I didn't really have much to prepare or go off of. We kept pressing for questions. The only thing we got was that an arrest was made in Hoboken. So I started looking, sleuthing into subreddits, Twitter posts, you know, Hoboken terrorism, and you know, I saw that, you know, there were counterterrorism.
I can send you some of the firms and data later if you want. Like, see, the thing is like I believe you,
Jersey, making an arrest,
and like I'm not questioning the information that you're giving me.
The photo that a journalist took was wearing a yarmulke.
I just,
and so I already, you know, my heart.
my
dropped to the
position
pit
is
of my
that,
stomach. I already knew,
like I
had a
understand
gut
and agree
feeling about what
that it
was,
is
you know,
a
happening. But yeah,
it is
was
a
confirmed
problem,
the next day,
but it's
from
just I
multiple
do not
sources, multiple
believe that
media
it
outlets,
is
and even
like
politicians
as
like Farhan
as
Hamdani, you know, who tweeted
it's a
that
problem that
this
needs to be
person
addressed.
was planning
It
to
is
flee
a
Israel.
problem.
Something I hadn't known.
Yeah, a problem that
prior
needs to
the
address,
fact.
a problem that
And from
exists.
multiple media outlets that
I
this
just
person
do
was
not
assembling
believe it
several
is
Molotov cocktails to throw,
as significant
at my
of a
home,
problem
at the vehicles parked in front of my
as we are
home,
propagandized to
and that
believe.
this was
You know,
confirmed because there was an NYPD undercover agent.
it's been an issue. Both sides want to fix
who
it.
went with him
I don't
to-
believe that
to
both
that
sides want to
house,
fix immigration. To be honest with you,
the same
I don't believe
house
that either
that,
side wants to fix it.
you know,
Otherwise, it
was,
would have been
was
fixed.
referenced in the charging documents, the same house
Current
that the
immigration stuff
FBI
prevents either
came
side
and
from fixing.
knocked
Okay, yeah.
on
Yep.
the doors of when
Actually,
they came to
no,
warn
I
me
disagree.
about
I don't
this.
think that
So,
both
I mean,
sides want
it
to fix
felt
it. I think neither side
I-
wants to fix it.
Everything that I've been warning about.
I don't think there's
was
anything
finally being
preventing
taken
either side from
seriously to
fixing
some
it other
extent,
than
but at the same time, not really,
political
because it really hasn't
not
made much,
expediency, but
mainstream media or national headlines.
something that they can
the
use to
same
their
way it
political
would if
advantage.
it was, the other
Both
way
sides of the
around.
voter
So
base, not the parties.
I'm
Okay, yeah,
obviously
that's fair.
grateful that, you know, I wasn't harmed, that this person was caught in time. But you know, I still feel like I'm in danger. I
Because
still
like
feel like my
unlike
safety is
what
at risk.
unlike
And
what the
indictment,
Republican Party
it
and
showed that this person was in a video chat with
the
several people.
MAGA
I know that there are
politicians
several people that
would
are
want you
always
to
talking
believe
about harming me, that make
there's nothing you
references
can
to my home,
you
to
can
my
show me
child,
that I haven't
and
like
really it was just one person who was arrested. So
there's
what's
nothing
gonna happen
there's
to
no
everyone else,
not enough information
who
available
are even angrier
to
at
convince me
that
that
you know one of
the
their own is in jail
even
now,
the
that I'm suing them, that all
Biden
of
level
these things are
immigration
happening, and so, you
was
know,
going
I
to
actually
collapse
feel
our
more
society
in
and our
danger
economy.
than I ever,
Sorry.
have before.
So
Parties
your
serve their own
understanding
interests,
is
not that of the base. That is true.
The extent of this goes
And
beyond
we can
just
see
the
that with
suspect,
the
Alexander
infighting
Heffron,
in the
that
Democratic
there's
Party
a
between the
broader,
progressive and the centrist
perhaps
bases.
network of threats that might be out there.
Because the
Yeah, I mean,
Democratic
clearly
Party,
that's
the institution,
exactly why I was
is
suing
trying
the
so
car, on the
desperately
JDL
to
613
kick
Brotherhood
out
website, which might have been
the
taken down, but
progressive
I
wing.
have, PDFs of their website saved.
It will,
They
however,
explicitly
get
say that they
exponentially
were
worse if the
working
court makes
with
its next ruling. The State Department will no longer be
so,
able to
you know,
dispute
by
the
their
births on those
own,
islands for those
admission,
purposes.
They work together. There's several people on these video calls. They cross me at every protest I go to. Now all of them pretty much know
If they've
where
been
I live.
doing it since the
It's all
70s,
confirmed. And so, you know, clearly.
and it's only at the
they're
level that
still
it's at
emboldened,
now.
You know, they're still tweeting against me. They're still posting
I'm not.
about me. They're still angry. I believe even one of the
I don't
JDL
see
affiliated
like.
groups said, "Oh, this
I don't know. I'm
person
not
was an
buying it.
amateur," you know, implying that they wouldn't have been tricked by an NYPD officer. That they would have finished the job. You know, tons of Zionist organizations are saying better luck next time.
Around the 70s, but didn't
They're
get
tweeting
entrenched and
things
turned
like,
into an
I should
industry
always
until the
be
90s, I
accosted and
think.
made uncomfortable.
Yeah, so
Everywhere
it's
I
had
go, I
30
shouldn't be
years
able
to
sleep at night.
quote unquote
So they
fester,
haven't,
right, and grow.
backed off their rhetoric at all, and
like
them
that's
along
not
with,
even that's not even the
elected
largest
officials like
immigration
Randy
problem. That's not
Fine,
even like the
who, in
largest
response
problem
to me
within
tweeting
immigration
about,
itself, you know?
This attack or attempted attack, posted a flag saying "Don't tread on me." Or Leo Terrell, who's a high-ranking official in the Department of Justice. I believe he's on the anti-Semitism task force. Also tweeting, incitement against me after this attack.
No, but
was,
it's not an
or
immigration
attempted attack
issue
was
so much as
announced.
a security issue.
So it feels like they're still getting support from lawmakers, government officials, emboldening people to really take the next step and finish the
You know
job
what?
Without getting caught next time.
You just mentioned
I would, like,
the harassment you faced from U.S. officials both
if-
before and after the attack.
if
including from
our,
Randy Fine. He has been someone who has been
I think the
very,
legitimate problem is that
insistent,
we're not giving
in
people
attacking pro-Palestinian people on
like we're
social
not giving
media
people a
especially.
reason
He's
to
been
become
flooding,
loyal.
Twitter
You know,
replies with all sorts of
like
things, including
let's say
that
they come
flag
over
you
here, they
mentioned
do
that said,
this
"Don't tread on me."
your birthplace
Sometimes that flag
tourism is what you
includes a
call it.
dog.
You know, they
And
do
the
that.
genesis of this
But
seems to
if we
be an
actually
episode
had,
that,
if we
involved
had
Mayhem
a
a few weeks
like a
ago,
legitimately like enticing
where the
system
context was it was
where people wanted to
very
stay
snowy in
here
New York
and
City.
become part,
And a
become
lot of
like,
New Yorkers,
you know,
whether jokingly or not, were complaining about
you
all
know,
the dog poop that was scattered around the
full
city.
citizens work
I
here.
think a
Like if
lot
they
of New
thought,
Yorkers
hey,
were
this
just kind of
place isn't
leaving
so
it,
bad, you know, like
in
place is
sort of
actually pretty cool.
all the inches and feet
Like
of snow.
I think that's the
Which
problem.
kind of annoyed some people, understandably so.
They only stay for the
You
duration
had
of the birth, so
tweeted,
there's no intent to
Mel,
immigrate.
that
That's what I'm saying.
Finally, NYC
Like,
is coming to Islam.
like,
Dogs
don't you think
definitely
that
have a
that
place in
is the
society, just not as
primary
animals.
issue?
Like we've said
is
all
that
along, they are
we
untouchable.
haven't given
Randy Fine then
people
responds to that tweet
enough
by
of an
saying,
incentive to
"If they
want to
force us
stay here.
choose, the
You know what I
choice
mean?
between dogs
Like
and
think about it.
Muslims is not a difficult one." So I'm
Like to
curious if
me,
you could,
that's the
I
problem.
suppose, talk me
Like
through your
our
initial
system
tweet,
sucks balls
and
so
then
bad
maybe tell me about Randy
that
Fine's response.
they're not even incentivized to want to
Yeah,
stay
I
here.
mean,
like how
I
terrible
can't
is
believe
that?
this even
Like that should be
became a
embarrassing.
story. To
Like
me,
we
I
should
was
be
just
embarrassed by
participating in
that.
a hyper-local discourse, in jest. I was making a joke, because a lot of people were saying, like, if you're in New York City, you shouldn't have a dog. Basically calling out New York City dog
Like our
owners that
our
are
society,
leaving their
our
pets all
system
day in
is
their
so
apartments only to
trash
take them out,
that we
have them
can't
poop
even
in front of their
convince.
building, not
We
clean up
can't
after
even
them,
convince like
or even bringing them into
the
places like
the
grocery
disaffected
stores,
people
tight
in China
spaces
from wanting to
where,
stay here. Like
it was really just
how bad is
infringing
that?
on everyone else. And so I hadn't even
No, they just want to come here and
made,
have kids and go
those
back.
complaints earlier. I was just
Like
reacting
why?
to
That
people
sounds like
saying,
our fault.
that
No,
they-
because it
you
isn't
know, they
advertised nor
shouldn't
used as
have
such.
dogs,
Hence
like
why
making
it
jokes
isn't really an
about it,
immigration
being
issue
like, "Oh,
since the
look,
people
everyone
aren't
else is,
immigrating
like,
and they
finally
aren't
waking up to an issue that
advertised
I've,
as immigration,
have
but
previously dealt
visitation
with,
with
for a long time.
benefits.
And it was obviously a joke. I mean, I have family members that have dogs.
I don't know.
There's
I
that.
think
I'm
if
not
we
gonna
did a
get into
better
the
job
Islamic
to actually,
jurisprudence around dogs, but
you know,
they're not head on.
incentivize people to,
It's
you
not
know,
Sharia law to ban them.
for them to want to stay here,
Which Memdani,
then what's the
which,
problem?
Randy
Like there
Fine
wouldn't
was
be any
saying,
problem.
and I just brought up Memdani because
Like
Randy
their
Fine
parents
also
come
said I
here,
was a
they're born
Mamdani
here,
aide, that I
and
was trying to push this
maybe
into
maybe
law.
if it
So,
maybe
he
we
was
could do
really
something to be
hyping
like,
up,
okay,
a
well,
lot
you
of
want to come
anger
over
around
here?
it
Well,
by implying
here's
or
a good
straight up
reason to
saying
stay.
that I have the power.
Once I show you the
ban
Chinese
dogs
firms,
as
you'll get
well.
it.
Sorry, you're about to ask something.
No. I was just reacting to that very funny suggestion by Randy Fine.
Yeah.
Ugh,
So
Randy
yes,
Fine, such a
you know,
douche nozzle.
that kicked off, of course, this storm by Randy Fine, in which he has continued to kind of keep deploying
Such a
this flag,
abhorrent human being.
saying to not tread on me, with a picture of a dog. Has he just continued kind of behaving this way?
God, Randy Fine is such a
even prior to
shit stain.
coming at me and amplifying my tweet like that. You know, he would often say things about Gaza that it should.
He
you
might
know,
be one of the
streets
most
Gaza should
like
flow with rivers of blood. Something to that
morally
effect.
disgusting members
Just
of
spewing,
Congress.
You know, blatant anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, Islamophobic rhetoric consistently, and you know, single me out like that and pick on me like that was
It's hard to
absolutely
explain
ridiculous.
and different than the birth
He
tourism
printed
say.
out a copy of my tweet,
Say we're near the border in
supersized
our
it,
territories.
even wider and bigger
Or
than he
yes.
was, and
Okay.
was holding it with Tommy Robinson, a renowned white supremacist racist. I believe it was
I guess
in
I'm just not
Congress or in
understanding.
his office. To just
Like,
really,
it just doesn't feel.
incite more and more.
It doesn't feel
attacks
like
against him.
there's
He went on
as
several,
enough of an incentive to go through that
talk
process.
shows or podcasts
Like
or
to run the
interviews,
risk of
where he continued to hype up this rhetoric.
all
against
the
me,
negative
even after
aspects.
I made it clear it was a joke. Even after
Like
I
what? They
made
get a
it,
social
the whole
security
thing,
number? What
coming
do you
to
freaking
Islam
do?
thing, going to Islam is a bad girls club reference, where it turned into a meme. It's like, girl, we're going to Islam. Like that was a thing. I thought maybe most people. Or at least
I'm not sure if Randy Fine is literate in that meme culture, nor I suppose even if he was, would he care?
Or at least the people he was trying to incite, that they would get that. Made it clear that I wasn't a Mamdani official. I mean, I was getting flooded with hate messages saying that I must resign.
But I think the last when I was on here last week,
all of these,
last Friday, I think I mentioned that like.
It was also
Like I would
a
be,
joke in reference to people
I think it would
saying,
be
like, New York City is
understandable.
gonna adopt Sharia law
I
if
think it would be
Mamdani
understandable
becomes
to
mayor of
extend
New York.
the,
so I mean, this was like this.
you know,
source
the
that was,
the birthright
popping up
citizenship,
and
the way that
growing,
it's
ever since before
it doesn't
he
apply
became
to
mayor.
diplomats.
I thought it was obvious, but
Um,
and I think it is obvious.
like
a
I
little
could
bit to Randy Fine. I don't
see
think he's
like
that daft. I think,
a justification
he's
for
just taking
applying that
advantage
to,
of people's ignorance and hate towards Muslims,
like travel,
to
visitor
drum
visas,
up
right?
this astroturfed campaign
People with visitor
against me
visas,
by
not student
bots or
visas,
by people
because
who,
they're going to have to be here
want
for
a fake
tourists and
leak,
visitors. Yeah,
to spread
exactly.
their Islamophobia,
But like school
to act like
visas,
they're under attack, so that they can, say
like
the most disgusting,
fiance and
horrific
spousal
things
visas, like
against
no,
us.
those
So,
things should
he hasn't
absolutely be
stopped,
included.
and
Like
like
I
I
don't
said
care if they just
earlier,
happen to
even
be here
after this
for a couple
attack,
weeks, right?
he's essentially, by
But yeah,
saying
like the
don't tread
tourists
on
and
me,
visitors,
I
like
really
I could
see that
understand
as a threat. I see that as
extending
continuous incitement, kind of
the
saying,
diplomatic
you got what you
exemption to
deserved,
those
and
types
this is
of
what you
visitors.
get.
I absolutely could. Like
And,
that feels
I don't see him
justifiable to me.
backing off from that position in any way.
We've mentioned New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. What did you make of his response to the plot? I saw you had thanked him for it on Twitter.
Yeah, I think out of all the politicians, he definitely gave the strongest response. Because he named who the perpetrators were. He named, who the victim was. He also named that this wasn't just an attack on me, but part of a growing attack on the Palestine advocacy movement. And I also learned from his post that the perpetrator was
Oh shit!
going to flee to Israel, something that I
I
had
didn't
not
realize
known
she was.
previously.
I was completely not following the.
The fact that it's
conversation.
the strongest statement because he's literally just naming facts.
What?
Is also a sad
Right
state
wing
of
political
affairs in
violence?
terms
That
of
does
all
not
the other
exist.
elected
There's no
officials,
way. That never happens.
who may have just denounced political violence vaguely or talked about this.
I'm pretty
vaguely
sure that.
without talking about Zionist extremism.
I'm pretty sure that Stephen
Jewish
Miller is
extremism, without
completely and
mentioning the
100%
Palestine movement, and without even
accurate
mentioning me
in his
by
assessment
name.
that
And I
all
think
political
I've
violence
been
is perpetrated
critical
by
of
the
Zohran
left wing
Mamdani, just like I'm
of the
critical of
party.
any
That's.
politician,
I believe him in his
any media outlet, even any
absurd-looking
Palestine
face,
organization,
100%.
my own organization, right? Like that's how we grow, through criticism, through constantly sharpening our politics and understanding.
I'm
But,
very politically violent, obviously.
I thought that this was a strong statement, not
You gotta be
because
careful.
it was in support of me, but because he named so
I think,
many things.
I'm willing to
other
bet the
elected
Twitch
officials and
auto
mainstream
mods
media
are.
refused to acknowledge whatsoever. And
They're
so, I think he did force some people
worse
to
at picking up
acknowledge it,
sarcasm than I
by
am.
naming it, because I think for many media outlets or politicians, they would have preferred this to be a blip or something that they didn't have to talk about, because it undermines so much of the anti-Palestinian Islamophobic rhetoric that's constantly drummed up by mainstream media. And that we're the terrorists, that we're the threat in the U.S. When in reality,
How
we see
ridiculous is it that
it's Zionist terrorism that was the threat here.
a political
Have there
candidate
been any other American
running
politicians
for
that
a
have
high-profile
reached out to
office,
you,
such as
personally
the mayor of New
after
York
the
City,
attack?
right?
So nobody
That
reached
it
out
is
to me. He didn't
politically
reach out to me
acceptable
either.
and socially
no
acceptable
politicians have reached out to me
for
about
them to
this
call their
whatsoever.
opponent a jihadist
wondering-
or a terrorist
as someone who's advocating for
with
Palestinian
little to no
human rights
backlash
amid,
whatsoever.
particularly in this
However,
moment,
if
with,
another
let alone
candidate were to refer to
Lebanon,
somebody
Iran, and so forth, but
as
within Palestine specifically, the amount of
a genocidal
devastation we've
Zionist,
seen
for
there.
example, all of a sudden,
And
that's
navigating being someone
anti-Semitic
who, while you're here,
and completely
is
unacceptable.
also facing threats, for advocating for those people to not face threats. How
Seems,
do you feel about sort of this dual
I don't know. I kind of
threat
feel like that's a
that someone
double
like you
standard that
navigates?
definitely needs
Yeah,
more
I mean,
attention.
this is something that I grew up with as someone living in New York City, a Palestinian Muslim, living in New York City my entire life, especially post 9/11. People questioning our identity, questioning, calling us terrorists essentially from when we were children in grade school, being seen as an enemy or an enemy within our entire lives. This is something that I grew up with even before being, involved in Palestine advocacy. I remember in high school.
I'm an E for everyone kind of guy. I don't
just
care
as
if
I
you're
was about to
racist as long as
graduate,
everyone gets
AP
shade throughout them.
reports
You mean?
came
Oh, you
out
mean
that
kind of like the
NYPD was
creators of South
surveilling
Park?
Muslims. And, when I looked at
Is that
the
kind of where you fall
documents
into
of
it?
where they were, I found that they were surveilling
Yep.
and
That's fair.
infiltrating the community center that I volunteered at.
The way I
masjid
see it
that
is
prayed
like
at, the grocery
everyone
store that
has
I shopped
flaws,
at, and the Islamic school that I
and
attended. So, every
if you're
facet of my
roasted for
life.
your
And so,
flaws,
all of
it
that just
shouldn't be
quadrupled,
because you're one
grew
a
tenfold
specific
when I
color or
became involved in
ethnicity.
Palestine
Like if you're a
advocacy, teams
douchebag,
for
it
justice
really
in
doesn't matter what the
Palestine,
color of your skin is. You're a freaking
as a
douchebag, and it should
freshman,
be you should be roasted
in
endlessly
college,
for it.
and basically ever since then,
But
the threats
if you
haven't
are more
stopped.
willing
I was banned
to
from,
roast somebody,
going
like
into Palestine,
I shouldn't even say
visiting my own
like
family
good, like in
members
a
by Israel, despite being an American
like a
citizen.
good-natured roast between you and
In
friends is different.
2015,
But like
only
if
able
you're
to
like
return in
legitimately
2023
more
when,
critical of
the U.S. was
someone's
reevaluating them
flaw
for the visa waiver program.
because of
Throughout my
their
time in law school,
because of some
from
sort of
2019 to 2022,
groups
like Stop
socially
Anti-Semitism, which
constructed
was,
difference
nominated Ms.
than you would
Rachel
be
for
for members of
Anti-Semitic Year Award.
your
Actually
own
awarded me
category,
that
then yeah,
back
that's
in,
pretty
I think,
stupid.
2020. They also spent
It's pretty
the
abhorrent.
entire 3 years campaigning for me to be expelled.
'Cause it is weird.
And punished by my university.
And here's a
disciplined
perfect
by my
example. It
university
is
for
kind
my
of odd.
Palestine advocacy. These kinds of things I'm not a stranger
About
to.
how
It also
how much
makes
attention
me
is being
very good
brought
at
to
organizing against them, educating
candidates,
people about them, warning that they're gonna
say,
happen.
let's say their name
I've
is
always,
Zoran
kind of
Mamdani,
been a
or let's say their
canary
name
in
is
a coal
Abdul
mine
Al
in that
Sayed
way. I really
or
warn about this
Nida
stuff
Alam.
publicly. My tweets are
It's
all
weird
public. People can go back and see
how
them.
much
I
focus is
specifically
on
mentioned Alex Roda,
those
him being
specific people
firebombed,
being
in reference to
anti-Semitic.
JDL making the same
However,
threat against me, and
the
that's what they
Pod
were
Save
planning to
America
do.
guys,
And with,
who are all white, by the way,
with these other
have been
groups,
saying
like Stop
for months now that we need to
Anti-Semitism,
stop
I
supporting
remember
Israel.
telling my university,
I haven't
hey,
seen a
me
single
being
beep,
Palestine
not a
advocate,
peep about
there's
those guys
always
being
these
anti-Semitic.
astroturfing
I
campaigns that
do find
manufacture
that to be
outrage by
very
bots,
odd,
by,
very odd.
paid people to come and say that they're angry about my anti-Semitism, which obviously is unfounded, non-existent. It's just in reference to
I'll
my
be honest,
Palestine
I have a
advocacy. And I
reluctant
just want you
respect
to
for
know
the
that that's
honest
gonna be
racist
the
fuckers,
case.
despite
And
them.
so,
But they are competitively
while I was at
racist,
university,
straight up tell you,
I was
which
able
only
to
gets as
build
much.
support and
Yeah, I mean,
organize with
at
every
least
single
if
student
somebody's
group
like
on campus,
extremely
including
blatant
the
about
Jewish
it,
Law Student
not
Association,
violent.
who
Like
are
I
some of
think
my
violent
biggest
is
advocates,
intolerable.
that
But like
publish statements in support of
outspoken,
me.
at least you know what you're
And,
getting.
for
You know what I
3
mean?
years of
Like,
organizing
okay, well,
against
yeah, I
this
need to avoid that
campaign,
guy now. You
instead
know,
of me being kicked out, I was
like I just don't want to. I'm obviously
nominated
not going to be
and
friends with that
elected
guy
by my
now.
peers, my cohort at the CUNY School of Law to be
Yeah,
the
violence
class
is
speaker
intolerable.
for
Absolutely.
2022 at my graduation. And CUNY Law also issued a statement that's still public on their website in defense of me, my activism. They mentioned me by name, and they mentioned,
But yeah, just like look at
the
who,
anti-Palestinian
look at who
smears,
groups like the
attacks
ADL. Look
that
who
I
they're
continue to
calling
face. So,
anti-Semitic.
I look at every attack, every
They're
campaign
calling
against
Zoran
me, as
Mamdani
difficult as it is,
anti-Semitic
as much as it
during his
puts my
candidacy.
life, in
They're
danger,
calling
as much
Abdul Al
as it makes
Sayed
me fearful, as
anti-Semitic,
much
the
time that I
Senate
have to
candidate in
dedicate
Michigan.
to, simply telling the
They're
world
calling
that,
Hassan
we are
Piker
human and we deserve
anti-Semitic.
liberation. We
What
deserve
is
to
the
live free
one
of oppression,
thing that they all have in
free of
common?
oppression like anyone else.
And I
take it
think you
still
know
as
what
an
that is.
opportunity to
So it's
educate
like
people about the
it's
broader
like it's
Palestinian
so
struggle.
stupid that
And that's what I'm doing
literally
here
they're
today.
not
You know,
literally,
when
but
I
they're
look
they're
at my
pissing on our leg and
child,
telling us it's
who
raining.
they called him
when we can
disgusting. They
clearly
said that he
see
doesn't have the
otherwise
right to
that no,
exist.
they're not anti-Semitic.
Alhamdulillah.
You
He
are
still
just
exists. They weren't able to
you're
get
just
to him.
bigoted
But then
towards
I think
Muslims.
about all the
You know,
children in Gaza
like
who
we can
don't
freaking
exist
see it.
anymore.
We see it.
I think about Ali Dawabsha, who was firebombed by settlers in the West Bank, killed, 18 months old. Now every time I look at my child, I remember him. I think
Because it's funny,
about
like
Palestinian Americans,
these same groups will
that,
say it's anti-Semitic
maybe we only know
to
them in because they're
conflate
American and they're not just Palestinian, that are killed
to
in the
conflate
West Bank, that are
Israel
killed
with
in Gaza
Jews,
routinely,
but then
with no reaction, no
when
support
we do that, they
from
say
the US
it's
government at all.
like, how dare
In
you
fact,
criticize
it's the
Jews
US
when you're
that's
criticizing
funding
Israel?
all
It's
of
it's
this
so
violence
infuriating.
abroad.
It's
And
like
so
an
my
intentional.
message, to everyone ever since this attack is, don't think
Was it
that
like
the
I don't know,
violence that we
untraceable
fund in
circle? I don't know
Gaza,
what to
in the
call
West
it.
Bank, in Iran,
I know
in
what I'm trying to say,
Lebanon,
but
all the support that we
I'm
give
not good
to
with words
Israel
today.
and Zionist terrorism is going to end and start in the Middle East. It shows up on U.S. soil.
I was
It
actually
shows
like
up in
feeling
the
so
bombing of
blah. I
Alex
almost
Sauda.
didn't even
It
hop
shows
on
up
here tonight.
in
Like
plots,
that's how
terrorist
mushy my brain
terrorist
is.
plots,
Like that's how
right
little
here in New York City.
intellectual
So,
activity I want to
it's
do.
important for people to understand that message.
It's like
because
words are
it's not
not
just going to impact Palestinians abroad or
coming
Palestinians
naturally
in exile
to me
like
today.
myself, but it's going to impact anybody who's critical of Israel, and not even just critical of Israel, but anybody who doesn't enthusiastically support genocide. So, I think it's important for us to recognize that we are funding an extremist terrorist ideology that's going to impact all of us here one way or another.
Nadine Kuswani, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Good luck as you
what's it
pursue this
doing?
legal case, and once
Get
again,
out of my
we
way,
wanna
god
share our
damn.
condolences with you.
Fuck, oh
in
my
this
god.
Scary time. I know that, as
Why'd
you
I
said,
come back
you're
in
no
here?
stranger to these threats, and that you're still facing them. In both cases, that's unacceptable. So, thank you again for sharing your time with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zateo.com.
My guest today represents Minnesota's 5th Congressional District, Congressman Ilhan Omar. Welcome to the show.
Glad to be here with you.
Great to see you. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Oh, here's another
Beautiful place.
here's another
It's okay
person that's
here.
extremely
you don't talk about it,
anti-Semitic
it's like
according
a-
to
it's
the
a
ADL.
bombed-out hellhole
I wonder what she
with
has
cops
in
on the
common
streets.
with
Turns
He
out-
really does hate American
with
cities.
Hassan
Yeah.
Piker
He
and
despises
Zoran Mamdani
American
and
protests.
Yes. Just
Yeah.
American
Abdul Al
people.
Sayed. I wonder.
Americans, yeah, generally
Let's try
speaking.
to
Speaking of which,
let's see if we can
earlier this week,
parse out what the
President Trump
what the
walked
connective
back his
tissue
threat
is
to
between those.
destroy the entire civilization of Iran. So that's good. I'll take a win, I guess. On Saturday, Vice President J.D. Vance is going to lead these peace talks with the Iranians in Pakistan.
My brother
The
thinks
most
you are at
important
least
thing
he isn't
they
one of
will
the blue-haired
discuss
nuts and
is
can be
the
reasoned with.
future of Iran's nuclear
Even if I
program.
disagree on almost everything,
Here's a
but
clip
Israel
of
type of
Vice
leftist.
President Vance
Oh, your brother thinks that about me?
explaining his thinking about this issue to some reporters earlier this week. I want to play you a
Well,
clip.
dude, like, here's the difference between me and a leftist is that I am not like in my own. I'm concerned. I have a like my personal life. I identify more with conservatism. But hey, I appreciate your brother listening. Apparently, he's listened enough to have some sort of a opinion. I'm the most moderate in my family.
On the enrichment question, our position on that has not changed.
Did that make any sense to you?
He sounded like an idiot. Sorry.
Why are we skydiving here?
Yeah. Also, I think I don't know if it's a proper metaphor, like his desire.
And like, I'm not here to be condescending.
his
Like,
wife's, like,
my
free
intention
will to
isn't
try
to be quote unquote like dark
parachute
woke
out of
and
a
just like
plane.
insult
Yeah,
people
into,
who are
like,
on the
what
right. Like, that's not my
a sovereign
intention.
country might
But
want
if
to
someone
do.
comes
It's
at
just
me
a
with
really
like
wild
a dumbass comment, then yeah, I'm going to reply in kind. Like my dad's still likes Trump,
complicated things.
Right.
That one
but and I
confused
quote,
me.
he has
Do you think
said,
J.D. Vance
"I wish
getting
he would shut
involved
the fuck
here
up."
is a good thing, maybe. I mean, the other two negotiators are Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, Steve Witkoff, his golf buddy, turned like.
I wish
envoy
he
for
would,
everything.
and I quote,
Is it
"Go
good
the
to
fuck
have
away."
The vice president and maybe some experts.
Not your
from
dad,
NBC
Trump.
involved? Like, do you have any hope for these talks?
I don't if these are the three people that are leading the charge, right? We saw what Jared and Steve have been able to not negotiate. It was their
You see the
negotiations that is
the
led
video with
to
the that
Israel
the
bombing
interview that
Iran, and the
Hassan
United
Piker
States
had
then
with
following
the
suit
MAGA
to do
parents.
exactly the same thing.
Like
And
there's
so I
like
do not
kind of I guess they're
believe that
famous.
they
I had never
are
heard
the
of them
right
until he
adults
had
in
them
the
on
room to be able
his
to
stream.
negotiate
But they
something
do a
as
lot of like
complex,
TikTok lives.
as
They're like they're
dealing
pretty
with
liberal,
Iran's
like
nuclear
leftist, not liberal.
desires.
Because honestly,
It seems
even
a little more
Republicans
technical
are
than
supposed to be liberal,
skydiving.
but you know what I mean.
But who am I? I don't want to just.
But their
joke
parents are
about
like
or
super
gloss over
MAGA.
The fact that the president of the United States
Like
threatened to destroy
they're
an entire civilization. I mean, that is like
one of the
literally genocidal
clips of theirs that
rhetoric.
went viral.
He also threatened to destroy
Their dad
every
had
power
said,
plant in a country of 90
or they'd
million
asked their
people. That's
dad
also
if
just
Trump
like a massive
ordered
war crime.
the mall that they
What
were
do we even
in
do with that? Like,
to be
how do
bombed,
Democrats
like
respond
they would be
proportionally
okay with it. And their dad
something
answered
that
something like, "Yeah, I'm sure he would have a good reason to do that." Like that's how MAGA up he is, you know. Like completely unapologetic about the idea, the concept of
This
like
sort of,
Trump bombing a mall that his children were
psychotic
in.
rhetoric. I know that they said something about toxic rhetoric. It's not just toxic; it is psychotic.
Yeah.
To say
That'll
that
moderate
you're going
down
to
from the
genocide a whole civilization of people.
moderate from the
not even
stereotypical conservative positions, like he would support amnesty for illegal immigrants if they were hard workers, which most of them are, by the way. Contrary to what Fox News says, can speak English at least somewhat well, which I'm pretty sure most of them can. Although I don't have statistics on that. And see Love America with the joking of deporting all the lazy people. See, you know what's really sucks is like,
where everybody listens to what comes out of the mouth
like
of the president. Of the
I
United States,
understand
and then
where
you
he's
have
coming
this,
from with the first part, which I believe most of them are, because they have families to support too. You know what I mean? And like,
and via a tweet.
Like you don't even
really
qualify
makes a
for
mockery of our
very much
nation, it makes a
assistance. Like
mockery of the United States
if you don't,
presidency, and it makes the
if you're an illegal
of what should
immigrant,
be
like you don't even
considered
qualify. Like you can't even sign up
So
for it.
It seems like quite clear to me. If you look
But
down
like,
the
who gets to
priorities
determine
of
laziness?
What they announced before
Like,
this war started, like dealing with the nuclear
if
program,
someone,
that's not solved.
you know, if
Yes,
someone's
they've
like,
blown
let's
up a
say
lot of
they
EV
immigrate
targets in
here
the
because
Air
they're
Force and
fleeing,
Iran, other military targets, but
you know,
like,
shit
they
that's
still
going on
boosted
in their
missiles,
country,
they still
right?
have drones.
And
It sounds
they're
like
struggling to
Iran
find work
is
because
gonna
they're an
start
illegal
charging a
immigrant.
toll
Like they
for
want to
ships
work.
going through
They
the
just
Strait of Hormuz, so they
they're
have
just
to-
fleeing the you know a violent
Consolidating
situation at
crypto.
home.
Who knows? Maybe Don Jr.
His
will get in on
definition of
that
laziness
action.
is the boomer definition.
You go down the punch card, right?
Oh,
Like,
God.
everything is worse. At this point, we're in it. Like, what do you think?
So basically, he
what
would
is the
consider
best
consider me lazy because
Well, I mean, let's
I
look at
currently
the
don't have a
objectives,
job.
right, that they set out,
I'm
back
only
in
I'm only
June.
doing
They
schoolwork,
said they
and here I am
have
playing video games and talking to people that I don't actually personally know on the
attempts
internet.
to create,
By your
nuclear
by boomer
power.
definition, I would be considered
And they
lazy
came
because I
back
don't
and
have a
said,
job.
"Oh, we have to do
Although
more."
I think I might be able to
And
secure
that
brownie
hasn't really been
points
accomplished. They haven't been able to
with
show
that
us
boomer
any
definition,
evidence that
considering
has
I am
been
a
accomplished.
military
We know
veteran
that Iran was
and
under
I'm
severe
medically retired
sanctions.
from the
Many of
military
those
after 10 years of
sanctions,
service.
actually,
So
according to
I
Iran,
might be
all
able
of those
to
sanctions have been removed.
I might be able
We
to
know that
score
they
some
do
brownie
not
points that way.
control, or at least didn't even know that they can block the Strait of Hormuz. Now
Not that
they
boomer
have that
of a
power.
definition,
They have
the watered down
realized
boomer
that they
definition.
have that
Okay.
power. We also know that before this all started, it was Oman who was able to get the money, the tax for crossing. The
Anyway,
strait.
yeah,
And
what I was saying
now
before is
it's
the
Iran that is
hold on.
dividing it in half.
I kind of want to
with
watch
them,
this. I want to
and
actually
the
like
fact that they are saying now
listen
we
to
get
this
to
video
charge
without.
$2 million, we get to give $1 million.
I don't really
to
care
Oman,
about the
we
sound of
keep
my
$1
voice
million,
as much. I
we
want
get to
watch this
rebuild the
video.
infrastructure that you all.
So, but yeah, the video I was talking about, like, he was actually able to get like this super MAGA parent that was okay with the hypothetical scenario of his children being bombed because Trump ordered it. He was actually able to get him to like concede on like several on like he was they were conversating. He was asking them about specific policies, right? And on these specific policies, you know, without even bringing Trump into it, he was able to get, you know, like concessions from this MAGA dad. But as soon as it was mentioned that this was the policy that, you know, Democrats are pushing for, he would just completely shut it out. Like, no, 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 I'm gonna go with Trump. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I feel like most of Trump supporters, like, they don't even support Trump on his policies. I kind of feel like it feels like most of MAGA, not Republicans, I'm talking MAGA, they back Trump simply because of the reaction he gets from people on the left. He believes if you choose not to work and are not pursuing anything, well, I am pursuing something, so okay. Or purposely rely on government assistance. I am purposely relying on government assistance, but I am also pursuing something. When every opportunity is open to you, barring bad conditions, makes you lazy. Okay, gotcha. Now, how would he feel? What do you think how would you think he would feel if I said, I am not going to school, however, I do get my VA disability from being, a medically retired disabled veteran. I was relying on that to live, but I was not working and not going to school. Would that be considered lazy? Anything military he supports. Okay, gotcha. So even if I was like, let's say I was by myself, just surviving on my VA disability, but I wasn't working, wasn't going to school. He was retired Navy. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so so he's kind of got a blind spot for that. So like a person could be retired military and lazy, but he would be cool with it because of the retired military part. That's the vibe I'm getting here.
Just a really wild analogy.
It's very odd. That analogy, normally analogies in politics are designed to help people understand complicated things.
Right.
That one confused me. Do you think J.D. Vance getting involved here is a good thing? Maybe. I
mean, what's infuriating is
the
like
other two negotiators.
I don't
Jared
believe for a
Kushner,
second
Trump's
that in his heart he
Steve
supports
Witkoff,
what
Gulf
Trump is
buddy,
doing in Iran right now.
Envoy for everything.
Like I don't believe that for a second.
Is it
Being
good to
retired
have the vice
military,
president and maybe
like
some
with me
experts
being
from
retired
NSC involved?
military,
Like, do you have any hope for these talks?
and
I don't.
with me having like a personally conservative ideology,
we saw what
I don't
Jared
believe for a
and
second that
Steve,
your dad
have
supports
been
what
able
Trump is
to
doing
not
in Iran.
negotiate.
Not for a second.
It was their, negotiations that has led to Israel bombing Iran, and the United States then following suit to do exactly the same thing. And so I do not believe that they are the right adults in the room to be able to negotiate something as complex as dealing with Iran's nuclear.
Something else I want to say.
Yeah, it seems a little more technical than
I think
skydiving.
Right.
But who am I?
Something that I think needs to
don't
be
wanna
pointed
just
out
joke about or gloss over
is
the fact
that
the President of the United States threatened to destroy
I think
an
the
entire
reason
civilization. I mean,
that
was, like, literally
I
genocidal
think
rhetoric.
was it your brother was saying that
he also threatened to destroy
he's
every
able to
power plant in the
tolerate
country with
listening
90
to me
million
even
people. That's
though
also just like a massive
we
war
disagree on
crime.
just about everything.
What do we even
is because
Like, how do
the
Democrats
perception
respond proportionally
is
to,
absurdly flawed.
something that evil?
You know what I mean?
The only power
Like
at
I
the
think
moment that we
I kind of
have
feel
is
like
to
the
galvanize the
stereotypical
to
libtard.
condemn,
It's
this
just not.
sort of like
It's not the
psychotic
It's not the.
rhetoric. I know that
It's
they
not
said
the
something
average.
about
You know what I mean?
toxic rhetoric. It's not just toxic.
Like
it is
honestly, I
psychotic
believe that
to
most
say
progressives
that you are going to
are
genocide
like
a whole
me.
civilization
That's what I
of
believe.
people, not even fully
He doesn't like
understanding
foreign
that that is
intervention,
not
but he
only
works for
going to
Boeing,
have
and
an
it may. Oh
impact on
God!
the Iranian
Of
people.
course,
There's
Boeing.
93 million Iranians,
Ugh.
but it will have an impact on the whole region, and it will reshape
Makes money to support his family.
the
Like,
world as we
man,
know it
this is what
today.
sucks. Like,
And
people need.
to just have
He
this
quoted the
man not
Patriot.
understand
I
that
haven't the
has
luxury of
this
principles.
enormous
Yeah, because
platform, this
honestly, like if I was
enormous
adhering to
influence
my
where
principles, I
everybody
never would have joined the
listens to
military to
what
begin
comes
with.
out of the mouth
You know what I
of
mean?
the President of the United States. And
But
then you
I
have
definitely do
this,
agree with that statement. I don't have the
childlike
luxury of
figure that
principles
constantly
when it comes to
throws
supporting family.
tantrums
This
in the
is
middle
I
of the
can.
night and via a
You know
tweet,
what? That is like
really makes a
100%
mockery
true.
of our nation. It makes a mockery of the United States presidency, and it makes the mockery of what should be considered a world leader.
Yeah, I mean, so it seems like
Yeah, and like
quite
actually, I would
clearly,
also agree with that
if you look
second
down
part
the
of your statement where he
priorities
doesn't like the
of
Iran
what they
regime, but
announced
also
before
doesn't
this
want
war
regime
started,
change
like
done by
dealing
our
with the
government. Like,
nuclear
yeah, that's
program,
exactly
that's
where
not
I stand,
solved.
100%.
Yes, they've blown up
like,
a lot of Navy
like
targets and
we
Air
are
Force in Iran,
100% in
other
agreement on
military
that.
targets, but like They still have ballistic missiles. They still have drones.
And like, you know what's
It
crazy
sounds like Iran
is that
is
is
gonna
a
start charging
progressive
toll for
position.
ships going through the Strait of Hormuz.
If you look
and
at
this
centrist
is
Democrats,
$2 million
they complain
baiting
about the
crypto. I
process
mean,
without
dodging
complaining
no
about the action itself, right?
You go down the punch card, right?
Like the progressive
everything is
wing of the
worse.
Democratic Party
At this
is
point,
legitimately the
we're in it.
only
Like,
one
what do you think,
that's saying we
what
should
is the
not be
best
doing this,
possible outcome
period.
at this point?
So
Well, I mean,
tell your dad I
let's
said
look
welcome
at
to the Democratic Party.
objectives, right, that they set out back in
Welcome to the
June. They
progressive
said
wing of the Democratic
they
Party.
have annihilated
I don't care about Boeing.
their attempts to create nuclear power.
Remember
Then they
my
came
my
back
goal
and
is
said,
to
oh, we have to do more.
you know, find those
and that hasn't really been accomplished.
find
They
those
haven't been
points
able to
of
show us any
agreement,
evidence that
you
that
know,
has
and I
been
believe that that's
accomplished.
a very
We know that
important point
Iran
of
was
agreement,
under severe sanctions. Many of
especially
those
when it comes to the
sanctions,
safety and
actually,
security of this
according to
country.
Iran,
You know what I
all
mean?
of those sanctions have been removed.
Very important.
We know that they did not control, or at least didn't even know that they can block the Strait of Hormuz. Now they have that power. They have realized that they have that power. We also know that before this all started, it was Oman who was able to get the money, the tax for crossing the strait. And now it's Iran that is dividing it in half with them. And the fact that they are saying now we get to charge $2 million, we get to give $1 million to Oman, we keep $1 million, we get to rebuild the infrastructure that you all destroyed. But now America, you have
Keep
to
forgetting
live
these
with the fact that
stupid
we've
teeth.
essentially maybe destroyed half of your military bases that you have in the
Right.
Middle East, that we have said to the Kuwaitis, to the Bahrainians, to the Emiratis, to the Saudis, to the Qataris, that this is not
Damn it,
a
I forgot
good
to deposit
relationship
the
for
diamonds.
you to
Son of a
have, and
bitch.
it doesn't actually create safety for your people or for your region in order to have Americans have a military base here. One, sets us back, and two, it's just a fool's errand. To not have understood that this could be the circumstances of us allowing Israel to drag us into this war.
It also feels like we just, like, to your point earlier about these bases in the region being destroyed, it feels like we have no visibility into what's really happened. Like, I had a friend today send me a photo from a friend who had been deployed who was like, hey, want to see the picture of the, like, $600 million AWACS plane that was hit with the drone? Here it is. But there's no public disclosure or accounting of how badly these bases have been damaged or if they're usable. I mean, are you getting...
Even though the movie
information
counters
about
that point with
Congress
saying I've done nothing, and for that am I
Not
like,
more than what
but see,
you might see in the New York Times.
I've done nothing, and for that I am
but
ashamed.
There is greater international reporting.
But see,
on
both
what
things
some of
can be
this
true,
damage looks like,
you
right?
know?
We know that one of our radars has been destroyed. That has
Frickin-
made it really hard for us to be.
I don't know,
able
this
to get
world
the
is so much more
information
nuanced,
that we need, and at least even protect ourselves.
than
Yes. We know that
I
a lot of our
believe
equipment has been destroyed. We know that a lot of our
the
military service members are being
most
told that they can't
influential
work
figure,
out
not
of the
public
military
figures, but the
bases.
most
We know that
influential
there's a
figures
travel
would
ban,
have us believe, you know, like
or
the Elon
movement
Musks,
ban for
the
all of
Larry
them.
and
We
David
know,
Ellisons, you know what I mean?
In many cases, many of
The people that,
living
while
in the
they
countries
make
that I
public
mentioned
appearances, they
earlier
are not necessarily public
living
figures, you know?
and
Those
we're
are the
not
ones
seeing
that
the
are
kind of
like
investment or tourism that they are so
really
accustomed
driving
to.
this,
So we have
or those types of
created
people
a
are the ones that are really
region,
driving this
that is now more hostile, a region that is even now more
polarization,
unsafe.
in my
And we
opinion.
can't even begin to talk about the devastation that is being faced by the people of Lebanon with the attacks that are
Both
coming
can be,
from
but the point was abandoning your principles to protect your
the
family
scale of
often
the
gets your
disaster
family
in
hurt
Lebanon
because
is
by
almost,
abandoning your principles, you let evil triumph. So
it's a
evil
whole other
will
story.
not let
It's
you
just
live
called
just
another
because
fear
you
of
let
this
it
war
pass.
is slowly
Yeah,
getting discussed
yeah,
because what's happening in Iran
that is
so
true.
bad.
I agree with that.
Shifting gears a little bit, I did want to uplift
Like
us for a minute.
that's
and
honestly
play
the
some
biggest
comments
problem I have with
from
most
your former
non-voters.
colleague, Marjorie
I actually
Taylor
got into like
The
a pretty
American people have to open
heated
their eyes
argument with one of my
and
best
deal
friends
with
because of
reality
it.
and deal with truth. And the truth is,
Because
like,
like
you may
you know,
have
I'm telling
supported
him about
President
this
Trump
stuff
for
that's
10
going
years
on
like
with
I did,
immigration.
like you have,
About
but this
how
is not
you
the
know
same
one of my
man.
children
This
was
is not
born
the same
overseas, has a
man that we
consulate birth
supported.
certificate, right?
She's talking to Alex Jones there.
And I'm sitting here
she
every
is far
single
from the
day,
only
like I don't know
diehard
when
MAGA
this
supporter
administration's
who
going to
is
get a
broken
wild
to
hair up
Trump
their
over
ass and
Jeffrey
consider
Epstein,
her
or
to
now
be,
Iran. There's Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens,
you know, worthy
Tucker
of deportation.
Carlson, Alex
I don't know.
Jones, MTG,
Every single day,
bunch
it's a
of influential
possibility.
streamers that
Like
are obviously
there's
we'll never
already
cover
evidence
up,
that
but have
they,
millions and millions of followers.
when they arrest
What's your
people,
reaction to seeing
even though someone
comments like
has
that from Marjorie
documentation
Taylor
showing they're
Greene,
legal,
someone
they
who's not always been,
the
I think,
agents are like, oh, I don't care.
as
You know?
collegial to you as she should have have been. And how do you think
And
Democrats
you know, I was telling my friend
should
this,
respond? Like, how do we?
and I was like, "How can you not
Do you
vote?
work
Like,
with
I'm
these
supposed
kind
to
of
be one of your
disaffected
best
MAGA
friends. This is
voices?
something
Do we
that's
build a
directly
bigger
affecting
tent to
me."
try to win in November? How
And
do you
like,
think about it?
how can you continue to
just
bury
to
your head in
answer
the
the
sand? And he like
later part
legitimately
of
got
your-
mad
the
at
latter
me
part
because
of
I was
your,
like,
question, I
because
think
he
as
he was sick of me like
Americans, it
trying to
is really
pressure him into
important for
doing
us to
something he
work
didn't want to do.
together,
I'm like,
for
okay,
the
well,
preservation of everything that is
like
good
I get
in our country.
I get pushing
And
back because you're
to
feeling like
support
pressure to do
leaders
something
that
you not
we
want to
can
do, but
trust,
like this
to
is something
safeguard what is good about our country. And
like
I
eventually it's
believe
going to
the
affect
thing that has
you,
been
you know?
very fascinating, especially about
It's the trolley
Marjorie
problem.
and Candace, is that they
Well,
are not just
I don't know.
coming out like the
But
other
like
ones that
it's kind of like the
mentioned,
trolley
where they're
problem.
saying, "This action
Instead of
is
the
wrong."
person making
They're
the
saying,
decision,
"I am done with you."
Yeah.
oh yeah, okay, yeah, you can either pull a lever and vote or don't. Yeah.
Not like this policy is bad.
Right, and
Or no,
and
actually,
I
but
think that
it's
we
worse
should
than the
give them
trolley
credit
problem.
for that.
It's like
the fact that they've had
it's like they're
this
saying,
wake-up call.
I don't even want you to tell me that the
finally
trolley
see
problem
this
exists.
con man, this
Like they get mad
corrupt,
at you for telling them that the
chaotic
trolley problem
man,
exists.
for what he
Like, why are you
is.
telling me that this
The fact
trolley
that
is
they
going to kill people?
understand
Like
that he
they get that's
never
what they
really
get mad
had
at, and that's
any
what's infuriating.
principles outside of uplifting his ego. They finally understand that his run for the presidency has never really been about America or keeping with the traditions of what it means to be a president of the United States and moving this country forward. It was always about how do I enrich
Well, yeah,
myself.
nobody
It was
wants to
always
know
about
by not pulling the lever,
grievance,
people will die. Yeah.
politics, or he was upset that Obama was mocking him.
And to me,
So it was
honestly,
all
like
about these
I
other
think
things.
that's
It was
an
never
indicator
about
of a
putting
lack
America
of
first. It was never about
like
having
foundational
coherent
principles, you know?
policies.
Like
this
if
is a
I
man who said,
honestly,
"I
I
have a
think the
concept
trolley
of
problem's
a healthcare
stupid
plan,"
because I don't
over
think
and
that
over
every
again. Right, that
while
he's
their
got, like, a
binary
binder
decisions do
full
exist
of,
in this
like,
world,
he's
I don't
never
think that
been somebody
every
who says
decision
something
is
and you
as
begin to
binary
think.
as it's made to
He's never
seem.
been somebody who has an
food?
ideology that
Woo!
can be understood.
Got food.
He calls
Thank
himself a
you.
religious person, but cannot quote a single verse in
'Cause, like,
the Bible.
if you apply the
so
trolley problem
the fact that they have gotten
to
off
your
the
political
sycophant
preference,
train,
you're
and are
ignoring
saying, we
you're
trusted
ignoring the
the
fact that
wrong
you
person.
can
We are
become more
sorry for
civically
that,
engaged.
and we need
You're
all of
ignoring the
you to
fact that
wake
the
up
primary
to the fact that
process
you've also
exists.
trusted the wrong
You know,
person. I think
you're
it's an
ignoring the fact that you can
important
be
thing for
engaged
us
in like
to
organizing
put our
groups and
arms
whatnot.
around and
You know what I
say,
mean? Like
yes,
it
and now
completely
let's figure
ignores
out
all
how
of
do we
that.
save our country from the disaster that this man is creating.
Or
I
not
think
wanting
it's
to have a
pretty
guilty conscience. They
important and meaningful
honestly like
that you feel that way.
I-
'Cause you are someone who's personally dealt with some abuse from a lot of these folks.
or
And
it's not not wanting to have it. Okay, yeah.
But if like you're willing to come forward and show grace and say, you know what,
Because like
thank
most
you for
non-voters are not
your
bad
comments
people, you
now,
know.
like how can we work
They care
together?
about their
It's really
family.
important.
But I think their
You know, they'd
abuse
help
is
their
also-
neighbor if their neighbor asked.
I
You know,
have always
like
believed,
they
right,
if they saw
in
someone
this,
you know broke down the side of the road, they'd be like, "Hey, man, you need anything?" Like that's how I view the overwhelming majority of non-voters.
Brainwashed into this sort
But like,
of cult where if you're not with
I
us,
just
you're
don't
against
understand.
us. And they have never understood, and I think they're starting to understand.
I don't get it. It's just like an hour out of
that
your
A lot
time.
of us,
I
our
don't know.
objection wasn't
frustrating.
just to him; it was to what
Like,
he wanted to create, what we could see.
if I
he
can't
was
get
trying to
you know
create. A lot of
people
the divisions that we
within
have, a lot of
my
the
sphere of
toxic,
influence
rhetoric
to
that we
to
see,
vote
a lot of the
against
anger that so
a
many people
party
have, a lot of the fact that
that
there is no trust
that
in
is
public service.
it's not outside
is
the
something that
realm of
he
possibility that they could snag my children out of school, and even that's not enough to get them to be willing to take that time. Then I don't think anything will. Like I honestly don't think that anything
so
will.
I'm glad as my
We're literally on opposing sides of the political spectrum, but we both have similar enough understanding of the union why it's generally a good idea to continue the union, even if we disagree on what how
Have you, like,
or certain modifications will
talked to
be made.
Marjorie, or you guys talked at all? I mean, I know she's not in Congress anymore, so you probably wouldn't run into her. But like, I don't know.
I don't know. I kind of feel like
it
you and I
seems
are
powerful,
closer
and
than you
it's a good
think.
Message, I think, to a lot of people out there.
Tell you
We're
the truth.
tempted to scold former MAGA folks and say, "I told you, you know, we were right, you were wrong," right? right? As opposed to kind of like building a bigger tent.
Yeah, I did see Rokana. Give her a big shout out the other day.
Chicken Alfredo.
I haven't called
Possibly,
her,
but I refuse
did
to admit it.
Before she left, I found her on the House floor.
Why? Just because you know
thanked
that I
her,
vote Democrat?
for her support in ending the genocide, her willingness to speak up about what the people in Gaza
It just hurts
have
your brain.
experienced and what our tax
It's like
dollars have allowed.
trying to put
place,
trying to put the
as
positive
we
end of
all
two
work
magnets
really
together.
hard, to say that we have a responsibility to end this genocide and to end our financial and political support for Israel and the impunity
But from a
that
like a
we
moral
have
and ethical
constantly
position,
provided for them as they have
like
tried to
honestly,
destroy,
I have a feeling that we align.
Pod Save America Breaking News is brought to you by Act Blue. Act Blue provides Democrats up and down the ballot with the tools they need to run effective campaigns and win. Fundraise, organize, build campaign websites, and donate with solutions that are easy to use. Act Blue's been helping campaigns for a long time now.
Our partners
See,
at
now I
Pod
gotta
Save America
freaking
create
rewind the
digital
video again because I
fundraising
was
pages
chit-chatting.
on the Act Blue platform for initiatives like
This
our
is- this is
anxiety
what- this is-
relief
this
program,
is what you
and
do.
we're going to use it when we try to.
See,
flip
now
some
you
of
get
the
to
seats in the
listen
House.
to her again.
You're going to win the House. It's easy to create donation pages. and
This is
features
your
like
fault.
Goal tracking and to design custom.
Are designed to help people understand complicated things.
Right.
That one confused me. Do you think JD Vance getting involved here is a good thing? Maybe. I mean, the other two negotiators are Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, Steve Witkoff, his golf buddy.
There's that also.
Envoy for everything. Is it good to have the vice president and maybe some experts from the NSC involved? Like, do you have any hope for these talks?
I don't, if these are the three people that are leading the charge, right? We saw.
I feel like it
what
should have only
Jared
been the vice
and
president to
Steve,
go,
have
and I
been
feel like
able
he should have to
not
stay
negotiate.
in the same building that
It
the
was
Iranian delegates
their,
are staying, because I don't know if you noticed,
negotiations that
but
has led to Israel.
Israel and the
bombing
U.S. has
Iran,
a
and the
habit
United States then following
of
suit to do exactly the same thing.
sending missiles
So
in the
I do
direction
not
of foreign
believe
negotiators.
That they are the right adults in the room to be able to negotiate something as complex as dealing with Iran's nuclear desires.
It seems a little more technical than skydiving.
Right.
But who am I? I don't want to just joke about or gloss over the fact.
Bro, my family's so fucked up that they aren't MAGA, but aren't never Trumpers. Can be half racist because Southern hospitality is religious Christians. My sister is married to an Asian. My other sister is gay and married to a bisexual woman, and my cousin is divorced with a child. Kitty, what are you doing? That's my food. It's my food. Cat's on the other side of my monitor thinking he's going to get closer to my chicken Alfredo. Cousin's divorced with a child and dating. All the conservative family hallmarks out the window. Yeah. See, this is the like realistically, this is what happens. And it's so astounding that some individuals are unable to come to terms with, like, the world does not exist as their fantasy does, you know? Yet none of them are Democrats nor progressive Republicans. This is another point to make, is that voters, like the quote unquote median voter, it doesn't exist on just a strict x-axis of left and right. Like, if you look at like individual policies or personal preferences, they're going to be all over the place. So your median voter or a non-voter could be, you know, more conservative, like your family claims to be, but yet support, obviously, like some of the, some of the cultural issues that, or maybe indifferent to like the cultural issues that are typically divisive within those families, you know, or they might be super racist, but be completely accepting of social services. You know what I mean? Having their tax dollars being used for like, yeah, people just don't fit neatly into a specific box on an x-axis. It just doesn't exist. So you have to try to find those points of agreement especially within like the non-voters, like the points of agreement, to where people can be like, okay, yeah, I can get on board with that, to get them to actually make like a positive difference. I'm actually the only one in my family who doesn't like social services at all. Dude, I was working full-time, probably more than full-time, before I joined the military. 2 kids. I was traveling. I was gone for like maybe 2 weeks at a time. And barely able to cover like rent and utilities. If I did not have like WIC at the time, or SNAP benefits, basically. Yeah, I think we use both. If I did not have that, I would have had to, even while I was working, I would have had to choose between like paying a bill and getting food for my kids. I didn't have to make that choice until I was laid off, which led to me joining the military. But had those services not existed, then yeah. So because of that, I can't understand. Like, I can't understand like being against it. Like I can understand being opposed to the economic structure that allows this to exist, right? I think that's the foundational problem. We have an economic structure that allows these situations to exist. That, I think, is the actual problem. However, I can't imagine our economic structure is going to see any significant shift anytime soon. Unless we have like a super terrible, like a super depression. But as long as the political elite chooses to worship capitalism as their god, we will always need these social services. Always. I'm against the economic structure that allows it to exist. I'm against the benefits themselves, not for moral or practical reasons, but constitutional reasons, structural reasons. Okay, so you're not against it for the moral and ethical reasons then. That's fine. But I don't even think these benefits exist on a federal level. I think they're all state run. Because like when I first moved here, before I started school, I applied for SNAP benefits, but it was through the state. I didn't apply for any. I didn't. There was no federal assistance that I was aware of beyond the beyond the disability I was getting from the VA.
That the President of the United States threatened to destroy an entire civilization. I mean, that is like literally genocidal rhetoric.
Oh yeah, then there's that. I almost forgot about that.
To destroy every
Isn't that crazy?
In a country of 90 million people.
We got a freaking
just like a massive war crime.
We got a freaking president that threatened to wipe out an entire civilization, and 3 days later,
proportionally
it's like,
to
oh God, what's next?
Something that evil.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that happened.
The only power at the moment that we have is to galvanize the public, to condemn this sort of like psychotic rhetoric. I know that they said something about toxic rhetoric. It's not just toxic. It is.
What's crazy is like
to say that
the quote you said from your dad.
A whole civilization
he's like,
of people.
I wish he would just shut the fuck up.
Even fully understanding that
it's
that
like
is
he's
not
saying,
only going to have an impact
I'm cool
on
with
the Iranian people.
I'm cool with thinking about blowing up and exterminating an entire civilization. I just wish he wouldn't say it. You know what I mean?
The world as we know it today, and to just have this man not understand that he has this enormous platform.
All run federally via the funding. Federal government chooses by proxy. The states merely administer it. What do you think the founders call the power of the purse control?
We have this childlike figure that constantly throws tantrums in the middle of the night and via a tweet. really makes a mockery of our nation. It makes a mockery of the United States presidency, and it makes a mockery of what should be considered a world.
I just think that like
I mean, so it seems like quite
what
clear to
what
me,
I always
if you look
hate
down the
is
priorities of what they announced
when-
before this war started, like dealing with the nuclear program,
when like
that's not solved.
logical
Yes, they've
and
blown up a
legal
lot of Navy targets and Air
justifications
Force
are
and Iran and
used
other military targets, but like they still have
against
ballistic
the
missiles, they still have
population,
drones. It sounds like Iran
then
is going
it
to start charging a
excuses
toll for ships
abhorrent
going through the
behavior.
Strait of
You know,
Hormuz, so they have this
Tune
new
of $2 million.
couple $1 million.
like
maybe
if the
crypto,
government
maybe
is
Don Jr. will
allowed
get in on that
to
action.
basically starve their population
You go down the punch card, right?
at the
Like,
benefit of
everything
the
is worse.
political elite,
At this point, we're in it.
you
Like, what do
basically
you think-
get
what is
situations
the
like
best possible
in Germany in the 1930s,
Well, I mean,
where
let's look at
it
the
was perfectly
objectives, right, that
legal
they set out,
to stuff,
back
you know,
in June. They said
all the
they
Jews into
have
a single neighborhood. You know,
their
perfectly legal.
attempts to create nuclear power.
when you find something that ceases
they
to be
came back
independent,
and
that was why
said,
the first bank in the
"Oh,
U.S. wasn't
we have
considered
to do
independent. How
more."
Hamilton described why it wasn't
And
constitutional.
that hasn't really been accomplished. They haven't been able to show us any evidence that that has been accomplished. We know that Iran was under severe sanctions. Many of those sanctions, actually, according to Iran, all of those sanctions have been removed.
Just
We know that they
independent
cannot
of
control,
constitutionality
at
or
least they
legality.
know that they can block the Strait of Hormuz.
I just know that if these states
now they have that power. They have realized
weren't forced
that
to
they
take
have
care of
that
their
power.
citizens,
We also know that before this all started,
we would have
it
a
was
severe
Oman,
starvation problem.
who was able to get the money, the tax for
It sucks,
crossing
but-
the strait. And now it's Iran that is dividing it in half with them. And the fact that they are saying now we get to charge $2 million, we get to give $1 million to Oman, we keep $1 million, we get to rebuild the infrastructure that you all destroyed. But now America,
remember if I
you
made
have
this stuff
to
now.
live with the fact that we've essentially maybe destroyed half of your military bases that you have in the
Right.
Middle East.
I
that
spent
we have
2
sent
years
to the
in Kuwait,
Kuwaitis, to the Bahrainians,
and
to the Emiratis,
but the
to
base that I was
Saudis,
on
to the Qataris.
hasn't been mentioned in the
This
news
is
yet.
not a good relationship
So
for
like,
you to have,
I
and it
honestly
doesn't
don't
actually
know
create safety for your people
what the
or for your region in order
what the
to have
situation is like
Americans
on
have
that
a
base.
military base here. One sets us back, and two,
Like
it's
I
just
literally have no
closer,
idea if it's one of the bases that's
to
been hit or not.
have understood
It
that
would
this could
surprise me if
be
it has
the
not,
circumstances of us
considering it was like
allowing
the
Israel to
communication
drag us
hub
in
for the Middle East.
It also feels like we just, like, to your point earlier about these bases.
So I
and the
find it
region
hard to
being
believe that it
destroyed,
was
feels like we have
not
no
hit.
visibility into what's really happened. Like I had a friend today send me a photo from a friend who had been deployed, who was like, "Hey, want to see the picture of the like $600 million AWACS plane that was hit with the drone? Here it is." But there's
Let's
no
largely
public
do party. Look at how the
disclosure
states
or
react prior to
accounting of
parties taking
how
complete control and how the
badly these
states choose to
bases
take care of
have
each
been
other.
damaged, or if they're usable. I mean, are you getting any information?
Oh,
as members
don't
of
even
the
get me
public
started on the parties.
Not
I think
what you might see in the New York Times.
I think it should be illegal
but
for
there
political
is
parties to
greater
lobby
international
for
reporting
legislation.
on what some of this damage looks like, right?
Like,
we know that
what I mean by that
has
is
been
not
destroyed.
is
that
like
has made it really
legislation
hard for us to be able to get the
specifically
information that we need,
directed
least
at the
even
parties. For
protect
example,
ourselves.
if someone wants to run for
We
government,
know that a lot of our equipment has been destroyed. We know
if
that a lot
you
of
don't
our
declare
military
a party, like
service
say you want to run
members
as an
are being
independent,
told that they can't work
and
out
I
of the
know this
military
is in
bases.
Texas.
We
I don't
know
know
that
about
there's
other
a travel
states,
ban, a
but
movement ban
you either
for-
have to
for
pay
all of
more,
them. We know, in
or you
many
have to get a
cases,
higher
many of the
percentage
people that are
of
living in the
signatures
countries that I
from
mentioned
people
earlier
who voted in the
are
previous election.
living scared, and we're not seeing the kind
Like,
of
I think that's
investment
bullshit.
or tourism
Absolute freaking- like,
that
I
they are
hate
so
that.
accustomed to. So we have
'Cause
created a
political parties
region,
aren't even a government
that is now
institution.
more
Like,
hostile, a region that is even
oh,
now
it's so
more
infuriating.
unsafe. And we can't even begin to talk about the devastation.
because I
that
was
is
sure as
being
shit run
faced
as
by
an
the people of
independent.
Lebanon, with the attacks
But, like,
that are coming from Israel.
Yeah,
from a
the
financial perspective, if I
scale
wanted to
of the
run
disaster in Lebanon
in
is,
Texas, I'd probably declare
it's a
myself
whole
as a
other story.
Democrat because it'd be
It's just one of the
cheaper and
ways
I'd
Peter
require
this
less
war that's
signatures.
really getting discussed because what's happening in Iran is so bad. Shifting gears a little bit, I did want
But I
to
honestly-
uplift us for a minute and play some comments.
I don't feel
from
like I
your
fit in
former colleague Marjorie
with
Taylor
the
Greene.
Democratic Party.
The American people have to open their eyes.
I
and
definitely
deal
don't
with
fit in with the
reality
Republican
and
Party.
Deal with truth. And the truth is, look, you may have supported President Trump for 10 years like I did, and like you have, but this is not the same man. This is not the same man that we supported.
Sorry, Marjorie.
She's talking to Alex Jones there.
It actually is the same man.
She's far from the only diehard MAGA supporter who is broken with Trump over Jeffrey Epstein.
This is exactly.
There's Megyn Kelly,
the kind of
Candace
man
Owens, Tucker
that people like
Carlson, Alex
myself have been
Jones,
telling
MTG,
people
bunch
like
of
her
influential
that Trump
streamers
is
that,
for 10 years.
Our audience has probably never heard of, but have millions
But-
and millions of followers. What's your reaction to seeing
Because you had
comments like that from
blinded
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
sycophancy.
someone who's not always been,
You
I
thought
think,
we were crazy.
as
And now all of a
collegial to
sudden,
you as she
he's
should
doing
have
something
been.
you don't like. And it's like,
and
oh,
how do you
he's
think
not the same
Democrats
man. Like,
should
yes,
respond?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
how
he
do we-
fucking is.
Do you work with these kind of disaffected MAGA
Ugh.
voices? Do we build a bigger tent to try to win in November? How are you thinking about it?
Well, I mean, just to answer the
States used to help each
later
other
part
more
of your-
via
the latter part of
implicit
your,
state compacts, sending each
question,
other
I
funding or
think
food.
As Americans, it is really important for us to work together for the preservation of everything that is good.
Plus,
in
our
country,
union used to be
and
smaller,
To
too.
support leaders that we can trust to safeguard what is good about our country. And I believe
When
the
you've got,
thing that has been very
you
fascinating,
know, 13 colonies
especially
along a
about
single coast,
Marjorie and
it's probably a
Candace,
lot easier to
is that
transport,
they are not just coming
you know,
out
assistance
like,
than it is
the
from
other
one
ones
coast
that
to the
you
other.
mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong,
Mhm.
right? They're saying I am done with you,
Yeah, it's like a values based. Like,
Right.
this guy is bad,
Yeah.
not like this policy is bad.
right? I think that we should give them credit for that. The fact that they've had
Oh, shit, I think I
this
wanted to
wake
enchant
up,
something. I sure as shit did, and I
to
forgot.
finally
God damn it.
seeing this con man,
Keep talking.
this corrupt, chaotic man for what he is. The fact that they understand that he never really had any principles outside of uplifting his ego. They finally understand that his run
And people like
for
Marjorie Taylor
presidency
Greene,
has never really been about
people like her, at no point
America,
will they
or,
say
keeping with the traditions of what it means to be a president
that
of the
people like
United States
myself
and
were
moving
right
this
all
country
along.
Forward. It was always about how do
Like,
I
they'll
enrich
continue to
myself.
pretend
It
like,
was
ooh,
always
all of a
about
sudden he just
grievance,
changed somehow.
Politics, or he was upset that Obama was mocking him. It was all about these other things. It was never about putting America first. It was never about having coherent policies. This
The
is
only
a man
way-
who said I have a concept of a
The only
healthcare
way
plan,"
that I would,
over and over
Like 10
again.
years ago.
Like-
right, that he's got like a binder full
be
of,
open to the
like,
idea
he's
of
never
accepting
been somebody who
the
says
apology.
something and you can take it to
No.
the bank. He's never been somebody
The
who
only
has an
way I would be able
ideology
to
that could be
accept
understood. He calls himself a
the
religious person,
the
but cannot
realization
quote
of a
single
former
verse
MAGA of how
in,
crazy this
the
douche
Bible.
nozzle is.
So the fact that they have
Is they would
gotten
have to
off
legitimately
the sycophant
apologize
train,
and say,
are saying,
I'm
"Yeah, we
sorry, I was
trusted
wrong,
the wrong
and you were right.
person. We are
That's
sorry
it.
for that.
I would
and
never,
we
other
need
than that,
all
I
of
would
you
never
to
trust them
wake up
because
to
they
the
will
fact
jump
that
ship
You've also trusted the
the
wrong
first
person,
opportunity.
I think is an important thing for us to put our arms around and say, yes, then now let's figure out how
I'll
do we
accept their
save our
vote,
country
but I
from
won't
the
accept
disaster
their,
that this man is creating.
I think it's pretty
Their,
important and meaningful that you
their
feel
change
that
in
way, because
opinion-
you are someone
of
who's
their opinion of them.
personally dealt with some abuse from a lot of these folks.
I mean,
And
all of them.
From, honestly, yes, from all of them.
Yeah.
But if you're willing to come forward and show grace and say, you know what, thank you for your comments now, how can we work together? I think that's really important.
But I think their abuse is also, I have always believed, right, in this sort of following a cult leader and being brainwashed into this sort of cult where, if you're not with us, you're against us. And they have never understood, and I think they're starting to understand that a lot of us, our objection wasn't just to him, it was to what he wanted to create, what we could see he was trying to create. A lot of the divisions that we have, a lot of the toxic rhetoric that we see, a lot of the anger that so many people have, a lot of the fact that there is no trust in public service is something that he fomented for many years, and has seen it actually has given birth to it, and we all are suffering the consequences of it. And I'm glad, as my fellow Americans, that they understand that they want us to chart a new chapter in America.
Have you called Marjorie, or you guys talked at all? I mean, I know she's not in Congress anymore, so you probably wouldn't run into her, but I don't know. It seems powerful, and it's a good message, I think, to a lot of people out there who are tempted to scold former MAGA folks and say,
Yep.
I told you.
That is
you
very
know,
tempting.
We were right, you were wrong, right? As opposed to kind of like building a bigger tent.
Yeah, I did see Rokana, give her a big shout out the other day. I haven't called her, but I did before she left. I found her on the House floor and thanked her for her support in ending the genocide.
Agreements, not compacts. Had to correct that.
To speak up about what the people
I
in
mean,
Gaza
I
have
think those are kind of
experienced
synonymous.
and what our tax dollars have allowed to take
These informal
place,
agreements to deal with poverty and starvation.
as we all work
Since they didn't want to deal
hard,
with the legal burden of compacts.
to say that we have a responsibility to end this genocide and to end our financial and political support for Israel and the impunity that we have constantly provided for them as they have tried to destroy.
I think we understand enough of human nature,
brought to you by Act Blue. Act Blue
like
provides
from a
Democrats up and down
psychological
the ballot
standpoint,
with
to
tools
know
they need
enough
to
to
run
know
effective campaigns and win.
that
Fundraise, organize, build campaign websites, and donate with solutions.
in order to
that are
get
easy
to
use. Act Blue's been helping campaigns for a long time now.
Our partners at Vote Save
in order
America
to get to a
create
point in
digital
your
fundraising
career where
pages
a lot
on
of
the
these
Act Blue
elected
platform
officials
for
are,
initiatives like our anxiety
you
relief
have to
program,
have
and we're gonna use it
some
when we
level
try
of
to flip some of these
narcissism,
seats in the
regardless
House,
of party.
'cause we're going to win the House. It's
Like,
easy to create
you have to
donation
think that
pages,
you're just like
features like goal tracking
that
and,
you're
and
just
to design
like
custom branding, and the funds are processed quickly and safely.
you're just
Act Blue
like the
never
best.
sells your data
Like you
or
have to
personal
have
information.
some
They
sort of
focus
that. You
on
can't let shit
security,
get to you.
so
You know.
you can focus on what matters most, like winning
So,
campaigns.
Yeah.
with
So
that
whether
level
you're
of
running for office or
narcissism, and
wanna
you
make an
have
impact, Act Blue has the tools to help you make it happen,
like,
because the right time to get involved is right now.
when you have
Donate,
that
organize, and
many
raise money for candidates and
decision
causes
makers
you
that
believe
are
in at actblue.com/crooked.
what's the word I'm looking
One
for?
thing that's really hard about the Trump era is you lurch from
inherently
crisis to
privileged,
crisis
you
to
know,
crisis.
like
So
they have the
we're bombing one
financial
place, we're
support
tweeting
to
about
do it
another, we're
to get to that
toppling
point.
Venezuela. And it's like the country's focus will be entirely on one thing.
So they
and
get to
we'll
that
just
point.
Move on. For example, a few months ago, all we were talking
Like,
about was ICE and CBP.
There is no other
engaging
choice
in Minneapolis
but to
and
force the
murder
decision
of American
makers
citizens in Minnesota
to help people.
And it just feels
because
like the whole media and conversation has
when
moved
that
on
much
to
of
a
their
great extent.
decisions
And
leading
my
up to that
question is, like,
point are
how
wrapped
people
in their
this
own
sort of
self-interest,
out?
the
Are
likelihood
immigrant
of them
communities still in hiding?
making
Are
a
people still
decision to
feeling
help others is
terrorized? Are
a lot
stories about
small.
kids
Like just that
couldn't go to
personality type.
school? Like, are people just on edge all the time still?
Yeah, I mean, at the height of the federal law enforcement occupation,
Constitutionally, they're different.
You know, we had
States wouldn't destroy
schools,
each other unless deceived to do
where
so, which is what
only
the
a
parties
third
are
of the
trying to do.
students were attending in person.
Wow.
We had whole business corridors essentially shut down. You know, one of our local business corridors was losing $30 million a month on Lake Street. It's a corridor of 2,000 businesses. You know, we had churches that were reporting that 80% of their attendees were not showing up anymore.
Like, I legitimately feel
Everybody was doing mutual aid. People
like
were
the
driving
progressive wing
one another
of the
to
Democratic
work and
Party
from
is the
work.
only
People were
group
volunteering to take each
that's
other's
trying to, like,
kids,
keep shit
to
together.
school and bring them back. Parents were on patrol
'Cause the-
around their schools and their
Oh, what happened?
neighborhoods. And so even though
Going to
we
Walmart?
do not have
Can you pick me up some Snacky
4,000
Boys?
plus ICE and
I don't even know, like,
CBP, we still are
cookies,
living
donuts,
through that trauma.
ice cream.
We're still recovering
Maybe not ice
from
cream.
that
I'm
trauma.
more
We're
like
still
snacky,
regaining
fancy.
trust
Something like
in our ability to be in
Sounds
public
amazing.
and know that we are not going to be disappeared or harassed or harmed. And we're slowly trying to see these businesses be able to gain their customers
You have, like-
back and regain their.
You have the
their
centrist and moderate
But
Democrats in
it
office
is going to
that
be, I think, a generational.
they are
work,
willing to let our country
for
devolve
us to
into
get back to where
fascism
we were before we
for the
were
sake of propping
visited
up
upon,
an
by,
ethno-supremacist ally in the
this
Middle East,
Stephen Miller and Bovino and all these people.
Yeah.
just
I
so
mean,
we
and-
can
and-
maintain enough
you know,
influence
the thing
for
me that
the
is the most heartbreaking,
the oil companies to
is
profit,
the fact that
right?
they targeted the Somali
You have the
community.
Republican right wing
And, you know, we had about 4,000 people
who
were arrested, which is the final number that they
are trying to
gave,
turn us into a
in
fascist
their
country
report, a
because
couple of weeks
they
ago. And in that, less than 3%
they-
of Somalis
they just
were
hate
picked
people
up.
from other cultures,
So that goes to show
races.
that
Like there's no other way to
none
explain it.
their targeting
And they're like,
really is fruitful.
they're just completely trying to destroy, whether intentionally or unintentionally, I don't know. But whatever they're doing is like completely destroying the influence that any shred of positive influence that the U.S. had on the world stage. Like they're just completely dismantling it.
The people who will listen to this, or the people
like they changed the Department of Defense of the Department of War. Like I appreciate the honesty,
is to never
but that shouldn't be the perception that we're going for.
Because nothing that they ever
and here we are, we got progressives that are like, you know,
they're going to tell us they're going to go after
these people should be held legally accountable. The people like these people, what they're doing in ICE, the ICE agents,
who are giving birth at
the unconstitutional violations that they've been doing.
Young men who are taking,
the people on January 6th that tried to stop the counting of the votes.
You know, when they tell us they
should have been held accountable for that.
Iran,
you know, not pardoned.
And they're doing regime change. We're going to find out that our actions are actually going to produce.
They're the ones that are
the opposite
out here saying like everyone should have the same right to vote.
This new space of consciousness.
The same right to health care.
Read between the lines and not trust anything that comes from.
I don't see any other.
Which is pretty sad.
It is pretty sad.
Any other political demographic that's trying to conserve this country other than the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, I don't fucking see it.
Fraud in Minnesota. He's blaming it almost entirely on Somali Americans, often in the most overtly racist terms possible. Vice President Vance even accused you of committing fraud. We'll watch a little bit of that, but not. I can't listen to too much of this guy.
We actually think that Ilhan Omar definitely committed immigration fraud against the United States of America. And I talked to Steve Miller
about this
actually recently. We're trying to look at what the remedies are. There's a related issue, Benny, which is
that Minnesota shit was such bullshit. You do know that, right?
Of the worst
I hope you do.
In the Somalian community. So do I know that Ilhan Omar was aware that the Quality Leering Center was defrauding the American people? I'm not certain of it.
Hard evidence there. So two questions for you. I mean, look, I know federal prosecutors charged about 70 people in Minnesota for COVID-related fraud. Can you help us just sort out kind of like what's real, what has been investigated, prosecuted, versus what kind of baseless allegations people like J.D. Vance are making? And then two, like, what is your response to being singled out by the vice president and the president all the time and kind of put at the center of this topic, even though, as the vice president says there, he has no evidence?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of been their whole thing, right? It's like the Haitians eating dogs and cats, and then you say, "What's the evidence?" And they're like, "We've heard reporting."
Just gotta give,
we're gonna
gotta give people a minority group to hate.
So
thank you, Nick Shirley.
These accusations, and you don't say them as an accusation. You say them.
It doesn't matter that
you
can't even pronounce benevolent.
Going and feeding.
It doesn't matter that you're incapable of tying shoes.
There's no here and there. For the fraud,
you just gave us a group of minorities that tell everyone to hate. Thanks.
$30 million
Good job, bud.
Defrauded. There are about 70 or more people that have been charged. Many of them have taken plea deals and have.
It doesn't matter that the leader of this group, the leader of this fraud, was a middle-aged white lady.
There's still some that are left to be adjudicated, but what we also know
it doesn't matter
is that DOJ, who is in charge
dozens of people had already been arrested, tried, convicted, or pled in cases against them for their fraud. It doesn't matter.
Prosecute these people as fast as they want. Yeah, we lost about 14 prosecutors that have resigned.
Oh
yes.
God, yeah.
Out of the Minneapolis office that have resigned because they were being asked to investigate people like the wife of Renee Good. And so it was taking away from the actual work of finding criminals, charging them, and prosecuting them, and putting them behind bars. And so you've got.
And you know what, FBI?
Fraud.
I'll do you one better.
Investigation. Apparently,
just so you don't have to be bothered. With all those pesky child trafficking cases, we're going to move you to investigating immigrants.
Resigning, and the offices that are supposed to do this work are severely understaffed.
You're welcome, America.
To get through their docket in court. We actually had one case where they had a criminal that was charged with drugs and gun running that was waiting to be prosecuted. And when he showed up that day, they ended up dropping the charges because they didn't have people to help with the case.
That's crazy.
Right. And so
How does that make us safer?
It doesn't make us safer. And so when you know, and we meet with DHS, you know, they're like, we're here to look at the fraud. And you're like, okay, who is, you know, when you talk about Homeland Security investigation, HSI, you're supposed to look into trafficking. You know, you're supposed to do all of these real investigations that no one else is in charge of. What happens to those trafficking cases? What happens to the smuggling cases? What happens to all of these other cases you're supposed to look at when you're chasing a fraud case that now has everybody arrested and everybody already in prosecution?
Yeah. JD Vance maybe should look at the people who work at the White House who are day trading on like calling, you know, Kalshi about how we're going to invade countries and shit.
Yeah.
That might be a good place to start. He's also talking to a serial plagiarist.
I mean, it's also what we're seeing too, right? It's like this rhetoric that goes up and down is also part of the market manipulation.
Right.
And that, you know, is something that we are documenting as the majority in waiting. That hopefully when we do get into the majority in 2019, in 2027, we're, you know, able to look into that and see what accountability looks like for them.
I think it's really important because, I mean, it is just stunning to see people making like multi-$100,000 bets on like, will Nicolas Maduro be deposed by tomorrow and then hit, you know, or like massive amounts of money being moved betting on oil futures right ahead of some Truth Social post, you know, that sort of like takes off the, you know, lets off some steam or increases the pressure on the Iranians. I mean, it's so brazen. You think this will be like a big priority of oversight committees if Democrats can take Congress?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, good.
Because it's so blatant. The corruption is so blatant.
I hope they subpoena Kalshi to find out who these investors are that are dumping millions of dollars into bets, like 15 minutes before Trump makes an announcement.
Going to happen, take place, or what was being insinuated and was being bet on does actually happen. So there is a clear connection in the corruption that we're seeing directly to the White House.
It is disgusting. Again, you know, because Trump blots out the sun and like creates all these new challenges, these huge issues just don't get talked about. They don't get covered. There's no focus on them. For example, there's a civil war in Sudan that's now into its third year. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed in the fighting. An estimated 11 million people have been displaced. Also, you know, Ethiopia is coming off its own civil war.
Civil war in Sudan.
Seems to be on the cusp of another.
You want to know where the rebels are getting their weapons from?
Any diplomacy, any focus out of the
Wanna
State
take a guess?
Department or the White House on diplomacy in Africa at all? Like he wants a Nobel Peace Prize, right? Like this seems like an opportunity to get one if you wanted to actually end a conflict. Are they doing anything? Can Congress step into the breach?
Yeah. I mean, we had, under the Biden administration, we had an envoy to try to
took too long.
Peace in Sudan.
Getting their weapons from the UAE,
And what ended up
UAE and or
happening
Qatar.
was it ended up being stalled.
You want to know who sends them weapons?
Because of the genocide in Gaza. The players
We
that
are indirectly
helped
funding
in creating
the shit that's going on in
negotiation that
Sudan.
was necessary.
Supplying,
were
I should
a lot
say.
of the Middle East actors.
Yeah, the Emiratis in particular are
Right.
funding the RSF, which is the
Oh.
rebel side.
Yeah,
UAE, Emiratis.
and the
I knew it was one or the other.
biggest negotiator at the time to try to bring about peace was the Saudis, and now the Emiratis and the Saudis are not as close as they used to be. So the ability to negotiate with time passing has gotten worse and worse. The death toll keeps increasing. The number of people that are being displaced will continue to increase, and that conflict will probably last a lot longer than it could have if we did not have these constant conflicts that the United States is part and parcel in, because we can no longer be seen as the people who are bringing this peace, this negotiation, because there are actors in the Middle East that we allow to do whatever they want to do. And then there are actors where we say, you know, you're not supposed to do anything. And everybody now is just like, if you let them commit genocide, well, why can't I? And it takes away, I think, our negotiating power and our ability to do diplomacy in the way that we would. Back to the Emiratis funding the RSF rebel groups.
Need a toothpick.
They're not just
BRB.
funding them with resources, they're funding them with weapons.
Yeah.
Those weapons are bought from the United States. They're American-made weapons. We've had a resolution that is constantly being blocked to stop us from selling weapons to the Emiratis, so they are not used to slaughter people in Saudi Arabia. They're not in Sudan, not Saudi Arabia. In Sudan, not used to slaughter people in Ethiopia. They're not used to slaughter people in Yemen or Libya. We know that there is one bad actor that has been connected to many of the regional conflicts as well that we are seeing, and we are still willing to violate our laws and international law. So that
Don't
they
trust
can
Democrats. They
continue
are
to have
planning on
these
sucking the
weapons and
corpus
cause
toenails.
havoc to our neighbors.
Not all
It is,
Democrats.
infuriating. Two political questions
Remember,
before I let you go to.
I think it's
Hassan Piker's
important
house
to
stream.
distinguish
You guys ever played video
between
game or anything? Something fun?
I don't know, but we did play Twitch.
the
Yeah,
progressive
it's like
wing of the
it's like
Democratic
Among Us or
Party
something.
and the moderate centrist
I wanna play you an
APAC
excerpt,
shills. I
from
think
the
that's an
interview
important
Reverend
distinction
Al
that has to be
Sharpton
made,
did
or has to be
earlier
made.
today with former Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's watch.
So,
By the way, I'm just poking fun of you. No, like, see, here's the thing, like, that's a legitimate criticism, though. Like, that's a legitimate criticism. Like, I completely understand where it's coming from, and I don't even disagree with it, because, like, it's easy for that. It's easy for that perception to be made when you have people like Chuck Schumer, as a leader of the Democratic Party, on record, on video, saying his #1 priority is to ensure that Israel continues to receive financial and military support from the
Do you
U.S.
think Vice President Harris should run again?
Like, he's not even a senator of New York. He's a senator of Tel Aviv, you know?
For the Democrats, going to be crowded and competitive.
It's going to be really
Like, I get that, I get that you were poking fun, but the problem is like, you could have said that unironically, and it would be perfectly legitimate criticism.
Runs, there was, or maybe even 3.
Same can be said about Republicans who are like me, but I'm pretty sure all the Republicans like me died in 18. So,
people were being chosen.
if you look at the voting record
and
on,
it's going to be really important for
like Israel funding, like
us
supplemental
not to
funding or
have
primary
the
funding for
data
Israel,
clearance, for people not
you
to
will see
crown
every
someone
single
too
Republican
early,
approving it.
and
However,
for there to actually be an exchange of ideas,
you,
for there to be debate,
if you look at the Democratic
that our
voting
party wants
blocks,
to go,
it's
for there
like
to
now
be
it's
deep
like split
conversations about
50-50.
who we are
If
as-
you were to
as
look
a
at it
party
like, a couple
and what
years
we
ago,
actually
you would have
offer,
maybe had like
to the American
like
people,
7 to
because
15
I believe
representatives
it's hard
against
to
it.
have
But now it's
accountability once
closer
you
to
become
50-50.
president if people haven't had an actual debate on the kind of president that you're
Massey? You mean Massey, not massive.
And so, I hope
yeah,
everyone
I don't
runs.
think
It's
you did
gonna be
either.
fun.
No, it was Rand Paul.
You know,
I think it was Rand
for-
Paul.
For those of us who are not in the mix, and I look forward to
You
watching
know,
a
actually,
very
I
competitive
don't know about
primary.
Massey,
Great answer.
but it would make
Diplomatic
sense
answer.
that,
Yeah, I like-
that he wouldn't.
I like a big motley primary. Like,
Yeah.
run, let
But
them go,
maybe
let's
for the
fight,
wrong
let's figure
reasons,
it
I
out,
think.
Let's show them who can win.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
at this
we
point, I don't
could
care.
have a primary that is as fun to watch as the 16
more libertarian,
Republican
yeah.
primary.
I don't know. Trump on stage. making
Yeah,
fun
he
of Rand
probably
Paul
he
and
probably
us.
doesn't give a shit about the Palestinians. He just doesn't want us to spend money on another country. You know, whereas someone like me, I don't mind, giving another country financial assistance. Within reason.
I love it. We need a little fun. in this
But
party.
it's mine's a
Respect.
humanitarian
Finally,
perspective.
how are you
I like
feeling?
people who
It's
stand
abhorrent.
up to bullies, so
I
that's
do
who
too.
I will be supporting as
with you.
president.
I'm not
so
against any
we'll
country
see who
being our
becomes
ally.
The bully and the person who takes
Yeah.
them on.
I kind of think politics is a giant pendulum.
But I don't
and it kinda
think any
swings slowly back
ally
and forth, and I'm really
should receive
hoping that,
unconditional aid.
Maybe what people want is the opposite of Donald Trump when in the next cycle, but we'll see. Finally, how are you feeling about our chances in the midterms? Any races you're particularly focused on or excited about? And can you give people like a bit of a rah-rah speech? You feel like they get told all the time how important these elections are, and they're sick of hearing it, but why should they? Turn out, get involved, volunteer, and outdoors.
Yeah. I mean, I feel very optimistic. not just because the polls were telling us to be optimistic, but as I'm out talking to folks, I can see there's just different kind of energy.
You know,
that
I feel like if someone is going to complain about sending aid to Israel from a financial from a point of view from a financial point of view, I would want to see how they voted on previous funding bills.
And I do believe we have a chance in Ohio and Alaska as well.
Don't sleep on Iowa. Still a primary there, but we got you.
I would want to see
and then we have
how consistent they are with this financial excuse. You know what I mean?
I'll be watching, not making an announcement right now on who I'll endorse, but eventually we'll make an endorsement there. And then the map just looks very different for Democrats when it comes to the House. We've got interesting seats that we can pick up in Virginia, depending on how that referendum ends up looking like. We've got seats that we're going to pick up here in California.
Thank you, Gavin. Yep.
And so it's looking really good. Even Minnesota, we have a chance to pick up a few seats.
You feeling good? Yeah. Are the vibes better in DC? Like, look, January, it's February. People are in a dark place. The vibes feel like they've changed in the country, but I don't know. How about in the caucus?
No, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about the No Kings rallies in comparison to the Women's March.
Yes.
At the beginning, it wasn't as intense as the Women's March activities were.
Yeah.
And now I feel like they're more intense than even the Women's March. And so I do believe that the base is very excited to see us, to rally with us, to get out there. And, in Minnesota, we have caucuses. There's talk about the caucus numbers from February.
Caucus.
To what they
That's
were
always going to be a
in the
funny term.
2008 race.
And
that,
my middle school aged brain will always at least internally chuckle at that word, even if I don't outwardly show it.
Rural parts of Minnesota, and I do believe
Caucus.
Our colleagues are feeling a little bit more excited, a little bit more energized. The unity within our caucus feels stronger.
Caucus.
And there just seems to be, this sort of like march towards victory that we are all in lockstep towards.
Oh, shut up, TikTok.
Congressman Omar, thank you so much for coming in. Great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
There's no way the audio isn't working on TikTok. I hope it is. Should be. I should have my wife check. She doesn't even watch my shit.
Welcome
Isn't
to
that
Pablo
crazy?
Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find
How
out
embarrassing is that?
what this sound is.
I think this is a moment where we need some public corruption heads on spikes.
Right after this ad.
Ha! I like this already.
I do just want to explain for people who haven't seen your previous appearances on this show.
Sure.
That we've known each other for a very long time. We're friends, we're colleagues, dating back to Sports Illustrated, and also you are not
crazy
related to
embarrassing,
Jeffrey
almost as embarrassing as not
I'm
knowing
not related to
Article
Jeffrey
1,
Epstein,
Section
but
8
it did cross
of the
my
Constitution.
mind that
You know what?
I should
Okay.
name
Okay,
my
I have
YouTube
to
channel
I have to
The
push
Epstein
back against
Files or
that.
something,
Because
I
if
just
you were to
wanted
ask me
Oh, yeah.
maximum
to
I haven't been able to bring
recite it,
myself to do such a thing.
I wouldn't be
You're
able to.
leaving SEO
I would if
optimization
it was on
I
an
know.
exam.
I even filtered my
and
own
it said,
last
in
name
your
so that
own
people
words,
can't use it in the comments, but they find
write Article
they're very
1, Section 8 of the
clever.
Constitution.
It's a creative constraint. They find
I wouldn't
clever
be able
ways
to do
get
it.
around that.
What is it like being David
But I
Epstein
guarantee
these
you,
days? Author of,
if
by the
someone
way,
was like,
Inside the
"Oh,
Box,
it covers
How
this,"
Constraints
like,
Make Us
list of
Better, a
powers.
book
Okay.
that I really enjoyed reading and
I would be
listening
able
to
to
over the
give
weekend.
a.
If you're still asking about the Epstein last name,
I
it's like
believe
the
that I
Jewish
would be able
Smith.
to
I mean,
give
it's a pretty
a
common last name, which is a saving grace. I have to say.
significantly
Like,
above
I was
average
alphabetized for exams
explanation
in
in
freshman
terms
physics
of
in college, and I was
accuracy.
next to another David Epstein. Like, fortunately, there's a lot of us out there. That doesn't make it
Like that's the one.
great
This
when
is
I
like
walk my son to school and we go past people
this
holding
is the one
signs
thing
that
I'm
just
terrible
say
at.
Epstein. Like,
Is
they're not rooting for us,
linking
But the idea
like
that
terms
you had
and
to filter out
concepts.
your own name
Like I am
from your
terrible.
own
Like
comment
I'm
section
great at understanding
because you know what
concepts.
people are going to say, despite the fact that this is your third book, and you're sort of
in terms of like entomology usage, like I know how to use the words, but like
you are in
I am
fact the guy
terrible
who'd written the sports
at
gene
linking
and
the two
range,
together.
both studies of like human performance and performance science, and I
like
often
for
call you
memorization,
the greatest sports science
recitation
writer
purposes.
in America.
And as I always say, out
Why
of
does this
all three of
video
us.
sound loud? What the fuck?
There are about as many David Epsteins in your physics class as there are.
I feel like
such
this video is
people, I
louder than the
suppose.
other ones.
That's right.
Hold on. Man. How loud is my mic? Okay, still louder than the video. Not by much though, Jesus. I like you, Pablo Torre, but you're kind of loud.
It's an interesting time to be an author because the other thing that's happening is that I'm looking at the news and I'm like, oh yeah, did you get your Anthropic payment?
I absolutely did. I got my unique ID that said your work has been pirated. I got several mailings saying that this work has been pirated, that work has been pirated.
It's the largest copyright settlement in American history. The AI company Anthropic forced to pay out a whopping $1.5 billion after a judge said it illegally pirated more than 7 million digitized books to train its AI model.
I'm pretty sure this one's not even out. Based on some questions that I've asked, somebody has uploaded it already. I think the notice I got said that my books had been pirated on this site called LibGen.
This is like the Pornhub of books.
Yeah, I guess so. I'd never thought of it that way,
purchasing
Pablo,
isn't
but I
owning.
suppose.
The X
then
videos of books, excuse me,
piracy
getting a
isn't
notice in
theft.
my ear that I'm
Oh, are you talking about for like digital goods?
And I guess Anthropic
Video
just,
games like to do
pulled
that.
a huge amount of books down from there and digested them. So those were books that were pirated in the first place, and then they kind of like re-pirated them or just downloaded the pirated version. So you can file like a claim, and you'll probably get like, I don't know if it's up to 3,000 or 3,000
That's the point of the
per
statement.
pirated work.
But a small price to pay for contributing to the sum total of human knowledge in the form that we all must consume it in, which is to say via
I think
a large language model.
in terms
which is,
of
again,
these
for
like
those not reading the news,
as it AI,
the
like
good
I don't think the
guys.
actual piracy was the problem.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
I think
who's
I have a feeling
in
that the bigger
Anthropic
problem was the
narrative.
redistribution.
OpenAI, Sam
You know what I
Altman,
mean?
bad guys, Anthropic, the white knights who just happen to be vacuuming up the written word to a degree that, there has been a $1.5 billion settlement.
When I first started interacting with
I'm being honest, I
tech
want both of
people
them.
some years ago, like after
You guys
I
already
started
open
books, and they would use that phrase.
Oh,
I
no,
don't hear it
okay.
as much anymore.
Oh, you guys
but
already opened it.
information wants to be free, and it's clear to me that that was just a justification.
Yeah,
of stealing
Kit Kats,
stuff,
whee!
right? Because it's like they weren't about to give you their code or their social security number. Like
AI
Mark
is bad
Zuckerberg
in and of
built, like,
itself.
big ass trees in front of his house so you can't see it. Like his information doesn't want to be free, but
Oh,
that's this ethos they have. That it's like
Okay.
okay to steal stuff if you're making something cool. And in the cases where I think it was with Meta, where they said we could legitimately get rights to some of this stuff, but it'll be too slow, so they just pirate it instead. But I understand why they do it because again, if you look back at some of the real successes in more recent tech history,
If AI
like things that I use a lot, like
was
Uber
only used
it ignored sort of
for like
taxi
medical,
regulations, whereas some other rideshare companies tried
scientific
to play by those rules.
advancements.
And YouTube ignored like copyright infringement.
I would even
early
extend
on.
it to like
And so if you just flout all the rules
research
early on,
purposes.
nobody cares until you get big enough.
Like,
right?
I'm
And then
actually
you
okay
just,
with
like,
that.
Pay a settlement in retrospect.
That was the year.
What I
behind
hate,
Mark Zuckerberg
the reason
in
I think it's
college
bad
when he was
is one,
moving fast and
environmentally
breaking
because of the
things.
data centers.
And the question
Two,
around
financially,
the rules he is
because of the
breaking
data centers.
happens to be conveniently enough
How much
a
energy
real
they use, it drives up
key
prices for
part
everyone
of
else,
this
people
book,
like me.
Yeah.
which has to do with again
And
it's
three,
called How Constraints Make Us Better. That is the subhead. And I
it's,
think a bit of the through line in this conversation
looking for.
is we're watching all of the time now.
Like the
incredibly
AI
powerful,
propaganda
incredibly
slop.
wealthy people, the people who are in most
'Cause
control
let's
of whatever
face
is
it,
happening to us these days.
The average
They are deciding
average
that
American
rules
is
as a
freaking stupid
concept are
and
things they
easily
can opt
fooled
out of if they feel
by fault by
like it's
misinformation.
necessary.
Yeah.
Or maybe even not necessary if it's just something they want to do.
This is a terrible thing in the long. Like obviously, it feels bad when we see it in the headlines, but what the research shows is when it becomes apparent to people that the rules
But, like,
don't apply to everyone.
when you have,
and I don't think any. not to be Pollyanna.
when you have
it's not like
incidents
everyone ever
of
thought the rules applied perfectly equally.
And I do want to establish,
you know,
like, the case
new
that you
chemical
make is not,
configurations
you're a bad
to be
person
used
if you don't
for,
follow the rules because
you know,
rules
medical
are what we are
testing
taught to
to
obey in
treat
school,
diseases.
and therefore we must obey them.
Yeah, no.
Like,
it's
that's freaking phenomenal,
For
you know?
150 years, the shared prosperity of the modern world has been built upon agreed upon rules that applied equitably enough that people believed in them and were willing to sacrifice some of their own
Getting a phone
freedom
call.
to play
BRB.
by these rules, and it was good for everybody. And now I think we're being hit over the head almost on a daily basis with the law not applying in certain cases. And what the research suggests will happen is that that will lead to these long-run trust issues between strangers. Trust between strangers and GDP per capita are like very highly related if you look at all the countries in the world, because strangers stop collaborating when they don't trust as much. So in a recent Pew survey just showed that the US is the only country where a majority of adults say that other people have bad morals. And modern prosperity is built on trust between strangers. Like, a few centuries ago, people only did business in their kinship networks or in their religious network, and so it was much more contained, or with people that they personally knew. And so the engine of prosperity for more people, and by the way, like, as bad as things may feel like they're going, globally, since 1990, you want to guess how many people per day on average have been lifted out of poverty since 1990?
What are we at?
118,000 per day people have moved above the international poverty line on average since 1990. So shared prosperity, the engine has still been going, but that has been very much built on the fact that we have built structures that allow people to collaborate with strangers, allow people to start businesses despite what their name is or who they know and all these other things. And it's all built on trust between strangers and functioning bureaucracy, large functioning bureaucracy, I should say.
I like how you've written a book at this moment in time where you're like, you know what is underrated? Rules and bureaucracy.
I didn't necessarily think that, but like this, I mean, the work that I really leaned on was by this Nobel laureate named Douglas North. The paradigm in the 60s when he was starting to do his work was that tech innovation is the sole driver of shared prosperity. And what he showed is actually that it's usually social norms or political structures or legal structures that change first, that enable this kind of innovation and collaboration between people that gives rise to innovation. And so it's actually what he called institutions, as he framed them, constraints on human behavior that give rise to this long-run prosperity and allow people to trust one another.
Yeah, I want to quote from your book because in your discussion of North, you quote him, and this is the opening line of his most famous work, quote, "Institutions are the rules of the game in a society, or more formally, are the humanly devised constraints that shape human interaction."
Yeah.
End quote, which is to say that we're talking about rules and not the department so much.
No, and North, by the way, says that these are basically perfectly analogous to sports rules, where, so he has informal constraints and formal constraints. The informal constraints are social norms. The formal constraints are like legal laws. So on a soccer pitch, you have the lines and the rules that are the formal structures, but then you have these informal, like, you know, one team will kick the ball out of bounds if another guy gets injured. So it's this overlapping of social norms and explicit structures that combine to allow people to trust and engage in collaborative behavior. And arguably both ends of that are under attack. And so the prediction that North's work would make when social norms that constrain people's behavior start to falter, and when legal structures look like they don't apply to everyone, is that strangers will start thinking other people are bad, which is exactly what we are starting to see. So he won the Nobel for this in the early 90s. Some of his acolytes just won another Nobel for the same thing. We're like walking right into the thing that he said you shouldn't do, where you regress from what's called an open access order, where people can access all sorts of parts of society and government without it mattering who they are, to what's called a natural state, where like it really matters who you know if you want to get something done. And implicitly in that, by the way, he makes an argument that big government is a necessary kind of symptom of shared prosperity. And this is like a delicate thing because
you're now advocating for what Doge was trying to trim, allegedly.
Of course there's like bloat in the government, right? There's no question. So I don't want to minimize
Yes.
I don't want to minimize that, because bureaucracies often grow to the point where it seems like their goal becomes just perpetuating themselves, right? That happens. At the same time, what North showed was that if you want people to have impersonal access to things, and you do, you don't want it to matter that it's Pablo Torre or David Epstein.
Dealing with our friends and cronies
That's
in order
right.
to get what we want.
You don't want it to matter who you know. Then you have to have a kind of large impersonal bureaucracy so that it's these people that you don't know that are vetting your application or whatever it is. And so it's a necessary outgrowth of these more equitable rules that you'll have an expansive bureaucracy, basically.
Well, the thing that you mentioned before that brings us to sports in a non-metaphorical way is the notion that actually there was, before Douglas North came along, this popular idea that technology was responsible for all the prosperity that we were benefiting from.
Yeah.
The speed of innovation.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of, again, this Anthropic lawsuit.
Yeah.
In which the argument for why you should have all of these AI companies, all of these LLMs hoovering up all of the written words humans have made, despite all of the intellectual property, the would-be intellectual property laws around it, is because if we don't do that, we will lose.
Yeah.
We will lose, in fact, not just to other competitors, but we will lose to China.
Yes, China. And so they make the argument implicitly and sometimes explicitly that letting tech move as fast as humanly possible is always the right thing to do, right? And technological disruption, or so-called creative destruction, to use the economist's term, has led to all sorts of incredible things. What North's point was that it's preceded by these institutions or norms and legal structures that allow it to happen in the first place. And the idea that if we just take all bounds off of these tech leaders and that will lead to shared prosperity magically is totally ahistoric. Like, take the original tech supernova of the world, which was the Industrial Revolution. Have you read Hard Times by Charles Dickens? That did not automatically lead to shared prosperity. It led to children pushing coal mining carts with their heads for 12 hours a day. And it took different social structures around that. When I was here before and we talked about AI, we brought up a book called Power and Progress. Those guys won the Nobel Prize since we talked about it, those authors.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
The PTFO, the PTFO bump
yes,
is why.
Because of us, the Nobel Committee was listening, and their main argument is they do a 1,000-year history of technological innovation, and what they show is that tech innovation absolutely does not automatically lead to shared prosperity. Sometimes it leads to increasing misery, and it totally depends on the institutional structures, the rules of the game of society. And right now, I think what you're seeing is some of these leaders saying, like, no, we can't have any of those bounds.
No, don't regulate us.
Because it'll slow us down.
Yes, you're shackling the great men of our time if you are regulating artificial intelligence. All right, I got a quick stat for you. Most employers are sorting through something like 250 resumes for a single job opening, which is a lot of scrolling, a lot of guesswork, and also a lot of time. So if you're hiring, I have some good news. You can now review all these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. And today, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/PTFO. And here's why that matters. ZipRecruiter's matching technology is already great at finding qualified candidates fast, but now the people who are actually excited about your role rise right to the top. So you're not just sorting through resumes, you're seeing the strongest, most engaged applicants first. And it gets better. Candidates can even tell you, in their own words, why they're interested in your job. So you're getting more than just bullet points. You're getting personality, motivation, and a clearer picture of who might be the right fit. Cut through the standard and get to the standouts with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/PTFO. That's ZipRecruiter.com/PTFO. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. The notion, though, of sports. I come to this now, of course, because a lot of our reporting on this show, and you are yourself an investigative journalist by trade, by training, and a lot of what I've been turning our attention to as a show has been the billionaires who run sports.
Yeah.
And how these are not merely metaphorically tech people.
Yeah.
They are actually the people who ran some of the most monopolistic tech companies in U.S. history. And Steve Ballmer, now, of course, the owner of the Clippers, and my good friend.
Your good friend.
Also the former CEO of Microsoft.
There's a bobblehead over there.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, we do have the Steve Ballmer bobblehead. Let's hold on, let me bring that. We have it.
Only good
You're
friends
the
get
first
that.
person to acknowledge that we not only have the Kawhi Leonard bobblehead, we also have the Steve Ballmer.
Oh, he's got a bobble feet.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's got a bobble everything.
We might leave him there on top of your book.
See, if you're Steve Ballmer, it's like everyone's got a bobblehead. You need more things that bobble.
Yes, look at these. The
Like,
elbows bobble.
You got to be the best.
But the point of this is now not merely the richest owner in all of sports in
Yes.
the world, and not only the richest owner in the NBA by far. He is somebody who, in our reporting, has embodied what it means when you decide these rules that are meant to enforce something like fair competition are things that we ought not abide by.
Yeah, and that's really bad. I mean, I think one point that you've made that's important that maybe not everyone understands unless they've been following really closely is that all the owners of sports teams are obviously incredibly wealthy. But Ballmer is incredibly wealthy to those people, right? He's like off the charts wealthy. So the analogy I was thinking of was like half the world lives with a legal system that was created in England, including us in the US. And it was created because the king had too much power. And eventually there was this wealthy merchant class. And they started to have some more power, and the king wanted to borrow money from them to wage wars and all these things. And they were pissed about not getting paid back sometimes. So they got together and said, no, we're going to leverage our power, and now we're going to put some constraints on you. And initially the king was like, bummer, I'm not going to be able to borrow a lot of money. It actually led to the reverse, where now people were willing to lend money because there was a stronger parliament and they felt like they could get paid back and all this kind of stuff. But it was these other richest people in society who saw the richest person in society and said, we need rules to constrain that guy. And doing that led to shared benefit for all of society. And so it feels like a little bit of a microcosm. You know, I don't want to like compare the origins of our legal system necessarily to
The NBA salary cap?
The NBA salary cap. But it's this microcosm of where you have these like really powerful people who are getting the experience of seeing an even more powerful person.
Which is extraordinarily rare.
Extraordinarily rare. Who doesn't want to follow the rules, who hasn't had to follow the rules in the past, and now is in the position of potentially very publicly being able to skirt those rules, right? Whatever the NBA comes up with in their investigation.
And we eagerly await the results of that.
Right, which is the whole thing, like, yeah. Like,
as you know, there's nothing more credible than an organization investigating itself.
Right. So I think you start by asking, like, what would it behoove them to find? And then start from there. But whatever they find, I think there will be owners who will say, I don't care what they find. I know what happened. The rules don't apply in this way anymore if there's no punishment. And that's like the beginning of the breakdown of rules that were made for collective good. And I think public examples of that are terrible. Like you see this in countries where, again, we were talking before this about Greece when they went bankrupt, basically. And you could see these surveys where people started deciding that the next guy wasn't paying taxes. So they were like, well, I'm not paying taxes. And then nobody was paying taxes, and the country goes bankrupt. And so it might seem frivolous. Like I see people commenting on your stuff all the time of like, who cares, leave it alone, etc. And I used to get that all the time with some investigative reporting, right? Because people tune into sports stuff because they like sports.
And I always have to remind those people that the show has my name in it. And if I find it interesting, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And at its best, we'll also make the case, as I am attempting to do right now, that this story is not merely a story that's specific to a rabbit hole inside of the NBA, but it's also the story of our time.
That's what I'm saying. And like, I'm fine if somebody doesn't, if they think it's a killjoy, then just ignore it. Then they can ignore it.
Yes.
But to say someone else shouldn't be concerned about this, I think is weird, because it's almost to me tantamount to saying we should kind of live in an ends justifies the means sort of world and not care when people break these rules. And I don't want to be like some earnest, like...
But the case you're making continuously through this book, you're making the selfish person's case for why rules matter.
Yes, why you want to restrict other people. And like I said, why the Harvard law commencement starts with that wise restraints make men free, because we know this historically, that agreed upon rules free people within those bounds to do things that they would have no other way to do. And you can look at societies that don't have that advantage, where everything is based on who you know, what you can leverage, where it's not really clear what the rules are today or tomorrow, and those societies do not thrive. So I think this is a moment where we need some like public corruption heads on spikes. I don't know if that's that NBA or wherever it is.
No, but I feel this all of the time. I mean, we are living through this era in which owners in sports, again, as both the actual class of people we're talking about societally and also the metaphor for the class of people we're talking about societally. Like, these are the same guys.
Yeah.
They're coming from Silicon Valley. They're coming from finance. They're coming into the league at a rate and at a financial status, owning these heirlooms that we grew up caring about with resources that are unprecedented.
Yeah.
And the thing about someone like Steve Ballmer is always going to be, is it the case that we are merely enshrining, once again, money as the thing that matters most?
Yeah, because I think one potentially nice thing about sports that's actually different from a lot of the rest of society is it kind of does seem like a meritocracy, relatively speaking.
It's important, I think, that I keep on hammering that both of us have done investigative reporting and we
That was my
know
mom.
all of the ways in which cynicism may be justified.
Yes, human endeavors are always very flawed.
You've investigated performance-enhancing drugs, and we've
Done
both investigated
with-
various financial frauds, and we know even the criticisms of the salary cap as a concept. I hear all of it,
Okay,
and I
now I
understand
can kill
all
this
of
guy.
it as best I can. The point, though, is that on a relative basis, I don't know if there's another laboratory for rules mattering that's more accessible or potentially persuasive than what sports offers.
Yes, so I think it's a really important public story because there are these other areas all over society, but they're not as mass consumers.
That is
and
true.
Mass public, right? They're not as engaging. in
When it
many
comes
ways
to
also.
professional
But if you're
competition,
going to have the salary cap,
rules
if you're gonna
are
make the
adhered to
law,
pretty well.
then it's even more dangerous to have it clearly not mean anything. That's how you get to the survey where
Yes,
most
the
Americans
Pew
say other people
research.
have bad morals because they're looking around and the norms and rules that they think are worthwhile are getting flouted, like in their face. And so I think this is like a proxy for this larger discussion that's going on in society.
Well, we're like importing Silicon Valley's values as well as the actual, again, the great men that founded and ran a bunch of these companies.
This brilliant economist who was the central banker of India, at one point named Raghuram Rajan,
I actually
wrote this
had
book called Saving Capitalism.
views.
from
I got two.
Capitalists.
Wow.
And it's basically about how
I've been
the biggest
streaming for 5.5
capitalists
hours.
hate
I've gotten
competition.
exactly 2 minutes of views on TikTok.
It's that sports,
That's awesome.
again, both literally and metaphorically, is a shrine to competition.
Yeah.
And if there's any
And it
political
occurred
party
when I
that
was on the
feel
phone
like
with
is
my
being
mom.
underrated as a concept, it is
When I wasn't
the
talking.
pro-competition
I should take that as a
party,
lesson.
which
Yeah.
can encompass both capitalism
I should take the hint.
in its purest theoretical form, as well as regulation.
Yeah.
Which is, again, like, and she's been a guest on this show as well, I kind of feel like I'm a Lena Khan Democrat.
I saw on like bus stops there'd be these signs. for
Lena
Meta,
Khan's a
and they're
goat.
Like, please regulate us, to stop kids of a certain age going on. And I
She's
assume
the
that that's because
anti-monopolistic
once you're
goat.
established, then you want the regulate. You're like, yes, we let 8-year-olds get on our platform and do who knows what, but now once we're a juggernaut and printing money, nobody should be allowed to have 8-year-olds on their platform.
But just like more competition. This is the thing that runs through the story of the NBA. And by the way, from a pure product perspective, I think one test that I thought about while I was reading your book, and I was wondering, like, when it comes to the product that citizens, customers are receiving, one easy acid test for all of this is
Is this freaking chef
it
gonna go to bed?
better?
What the hell?
Is the lack of competition getting us better products? Or is it, in fact, in the case of the NBA, as all of these incredibly rich people come in unregulated, is it in fact worse?
That's again where it's a proxy for these other discussions of like, are these rules leading to shared prosperity or better options for consumers or whatever it is? And I think we've deemed that's the case when we have competition, right? That's why we do it this way. But people are getting around those
Come on,
rules,
lady, get
just
out of here.
ignoring them now.
Our reporting on like the NFLPA, the players union, right? It's like, why do I care about this millionaires union? Well, it's because if you care about football, which statistically That's what we care about the most.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing when the NFL, which runs professional football in America, is it a good thing when they don't have a competitor, a check on them? And what happens if that check is the union? And what if that union is also, connecting to all of this stuff, beset by its own corruption scandal?
Yeah.
What does the product become? Does it
Really,
become
lady?
something that has these countervailing competitive forces sharpening it into something better for Americans? Or is it a version that the very, very top of the pyramid people are getting to dictate basically at their own personal whims?
Again, this isn't just going on in sports, right? It goes on in business in
Dude.
general.
Yes,
this
we
is just
slept
a
like
public way to
15
see it.
minutes.
It's so in your face that rules don't apply to certain people.
You know, the question of why and how has corruption taken root? How and why did money become the only thing we can agree is important, apparently? It all brings us back to, like, again, why are sports cool?
I started reading this philosopher named Bernard Suits,
Yeah.
who I use at the very end of this book.
Yes.
And Suits was responding to Ludwig Wittgenstein, who was like one of the most influential thinkers of the 20th century. And Wittgenstein talked about the fuzziness of language. And one of his main examples was that there is no core essence of everything we call a game. There's only a family resemblance. Like, some games are played alone, some in a group, some are imaginary, some are in the real world, etc. Some are luck, some are just skill. And Suits said, no, I think that's wrong. I think there is a commonality to all games, including sports. And I think the commonality is an attitude. And he called it the illusory attitude. And he defined it as the voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles.
I love this part of Bernard Suits's philosophy.
He wrote
so
about
much.
it in this amazing book called The Grasshopper, where it's like Aesop's grasshopper fable, where the grasshopper plays all summer long, and so he doesn't hoard enough food like the ants, so he's going to die when the winter comes. But in this case, he justifies it. He's like, because these games give meaning to life. And so this was actually a justifiable thing for me to do, because I think it really is a metaphor for life. It's like take field, add lines. You know, it's like add meaning. And so it's the voluntary attempt to overcome these unnecessary obstacles that adds meaning to the thing, that actually makes achievement even possible. And so I think sports are such a pure way of seeing people attempt to overcome these voluntarily accepted obstacles. And so then when they're trying to shortcut them, I think it dilutes the meaning of the endeavor in the first place.
It's a way of life.
Yeah.
It's a way of life. You described, again, the heirlooms of social attitudes that are really hard to undo once you have a destruction of the institutions we've been talking about, of the rules.
Yeah.
And what is better, what is more durable as an heirloom than sports in our country, in which we are actually agitated by the idea that we are being cheated by another team, because we're all opting into this way of life in which we all agree that this basketball court without boundaries is just a piece of wood.
Yeah.
We all need to embrace what is seemingly the dismissible, the otherwise easily dismissible fiction that any of this matters, that the salary cap matters, that putting a ball in a hoop matters. But once you agree they matter, suddenly you have the ability to engender something like a philosophy that can, in your book's telling, actually benefit more people than otherwise.
I've vacillated in various points, like especially at some points when I was doing certain type of investigative reporting in sports, and I really soured and was just like, screw this. It would take me a while to kind of recover sometimes. But when you think about the amount of meaning that we've imbued sports with, put this peach basket up here and this line here, and all of a sudden you have this incredibly meaningful activity. I mean, you did this. Guys who are on death row, like
That
stating
was the death row inmates who spend their last seconds on Earth expending breath to make the noise of "Let's go, Cowboys."
yes, because they feel like this thing has added meaning to their life, and they feel like they're part of something. And I think that's just an interesting sign of how much meaning can be added to this otherwise ridiculous endeavor, just like you have to find ways to add meaning to the ridiculous endeavor of your life. And so when people say none of this stuff matters, I'm like, then you're just saying then you don't care about adding meaning to life, basically. And by the way, Suits makes a sort of unexpected argument late in the Grasshopper where he says, by the way, if we end up in a utopia where tech is handling most of our work, then games are going to matter even more, because that's going to be where, if work is no longer the main part of our identity, then really this participation in games and these voluntarily accepted obstacles are going to really be the core activity that adds meaning to our life.
At every turn, I'm always like tempted to remind people, like, we're not saying that all rules must be enforced because all rules are automatically good.
I'm glad that some Americans like defied their colonial rules
we dare say
entrepreneurially started a country.
Oh my God. I mean, like, we're living through, again, depending on whether we survive nuclear winter, we are going to have the conversation around what's it like to disobey orders at the highest levels of government. We are, at the same time, having a conversation in the NCAA around how are we supposed to pay these athletes? And isn't it strange that we needed to break the rules around non-paying athletes to get them some sort of financial justice before we had these regulations being reformed to enable something like a market? All of that, yes, all of that is being considered. But I think the principles, the core principles around, are you encouraging competition? Are you deterring corruption? And are you creating a society that actually gives a fuck about holding the most powerful people to some sort of account? You are led to this attitude that I'm always confronting these days, which is, yeah, on its face, it's not cool to be the guy with the book that says rules matter. And yet, like, to be the guy quoting Jack Nicholson while holding a bobblehead, we need you on that wall. This is where we are. We f***ing need someone to say this.
Yeah, you have to care. You have to care, I think.
Like, the pendulum, and all of this is seemingly always, unfortunately, a pendulum, it swung so far away.
Yeah.
To the point where it has to be this, like, reassertion. Like, we forgot why other things besides money were virtues in the first place.
Yeah, and there's so many things. I mean, you know, like living through this kind of halcyon 90s, there were so many of these things that I feel like I just got to take for granted.
Yeah.
That now are more in my face. You know, whether that's because of being an investigative reporter or also just like things that are happening in the world. How nice it was to have a feeling of sort of trust to some degree. People are always getting away with stuff. There's no question about that. But that things kind of functioned in some impartial way, and that there were at least regularly consequences for high-profile malfeasance that ended up in the news. And that's a good thing. You want people to be able to take that for granted so that they can go about their business and just rely on that and have this like background of trust and belief. And I think that's really undermined. And obviously there's a lot of people I call conflict entrepreneurs. I stole that word from this journalist, Amanda Ripley, who really profit from making a lot of our institutions look even worse than they are, right? Like Elon Musk, I think it's amazing some of the innovative stuff he's done. At the same time, he spends a bunch of time on the internet sharing memes that just kind of make people look stupid for caring about regulations or anything like that, which makes sense for him because he's like wants the government money and then wants to block the government money for other people. But that kind of making people feel stupid for earnestness, the mob is good at shitting on stuff, but not so good at having ideas. You know what I mean? And I think it's concerning because there are people who profit from breeding this mistrust of everything in others. And I think the fact that we're in this like golden era of conspiracy thinking is a result of that.
Yeah, and it's interesting to be a show that has felt, again, the SEO, the search engine optimization incentives around being the person who's willing to interrogate and occasionally even prove what feels like a conspiratorial theory journalistically.
Yeah.
It's interesting to be outside of an organization. I was going to say institution, an organization, a mainstream media organization, and get credit for being disruptive.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time be always trying to follow, again, the Douglas North Star.
Well played.
This value.
Yeah.
Of like, man, here's an interesting thing that I have been hearing from front office executives around the NBA. When it comes to gross violations of the NBA's cardinal rules, such as the salary cap, what one NBA executive told me was, yeah, we don't want to have to learn how to do money laundering.
Yeah.
We don't want to have to be competing in a market where we can't trust our other competitors because they're orchestrating insane schemes untrammeled by any regulation. And now we are going to have to pay a price in a way that I think only continues to erode the premise of a rules-based sport.
That's right. So they want to be protected from what they themselves would start doing.
Exactly.
It's what you call a collective trap. Right? It's like you want kids off social media, but you got to get them off as a group because you don't want, it's hard for one kid to get off of social media on their own. So these kind of collective traps are what you save yourself from by having serious rules. And again, not to get too like highfalutin or far-fetched or whatever, but since I was doing all this research on the origins of our legal systems, we talked about the British legal system. That
Gotta be kidding me.
Another half of, basically half of the, or a lot of the world lives under the French legal system that was exported. So in the English case, the merchants were worried about the king having too much power. In France, it was the local magnates, like these sort of like regional power guys, who were worried about one another much more than the king. And so that's why France ended up with a different legal system where the constraints were on one another. And that's, I think, in some ways, also has something in common with what's going on here, was they said, look, I don't want to have to bring my militia to this guy. I don't want him to bring his militia to me. And so they started making rules that constrained one another, actually vesting more power in the executive, so that, which maybe would be like the commissioner or something in this case, to say, save us from ourselves. Like, we don't want to have to do this stuff. We just want to be guaranteed that the other people also aren't doing it. And so that's what'll happen, right? Is if they decide that this rule doesn't actually have any legitimacy, then they're all going to start learning money laundering.
When the people who are meant to enforce fair competition themselves are suffering from a conflict of interest, and the public interest is not the most heavily weighted interest in that conflict. I think what you're seeing happen in sports, what you're seeing happen in America in general, and I think that we are at the point where, yeah, I mean, look, I want you to get paid for all of your work, but if you need to go to a Russian porn literary clearinghouse, that's the only way you're gonna
Why
get.
Keep working porn into this?
I'm just saying, if you got a torrent inside the box by David Epstein to help save whatever is left of this American impulse towards, can we please give a shit? Then yeah, maybe I'd settle for that too.
I feel like with this bobblehead, he's even gone around the number of bobbling parts cap. I've never seen that many bobbling parts on a bobblehead. Like, this guy just can't, everything bobbles there.
There's
Steve, you couldn't just settle for bobblehead? It's called a bobblehead for a reason.
I've never contemplated how much bobbling is too much bobbling.
Yeah, see, I've had my eye on the Steve Ballmer ball here. I don't know what you've been looking at.
I've been trying not to get sued. Pablo Torre Finds Out is produced by Walter Avaroma, Maxwell Carney, Ryan Cortez, Juan Galindo, Patrick Kim, Neely Lohman, Rob McRae, Matt Sullivan, Claire Taylor, and Chris Tuminello. Studio engineering by RG Systems, sound design by Andrew Bursick, digital strategy by Bailey Carlin and Andrew Northern, theme song, as always, by John Bravo. And we'll talk to you next time.
Donald Trump wants us to give up. He's threatening world peace, attacking free and fair elections, and claiming executive power he simply does not have. Well, today's guest, Senator Chris Van Hollen, he's leading the campaign to keep up the fight. As a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Van Hollen is calling out Trump's illegal war. And as Maryland Senator, he's protecting his constituents from Donald Trump's paramilitary. Senator Van Hollen joins me to break down the status of the Save America Act, the five-alarm fire facing our democracy, and how Senate Republicans will sacrifice your services to pay for Trump's war. But before we get into it, subscribe to this channel to learn how you can defend democracy. Senator Chris Van Hollen, welcome back to Defending Democracy.
Mark, it's always good to be with you.
I've got to start with the big news that's been going on, which is that Donald Trump brought us into a war, brought us to the eve of God knows what. I'm glad he either chickened out or backed away or whatever, because what he was seemed to be forecasting was horrific. And people feel helpless. I mean, people are talking about impeachment, talking about the 25th Amendment. What can you tell us about where we are, what we do? How to stay sane? What do you advise?
Well, it's hard to stay sane, but the only way to stay sane, from my perspective, and I think yours too, and people around the country who care, is to stay involved and keep the pressure on. I'm a big believer in the No Kings protests. I'm a big believer in what the people of Minneapolis did. And when it comes to the war, we know a majority of Americans are against this war. They all know that Donald Trump broke his promise when he said he was going to keep us out of wars. He said he was going to focus on bringing down costs. Done just the opposite, right? He got us into this war. Costs are going up. And so in Congress, what we will do is just keep the pressure on. Resolution after resolution. War powers resolution after war powers resolution. I'm not predicting that, in the next day or two, that Republicans will break, but the only way to keep the pressure on and to keep accountability on them is by forcing them to take these votes. And the clock is ticking toward Election Day. These Republican senators and House members are going to have to decide whether they're more afraid of what their voters think or more afraid of what Donald Trump's next tweet will be. That has been the calculation we've been living with for a year, but all the polls suggest that the public is just fed up with the Trump administration and all of these broken promises. So that's what we can do. Keep the pressure on for accountability.
So one of the things that feels so terrible about this situation and so different about this situation is, I remember the run-up to the Iraq War. And I was representing a lot of Democrats, and there were Democrats on both sides of the issue. I represented Senator Kerry's presidential campaign. He voted in favor of the war. There were like a lot of positions, but it was fully half that. You could have, and believe me, I had my complaints about what George Bush's administration told us was going on. But there were votes in Congress. There was debates in Congress. There were presentations, and the utter arrogance of this
based around false information,
that they don't
FYI.
engage those debates, and the utter spinelessness of the Republicans in Congress that they're not even insisting that there be part of this debate just makes this feel so much different. Am I right about that, or am I romanticizing the past?
No, you're 100% right. And look, I remember the Iraq War resolution. I was actually involved in my first campaign for Congress, for the House of Representatives at the time, and I came out strongly against the Iraq War resolution at the time, but it was very different. First of all, right now, Republicans on the Hill aren't even demanding that the administration send up policy witnesses, right? Rubio, nowhere to be found except behind closed doors. Hegseth, behind closed doors. Why do they want to keep this behind closed doors? Because I can tell you from what we're hearing behind closed doors, if the public heard this, they would be very worried. They would understand fully that there was no particular objective, that their objectives change day to day, there's no end game, and they would understand that at the end of the day, we're all worse off than before Donald Trump launched this war of choice. And they won't even call the hearings, so they're not going to demand that they actually pass a resolution. And I do think people need to understand the distinction between a vote on a war powers resolution and a vote on an authorization for use of military force. Because to your point, back when it came to the Iraq War, it wasn't just a war powers resolution. They passed an authorization to use military force, the modern day equivalent of a declaration of war, which did safeguard Congress's prerogatives. And now Republicans, they provide rhetorical support, or they bury their heads in the sand, but they're unwilling to put on the floor of the Senate or the House an authorization to use military force, which is just spineless, as you say.
Part of the reason why I wanted to have you on at this particular time is because a year ago, you were responsible for the first big stand against the Trump administration. just to remind everyone, there was a sense when Donald Trump came to power, he was slashing the federal government, Doge was running amok, and there just was like a sense that like he was going to get away with everything. And against all odds, and I mean against all odds, you went down to El Salvador, and like if you had asked me at the time, I don't do prediction markets. I don't know much about prediction markets, but I suspect if you had looked at the prediction markets at the time, the chances that Senator Van Hollen was going to emerge with Mr. Obrego Garcia from El Salvador, the chances would have been, infinitesimally small. But you were the first person to really say, look, I'm going to stand tall. I'm going to take on the hard fight without any guarantee that it will win, without any guarantee that you won't wind up going there and having wasted a trip. And you came out and you showed that if you stand up to Donald Trump and you stand up for what's right, you can succeed. And I think we have to keep that in mind when we hit moments like this where people are like, there's nothing I can do around the Iraq war. I'm not suggesting the Iran war. I'm not suggesting you're going to go over to Iran to do this. But talk a little bit about the analogy that I'm drawing here and whether you think I'm right, that you did something that transcended that, and it is something we can learn from today.
So I appreciate your bringing this up, Mark, because it was about a year ago. In just a few days, it'll be a year since I went down to El Salvador. And what happened was I just got really mad and angry. And a lot of times we get mad and angry and we let it pass. I just decided not to let it pass. And when they snatched Kilmar Abrego Garcia off the streets of Maryland,
Can you please follow me? I want to go live. I need 50
El
followers.
Salvador, to this notorious prison called CICA,
Oh, man.
which is infamous for
just do what I did.
People.
Create a
and then
Twitch account.
The Trump admitted that they'd done it erroneously, but it was like, too bad, we're going to keep them in
I see.
CICA. And so
I might
was
be able
mad as
to
hell. I got on a plane and I went
toss
down
one
there
your
and
way.
demanded
Why
to see
not?
him. They said no. I tried to see him at CICA. They set up a military checkpoint and prevented
Oh,
me
you do
from
have 50
going.
followers.
That just made me madder.
You have 51
and so
followers.
I did a press
You're
conference
good.
down in San Salvador and talked about how the
I
government
don't
of
know.
El Salvador
Seems
was
kind of
violating
spammy too,
international
but
law. And
whatever.
lo and behold, they
You
did
have 51.
relent and
You're
let
good to
me
go.
meet with him. I got to call his wife Jennifer that night and say he's still alive. It was a total blackout. He had no clue he was the subject of a 9-0 Supreme Court decision. And then the Trump administration, having said they would never allow him back on American soil, yes, I think the public pressure, the court decisions, forced them to change their minds. He's now in Maryland, not too far from where I am with his family. Now, the Trump administration is still after him. And we should remember that. They still want to punish him for exercising his constitutional rights. But I had no clue, Mark, what was going to happen. And it's true, the public looked at what the Trump administration was doing, and they saw that this was a violation of his due process rights. And they distinguished that from, the debate over border security and immigration, and said, by God, if they can do it to this guy, they can do it to others. And so I didn't know what was going to happen. Like I said, I got mad, but the people around the country did respond to that. Even Joe Rogan on his show talked about how this was a gross violation of his constitutional rights. And if you go back and you look at polling on this issue, it does begin to separate at that time as people distinguished these gross violations of people's rights from the other debate regarding border security. And by the way, I've supported border security as part of it, and also immigration reform. But what the Trump administration was doing was something very different, right? They were just taking away people's constitutional rights. So I do think that was a moment that certainly taught myself after getting mad and just going. And I do think it is a lesson for all of us, just like the people in Minneapolis are a positive lesson. And engagement and constant determined pressure does work. It's not going to solve everything. We know that. We got a long way to go. But we are coming up on that anniversary, so I've been thinking about it a little bit.
Yeah, me too, because like I said, if you want to talk about a situation that seemed hopeless, It is, as you say, an individual snatched off the streets of Maryland, in violation of a court order sent to a foreign, you call it prison, I always call it the gulag, because honestly, it is the closest thing you have today to the Soviet gulag system, where people were just disappeared into this system and mistreated, but also to never emerge, right? The theory was people would never come out again. So it was hopeless in that sense. It was also hopeless in the sense that, and I remember this, I remember this vividly, that a lot of the smart political minds, the prognosticators, were like, you can't, this is not the right fight, right? You can't pick a fight with like this is, don't pick a fight involving this guy who's, in El Salvador. This is playing on Trump's terrain. And so it also felt hopeless in that there was just a lot of don't fight this. And then of course it felt hopeless because and honestly, like I said, I'm thrilled I was wrong. I was like, look, I love Chris Van Hollen. But literally, he's going to get to El Salvador, and they're going to be like, you can go back home now, and you're going to get nothing. And against all of that hopelessness, you were successful. And I was thinking about it because it's a year ago, and I was thinking about it because right now there is so much hopelessness among people about this war, about the attacks on civil liberties, the direction that our country is taking. That I think of that, and it's not to disparage, by the way, anyone else or the protests. No King's protests, I think, are important, but it truly was one of these things where just someone said, you know what, I'm going to actually just do something. I'm going to take this. I'm going to do the thing I can do. I'm going to take every of it, and I may not succeed. And for politicians, that's a big risk because you don't want to do something and not succeed. And so I've thought about it as a hopeful moment for this time, and I am wondering if you think, maybe, just maybe, if the public speaks out, and if you and your Democratic colleagues and in the House, the Democratic House members keep pressing this, just maybe you catch that luck. Maybe I don't know who, Lisa Murkowski, I don't know, maybe you get lucky, or am I just being too optimistic?
No, I don't think you're being too optimistic. I think the lesson is we got to try everything, every angle, every pressure point. And to your point, back then, there were a lot of these pundits, right, who did say, oh, you shouldn't do that. That's the wrong conversation to be had. Everybody wanted to turn every single question and issue into, back then, what's the price of eggs? I was fighting to bring down the price of eggs too, but you can fight to bring down the price of eggs without looking the other way when someone's constitutional rights are being shredded, whether they're your due process rights or your First Amendment rights or whatever it may be. It's like, well, yeah, the country's going to hell in a handbasket and the president's lighting the Constitution on fire, but let's ignore that and just talk about the price of eggs. That made no sense to me, and I'm glad it made no sense to the American people. And I do think there's a lesson there, which is that people should not just be, of course, the cost of living is a huge issue. It will be the biggest issue in the next election, but to try to ignore other issues is to really engage in kind of artificial conversation. People are worried. We're at war with Iran when we were promised that we wouldn't be. It's costing us in lives and treasure. So we need to fight on every front. That is the lesson. And, I still am hopeful about the future of our country because of the people of this country. And this is why I'm saying on the Iran war, people need to be flooding their switchboards and emails of members of Congress, because the one and unfortunately only thing Republicans care about is their reelection. They didn't say a peep, as you pointed out, when the president was, saying he was going to commit massive war crimes.
I guess I killed him?
Against Iran. Not a peep. But what they apparently do care about is their own reelections, and, they need to be hearing from everybody.
That's the other reason why I wanted to have you on, because for people who don't know, Senator Van Hollen, I think, may be the only person ever, either skilled enough, in my view, or dumb enough, maybe from his standpoint, to have both been the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and the chair of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. Nancy Pelosi Nancy Pelosi chose Senator Van Hollen and Congressman Van Hollen to lead that critical position in the House. Senator Schumer did the same thing as soon as he got to the Senate. So you have a unique vantage point when it comes to midterm elections and what it means for Democrats in the House and Senate to run in good environments, bad environments, and everything in between. So I'm going to ask you a bunch of more specific questions, but lay out sort of your base case of where you think we are.
So my base case, Mark, is we cannot let, our foot off the pedal. And what I do worry about is, people being discouraged because all of us, want to be making more progress than we are, or put another way, we want to stop more of the bad Trump things than we're able to stop. But of course, Trump wants us to be discouraged, right? He wants us to shut up and he wants us to go away and he wants us to give up. And so the only way we will win is if we don't give up, we keep pushing forward. And look, all the signs are good. The momentum's good. We just had the, election of Wisconsin judges. Didn't get as much attention this time as the last time, but the margin was very large, very big. And then, as you know, we saw in Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, we were not expected to win. The Democrat wasn't expected to win, but cut the margin well over half compared to what Trump performed. And so people are pissed off, rightfully so, because they are seeing Trump having promised not to go to war but to bring down prices, has done exactly
Might be
the opposite. Prices are going up. We're at
the end of my time.
And they're not happy about it. So we need to keep
I am
pushing.
getting hit with the tired.
You talk about prediction markets. I would put money on the Dems taking back the House of Representatives, and we have a growing chance for Democrats to win back a majority in the Senate. But, and this is the big but, and I know you've talked about it, only if we keep going. I mean, only if we don't let ourselves, get deflated and just discouraged. We need to get madder. And because this is a situation where the future of our democracy and constitution and country are at stake.
Look, Senator, I wish there was more attention on exactly the point you just made. To everyone watching this video, look, I created Democracy Docket in 2020 to get you the information you need.
Guess they only
about
talk
free
to
and fair
werewolves.
elections, and also to bring you guests like Senator Chris Van Hollen. So if you are enjoying this, please support the team by clicking on the link below or on the screen in front of you and become a Democracy Docket subscriber. So back to our discussion, Senator. Explain this to me because, I know you and I are kindred spirits in that we care. We want to fight hard and we want to fight to win. And we care enormously about our democracy and preserving the rule of law and constitutional rights. Every so often I see a poll and I'm like, ooh, look, people do care about democracy. And then I listen to the pundits and I listen to everybody and they're like, we need to be talking about the economy. So if I made you go back in time and become chair simultaneously of both committees, which I get, you're like, Mark, I thought you were on my side. Would you talk about these rule of law, democracy, fighting issues, or would you just keep it to price of gas, price of eggs?
Mark, I really think it's a false choice in the sense that it's kind of like the same question a year ago. We should only be talking about the price of eggs, right? Van Hollen should not go to El Salvador to stand up for constitutional due process rights. The fact of the matter is, across the board, a majority of Americans, when they were polled specifically about Kilmore Abrego Garcia's constitutional rights, they ended up standing in the same place that I did and where you stand. This is not either or. Obviously, in each congressional district, in each state, there's a different kind of combination or mix of issues. Sometimes there's a local issue or a state issue that really dominates. Right. But the notion that we should be one-dimensional only is a mistake. Yes, people need to decide how they're going to expend their resources, as you know, their campaign resources. And, they'll have to decide based on their best understanding of their constituents, what the best mix is. But I think it's a complete mistake to just have a one-dimensional approach because people are not one-dimensional.
The other question I got to ask you about elections is the president has been threatening elections through a lot of different things. He had his Department of Justice suing states for access to their most sensitive voter information, voter data. I've been litigating alongside some Democratic attorneys general and some Republicans attorney general, which is a nice change, to keep that information out of their hands. Then we saw him say in January that he doesn't think there should be elections. He wished he'd seized the ballots in 2020. Republicans should take over the voting. We saw the seizure of ballots in Fulton County. And then we had the SAVE Act, right? Then we rolled right into the SAVE Act and Republican efforts there. And now we have an executive order that the president has signed that particularly targets mail-in voting. So you've got all of these things. And so, you know, I'm worried. I keep saying, look, the guy's got a history of trying to steal elections. The guy's got a history of inciting violence. How worried do you think we should be?
No, I think it's a five-alarm fire. I think we know exactly what he wants to do because he's telling us what he wants to do. And thank you in your efforts on the litigation front, because talk about making a difference. I mean, those are differences when you win a case one at a time. And they are very important cases, all of them. So really, thank you and your team for that effort. But no, Donald Trump, look, this is a guy who goes and votes by mail himself down in Florida, and then says for the rest of the country, I don't want you to be able to do what I just did. And why is he doing that? It's because it's his calculation that there are more Democrats who will vote by mail than Republicans. Of course, it used to be the reverse, right? Back in the day, it was Republicans who used the absentee voting and vote by mail more. But that's his crass political calculation. And he's told us, right, when he's pushing for the SAVE Act, everyone needs to understand he said that we need this to, quote, guarantee the midterms. That's his word, not our word. Guarantee. So what he's doing, of course, is trying to not prevent fraudulent voting, which is virtually non-existent ever. What he's trying to do instead is disenfranchise people by suppressing the vote, making it harder for American citizens to vote. So he's hell-bent on this, and we're going to beat him in the Senate. We're going to defeat the SAVE Act. So what he's doing is this executive order, as you just mentioned. And so we need to beat him in the courts, we need to beat him in the Congress, and then we need to beat him at the ballot box in November.
So we're going to beat him in the courts on this executive order. But let me go back to the SAVE Act, because I get a lot of nervous questions, and there are a lot of people who are going to put the comments, having heard you say that. How can we be sure that they're not going to pass the SAVE Act? Because aren't they still, when they come back from recess, still going to be debating it or pushing it?
So they will be. It's actually the pending business in the Senate when we come back. But it's pretty clear that they don't have the votes, and they don't have the votes to overcome the 60 margin threshold. And they really don't have the votes to change the rules. Now, my prediction, Mark, is what they will do is they will give up on the SAVE Act. But they will then say, we're going to do this through the reconciliation process.
Okay, explain that to people.
Well, this is, this gets in the weeds, and it's a longer conversation, but a very important one. So a reconciliation bill is when the majority party works to put together a piece of legislation that can pass and avoid the 60 vote requirement on the filibuster. So if you think about it, parties only do this when they have a majority in the House, the Senate, and the president of their party in the White House, which is exactly the configuration they have. This is how they passed their so-called Big Beautiful Bill a year ago. Beautiful for billionaires, stunk for everybody else, but that's what they did. So they could try to claim that they're folding the SAVE Act into that process, the reconciliation
But doesn't that have to be
process.
taxing or spending or something?
So this is where I want to go to. Exactly. When they set up this reconciliation process, they said it could only be used according to certain rules, because otherwise people would use it all the time to get around the 60 vote. And you're right, it has to have a budget nexus. And the most powerful person in Washington becomes the Senate parliamentarian, who makes the determinations as to whether or not you can do this. So let me give you an example. When we were passing the Inflation Reduction Act, we thought maybe we could use this for a minimum wage increase type thing. Parliamentarian said no. not enough of a connection to the budget. And so you can't try to pass the SAVE Act under the guise of a budget process, because the rule has to be incidental. In other words, things can only be non-budget related if they're incidental. This obviously would be like trying to drive a Mack truck through it. So I'm only saying this, Mark, because I don't think they will be successful, but the way they will pivot off of the SAVE Act and onto the reconciliations, they'll say they'll try and salvage this. And my guess is they will try to tie monies, again, to states through some state programs, tie monies to states, to those states that essentially adopt the provisions of the SAVE Act. So this will be the next battleground, and we need to be ready.
And what is the timing of this? This just happens whenever they bring it up?
The short answer is yes, they got to get their ducks in a row on reconciliation. My understanding is they're already beginning to think about it. And, here's the bad news. They actually get 2 bites to the apple between now and the next election, because you get to use a reconciliation for each budget window, each budget year. They've not yet used their reconciliation for fiscal year 26, and then we go in a few months into fiscal year 27. So this is where they're talking about funding ICE, for example, because many of us said not one more penny for a lawless Trump ICE operation. I mean, after all, they killed 2 American citizens in Minneapolis and another citizen in Texas, and they're doing all sorts of other terrible things. And so because we didn't fund ICE through the normal process, they will try to do this through the reconciliation process. They may also try to put more money in for the Iran war through this process.
Do they not realize what kind of politics this is? Shouldn't they be doing popular things? Like it's an election year. Shouldn't they be, doing something that people want?
Mark is a former DCCC chair and DS chair. I'm not going to give them political advice over the program, but yes, you would think that they would recognize that these things are not popular with the American people. I mean, as we said, the war is costing them $2 billion every single day, let alone the increase in gas prices, oil prices, which of course in turn are driving up other prices. So yes, to try to do this through the reconciliation process or any process is not going to be a popular thing. But of course they passed the big beautiful bill that gave tax cuts to billionaires while cutting Medicaid and food nutrition programs. Another unpopular thing.
I know, it's funny, I was thinking about that, what you were saying, how much this war is costing. I mean, you guys had a really big fight over healthcare, and the Republican Party has forsaken. I mean, it has betrayed the promise made to the American people around Medicaid and other social safety nets, but particularly around healthcare. They have the money for this war, but didn't they tell us that they needed to pick a whole bunch of people off of health insurance in order to balance the budget for their tax cuts?
Yeah, they said in order to give tax cuts to the rich, and by the way, the ones that went to the richest Americans were the ones they made permanent. Others, we'll put it this way, the folks in the top 20% got 75% of the tax benefits there. The rest got something of the remainder, and of that, those are often, a lot of those are going to expire in a few years. But yes, then they cut Medicaid, they cut food nutrition programs, they cut other things. And even after that, Mark, they added $4 trillion to our federal debt. So these are the, quote, fiscally responsible Republicans. It's always been a big lie. They've never believed it, although they pretended they cared about it. But that's exactly what they did. And now they're going to, if you go through the reconciliation process to pay for the war and these other things, one of the features of that process is you do have to come up with some offsets, some cuts. So this is why, we saw that tape. I mean, my understanding is the White House put it out mistakenly. They didn't mean to, where you have Donald Trump saying, you know what, we just can't make child care more affordable. And we just can't keep, providing funds for Medicaid and Medicare. We got to prioritize this war.
Yeah.
That's what their plan is, and everyone will need to understand it. And the reconciliation process may shine a light on that.
We've covered the war and we've covered the elections. I want to talk about another place where this administration is incredibly dangerous, and that is the misuse of the Department of Justice to go after political opponents. We have seen James Comey targeted, we've seen Tish James targeted, we have seen several of your Senate colleagues targeted. We have, of course, seen ordinary Americans, who have been targeted for seeming political purposes. I would add to the list, by the way, Congresswoman MacIver from New Jersey, I believe, is a political misuse of the Department of Justice. And now we have Todd Blanche, who gives this press conference in which he Pam Bondi was enough of a politician, with all due respect, to deny that she was taking orders from the White House. Blanche is like, yeah, of course I take orders from the White House, and in fact, it's the president's duty to give me the orders to take at the Department of Justice. How worried are you personally? How worried are you for Democrats, for Democratic, your colleagues? How worried are you for your constituents about this politicization of the Department of Justice?
Oh, it's horrifying, because Trump has turned the Department of Justice into his personal political weapon, as you said, to go after his adversaries and, frankly, to reward his friends, like the complete abuse of the pardon process, where he's essentially charging people or letting, friends of friends of friends, get people off who've committed terrible crimes. But he has weaponized it in a terrible way, which is, you say, people like Pam Bondi, she would have fake outrage when people would, tell the truth about this. But we will have a different face, whoever it is, if it remains, Blanche or whoever it is. But the policies will be just the same, maybe, as you suggest, even worse, because with him, you've got Trump's former personal lawyer, right? This is, I just can't make this stuff up. It's Trump's personal lawyer is now the acting head of the Justice Department and says it's his job to take, orders from his client.
Right.
After all,
that's how he does it.
Which is, why we were all so rightly suspicious of, when he went down and did the deposition of Maxwell. Right? This is really dangerous stuff. And after the deposition, she gets to go to a more country club-like prison. This is the complete corruption of our justice process. But really, to make the point you're making, it not only is going to, they don't just come after people's political enemies. They end up going after fundamental rights for Americans, rights to free speech, rights to due process. And I do want to make this point, Mark, because it's a real corruption of the process, which is these career
I'll get this figured out.
prosecutors. These are Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, right? They take seriously their oath to protect the Constitution. And now they're pressured and sometimes ordered to go into court and lie to judges. Now, in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, the guy who was ordered to go lie to the judge quit. We have a whistleblower case pending. And I salute those lawyers in Minneapolis who refused to go after Renee Good's partner. And actually, in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, people might find this of interest, when he came back to the United States, they launched a criminal case against him, which they had not launched. This is a new case they decided to bring. But the federal prosecutor there quit. He's not disclosed why he quit, but he quit right around that time. And now Abrego Garcia's lawyers have brought a vindictive prosecution against the U.S. government, because the weight of the evidence shows that it was the Justice Department, Central Commanded Justice Department, who ordered, the Tennessee prosecutors, that office, to bring this case against their better judgment. Anyway, my point is that every American should be really worried about this corruption of the judicial process, because at the end of the day, it's going to come back and hurt all our rights, which is just one more reason why we need to be out front.
You mentioned the career lawyers, and for people who don't know, before you went to the Senate, you actually represented a district that had a large number of government workers. Obviously, Maryland as a whole has a large number of government workers. So I assume you are still very much in touch with kind of the concerns, the fears, what is going on in that community. How are they holding up? I mean, are the guardrails just, like the worry I have is that at some point, all those good people, they just leave. And like the only thing that's left are political hacks that replace them. Like, do you sense that after Doge and all of those attacks and what you're describing, the ordering that they're getting in DOJ cases, like, is the bulwark of the federal workforce, is it surviving? Is it thriving? Is it like crumbled? Like, what is your sense?
Well, I'd say two things at the same time. I mean, these are patriotic Americans, and they want to do their duty to their country, and they took these jobs to serve their country. Many of them, took a pay cut from
could
the
make a lot
jobs
more
they
money.
might have
I mean,
had.
you look at the people at NIH, and what they could be making in the private sector.
Exactly. So, are they upset? Yes.
The hell?
Are they giving up? No. And it's interesting you mentioned this. I participated in the alternative State of the Union. I just could not bring myself to go listen to an hour or whatever it was, record amount of time of more Donald Trump lies. And my guest was somebody who worked at NIH, who is a research fellow, who has been punished and put on leave because she was speaking out against the outrages. But she's a good example also of the resilience of people. And I will say that, federal employees, yes, they are clearly feeling the threats first from Elon Musk and Trump, but these are really patriotic people. And I remember, this was also about a year ago, the very first protest we had, not in Congress, but outside of the AID building in Washington, D.C. And Don Beyer and I organized that. And again, we just got mad because we got word that morning that Doge was going to come in and tell everybody at AID to evacuate. And so we went down there. We had a big crowd. We have AID workers. We have folks there. We went to try to get into the building, knocked on the doors. But I guess my point goes back to the point we've been making, which is, yes, federal employees are under threat, just like our Constitution's under threat, but they are doing their best to
whatever. I just want
to as well.
Finish this mission and call
it a night. I
tonight.
think people will find this interesting.
I'll figure this out
concerned about
tomorrow.
their personal circumstances. But by God, Mark, when I talk to them, the first thing they talk about is the fact that the important work they were doing on behalf of the American people will be lost if these are permanent cuts. And they think about the people they were helping throughout the United States. I mean, you're talking about scientists at NIH who were helping develop cures and treatments. You're talking about, people at veterans hospitals who are serving our veterans, nurses, like Alex Preddy, people like that. So they are, these are great Americans who think first and foremost about their country. That's why they went into this federal service to begin with. But it's another reason all of us need to keep fighting. Because the cost to all of us, of, NIH not doing the research is cures and treatments that would otherwise have been developed will not be available to us. And, other countries like China are loving every minute of it.
I mean, that's the crazy. I mean, NIH in particular, when I lost my father when I was in my 20s, and he had a very aggressive form of cancer, and actually Steny Hoyer, a longtime congressman from Maryland, was kind enough to help arrange for my dad to go to NIH, and these were the most earnest, hardworking, cutting-edge, caring people in the world. I've stayed on top of like what goes on there. This is like the crown jewel of the world's medicine. And to watch this administration target these folks and cut their money and all these ridiculous grant things, I mean, it is remarkable that these doctors who could go make a fortune if they went to a drug company or they went to an insurance company or they went to another hospital, that they are putting up with this, and they are truly heroes of our country.
They absolutely are, and they keep at it even under these really adverse circumstances. Obviously, those who've been fired, you know, we've lost for, you know, forever, at least through this administration. But these are people who do heroic work on behalf of our country, and it's just grotesque the way they've been treated by this administration. People who develop cures for diseases that impact every American family.
And so, I want to end with this. You know, the road ahead for democracy is going to be a bumpy one, I think, between now and the midterm elections. But I think, you know, we will get through it, and I think I agree with you. I think notwithstanding Donald Trump's efforts around redistricting, those failed. His efforts with the SAVE Act have failed. He's going to fail with this executive order. So I think in the end, it will be a bumpy road, and I don't want to sugarcoat it. I think we have not seen the last of the dirty tricks and the efforts to suppress the vote. But I think in the end, Democrats retake control of the House, and I actually am pretty optimistic, more optimistic that they'll retake control of the Senate. Put it in concrete terms for people. If they're watching this video and they kind of don't know what that means, what does it mean? What is the life of Senator Van Hollen like different? What is your power different? What can you achieve if we give you the gavel? If we say, okay, Senator Van Hollen, now you are in the majority, because I'm sure a lot of people are like, but Donald Trump will still be in the White House. So, like, why does it make a difference? So, yeah, give us some explanation, some inspiration about that to close this out.
Sure. Well, before I talk about that, just to go back to our earlier point on people keeping their foot on the pedal. As I talk about what it might be like if we were in the majority, I just want to again emphasize how important it is that people just keep going full speed ahead. And as you know, because you're in the middle of it in the courtroom, and as I know, Donald Trump will try to steal this election. So we got to keep pushing back against that. I always, when he talks about federalizing these elections, I just ask people to imagine Donald Trump being the one who could count the election returns from around the country back in 20, including the Fulton County votes, right? You can be sure if Donald Trump were counting them, he would have found the 6,000 plus or whatever at the White House to make sure that he won. So look, I don't want to oversell this, because he will still be president, and he will still be a lawless president.
Right.
And so we're still going to have to deal with the Donald Trump. He's not changing. We know that. So what kind of difference would it make? Well, I'll give you one very specific example for right now that we just talked about, the war in Iran. We would have a hearing. We would make sure Rubio and Hegseth had to come to a public hearing and tell the American people what their plan is. And people would learn that they had absolutely zero plan. They would learn about all the lies behind it. They would, learn through that public hearing exactly why this was such a bad idea for the country. Then, and we would have hearings in the House and the Senate and be able to hold these folks much more accountable, at least in the public domain. When it comes to the budget process, we would, of course, have the pen. We would be in control. We would have the gavels. And so that would make a big difference. Now, I will say that this is one area where we've had a little silver lining even recently. So NIH is a good example. Trump tried to cut the NIH budget in half this last time. We rejected that on a bipartisan basis. Russ' vote will be coming up in front of the Budget Committee in the Senate. So we will have that hearing. On the legislative front, we will, of course, no longer be threatened by these really crazy, dangerous Republican ideas. I mean, we are going to go back after this break to the SAVE Act, as we said. You wouldn't have the SAVE Act on the Senate floor, right, if the majority was in hands. And the same in the House. We would essentially end their destructive legislative agenda. It would be gone overnight. Would Trump try to do things by executive order illegally? Sure, but that would be the main thing. And finally, Mark, I will say we will also
Another one? What the hell?
If we're in that position, be able to put forward a positive agenda for the American people. And we haven't talked about this, but I do think for 2028, it's not going to be enough, not nearly enough to talk about what we're against. We need to let the American people know that we heard them when we saw those election results in 2024. And it's not enough just to go back to the pre-Trump status quo. People rejected the pre-Trump status quo. They saw him as the agent of change. Now they're seeing chaos. But that means a very forward-looking, bold agenda for working people in America. Because we've got a REAP tax system. We've got a system that rewards the richest of the rich and the most powerful. And by God, I don't think Democrats have done enough to take that on. And so we need to do that.
Oh shit, video's over.
Another person who told us that this is probably a bubble is Sam Altman, who has said multiple times that he thinks it's a bubble and that someone is going to lose a phenomenal amount of money. I believe that's a direct quote. So yeah, I worry about the potential for a bubble here.
I'm John Favreau, and you just heard from today's guest, The New Yorker's Andrew Morantz. Andrew, along with a fellow New Yorker journalist you may have heard of, Ronan Farrow, just published an incredible, expansive investigation about one of the most important figures in tech, Sam Altman, the CEO of
Freaking
OpenAI.
weirdo.
Over the course of hundreds of interviews, including over a dozen with Altman himself, Andrew and Ronan unveiled a picture of a leader who is widely distrusted by the people who worked with him closely and who tells people exactly what they want to hear, whether or not it's true. Just like the AI model he created. Andrew and Ronan raised the question.
Sounds like an AI
man
CEO.
behind the most influential artificial intelligence company in the world who's going full steam ahead on a potentially civilization-destroying technology actually be trusted? I'm sorry to say, the answer will not make you feel better. I talked with Andrew about the contradictory narratives coming out of OpenAI, why this is so much more complicated than good guys versus bad guys, and how Altman's resolve to go founder mode means he may be headed down the same well-traveled path as many tech oligarchs before him.
Awesome.
We'll get into that conversation in a moment, but before we do, please consider becoming a Crooked Media subscriber if you haven't already, so that you don't miss out on any of the great content we're putting out for our friends of the pod. Subscribers get our new extra episode of Pod Save America called Pod Save America Only Friends, other subscriber-only shows like Polar Coaster with Dan Pfeiffer, access to all of our excellent Substack newsletters like Pod Save America Open Tabs, ad-free episodes of all your favorite Crooked Pods, and you get to feel good about supporting one of the few independent, proudly pro-democracy media outlets left in
can't go that way.
America. So, head to crooked.com/friends and subscribe. Here's Andrew Morantz. Andrew, welcome back to Offline.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
I want to talk to you about your big Sam Altman piece in The New Yorker.
The hell?
You wrote with Ronan Farrow. You and Ronan spent 18 months reporting this piece. You sat down with Sam Altman, I think, more than a dozen times. You got access to hundreds of pages of internal memos, documents. And, you know, on one level, it's a story about the internal drama of a company where people no longer trust the guy who runs it, to the point where multiple people
activity?
described Altman to you unprompted as a, quote,
Is the sound not coming
sociopath.
through?
But this also happens to be one of a tiny number of
weird.
companies building a civilization-changing and possibly civilization-destroying technology.
Wonder if that's
So
why
I
I'm
guess
not
my
getting
first question
views.
is, after spending 18
Worry about
months
that
on
later.
this, what, if anything, changed for you personally in terms of your perspective on AI and the people building AI?
Yeah. I mean, this is a really critical backdrop for this, right? Because, you know, all people who are at a certain echelon of power and wealth deserve serious scrutiny, but I don't think I would have been that interested in this level of individual scrutiny for someone who, you know, was the CEO of a really big, you know,
name the widget
transportation
company.
infrastructure. Yeah, exactly. Like or a shoe company. I mean, this matters because of the structural impacts of AI specifically. And so there's a lot we can get into about Sam Altman, the person, the personality, the persona. But the reason this matters at all is because I think AI really matters, and I think I see a lot of people who are worried and scared and therefore want to put their heads in the sand and say it's a parlor trick, it's a trick of the light, it's not real, it's hitting a wall, it's stochastic parrots, it's whatever. I don't think that is tenable anymore. Like, I just don't think we can sit this one out as a society. And so I think we need to bring serious scrutiny to bear on the people who are building it and on just like knowing what the thing is to the extent that anyone knows, including the people who are building it, because this is not like a news cycle that you can just sit out. Like, AI is part of, you know, weaponry at the highest levels of the military. It's part of surveillance. It's part of
that's so
basic
scary.
transportation infrastructure and weather prediction. It's, you know, liquefying our brains with slop. It's contributing to what experts call human enfeeblement, which is basically like the more you outsource to LLMs, the less you're able to think and write and perceive the world. So like, these things are happening whether or not you think that you should spend time worrying about the more sci-fi scenarios where it kills us all. And by the way, we can get to this, but I think the sci-fi scenarios where it kills us all are also worth worrying about.
Yeah. Did you leave the reporting more alarmed about what where we're headed?
I did.
With AI?
Yeah, I did. And this is not just, again, this is not just an OpenAI thing or a Sam Altman thing. I think before I really started reporting on AI in earnest, I kind of thought, you know, of course, like, nerds are gonna nerd, and like, you know, sci-fi people are gonna sci-fi, and like, yeah, everyone has some apocalyptic fantasy about how their generation will be the last one ever on Earth.
Yes.
And there's definitely truth to that. I mean, there are these narrative things that, you know, in the nuclear age, we get Dr. Strangelove, and, you know, now in the age of AI, we get AI dystopian fantasies. And it's even weirder than that because the AIs are trained on data that includes dystopian sci-fi. So they themselves start spitting it out sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'm not sitting here and saying, like, the Skynet scenarios are likely. But the more I looked at this stuff, the more I kind of understood what the arguments are from the people who are really worried. And they were not all arguments that I could immediately refute. And so I think the fact that you now have members of Congress on the left and the right, you know, saying, let's take these nerds kind of more seriously than we did, it's not incidental. I think it's because they're actually listening to the substance of the arguments for the first time. And even though the arguments might be hypothetical, and even though they might be technical, they're not ones that you can just immediately bat down without giving them serious thought and without actually trying to regulate or control the way out of it.
Yeah, and the other thing is we talk a lot about the technology itself, but you can't divorce the technology itself from the people who are building it, and then the people who are in charge of it, and the people who may or may not regulate it in the future.
Right, I would place my money on may not, but we'll see.
Right, but it seems like the entire the governance structure of AI in the broadest sense, not just from actual governments and politics, but from what's happening at these companies, seems critical here, which is what your piece gets into with regard to Sam. So I just want to get into a few of the bigger revelations in the piece. I thought one of the more damning revelations is what happened with the allegedly independent investigation of Sam Altman after the board fired him in 2023 for essentially lying to them. And so Altman sort of engineers his own return a few days later. And one of the conditions of his return is this outside investigation led by Wilmer Hale, which is the same law firm that investigated Enron. A few months later, OpenAI announces that the investigation has cleared Altman, but there's no written report. Nothing's made public. That's it. And a board member told you this could prompt a need for another investigation. Has anyone reached out to you guys since the publication? Anyone in the Delaware or California AG's offices, or do you think there's an appetite for a real investigation now, or do you think that chapter is closed?
Yeah, I mean, I think really nailed down and report for the first time that there was never a written report because it appears that a report was never written, and it seems from all of our reporting that was intentional. That, you know, the goal seemed to be to clear Altman, or at least that if that was where it was heading, you know, a lot of sources told us, like, well, then why should we create a paper trail that could create complications for us if where we're heading is to exonerate him? And this gets to sort of one of the persistent patterns that comes up in the reporting of this piece, which is, you know, everyone knows that Sam Altman was fired in late 2023, and everyone knows that he came back. What people didn't know before we got our hands on all these documents, and by people I mean not just the general public, but like Microsoft executives, like investors, OpenAI employees, there was a ton of confusion at the time of like, why is this person being fired? Like, what did Ilya see became the meme around Silicon Valley, because Ilya Sutskever was the co-founder, member of the OpenAI board, who kind of became the swing vote in the firing. And we have now reviewed a lot of documentation, including the full memos that Ilya Sutskever sent to the board, backing up why he thought Altman should be fired. Lots of other notes that were kept by Dario Amodei and other employees. Also, some employees who have left and have gotten out of the game are not part of rival companies, but who are just sort of concerned citizens or whistleblowers. And what it all redounds to is basically like, if it had been one really simple smoking gun that you could have put in a tweet, we would know about it by now, right? The reason that this remains mysterious on some level is that it wasn't one thing. It wasn't like Ilya walked in on Sam strangling a bunch of baby kittens and was like, you know, this guy needs to go, right? Normally, when you fire a CEO, it's because of a pretty clear, bright line pattern of behavior. In this case, what we document, and the reason it took such a long and meticulous process and piece, is it's kind of this accumulation of small details where people feel that he's telling mutually contradictory stories to different sets of people, both inside and outside the company. He's telling people what they want to hear. You know, these are the allegations that one hears, and honestly, any one of them in isolation, you might kind of think like, okay, a CEO who tells people what they want to hear, like, is that a fireable offense? And it's only over kind of the accumulation of these details that it starts to add up to something.
Well, and also, alarmingly, it seems from your piece and from everything we've seen that since he has returned, none of that has really changed. None of the complaints or concerns about him have really gone away. He hasn't changed. He's still sort of doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, one thing we document in the piece is that he's sort of gone more into what's called founder mode in Silicon Valley, which is like, yeah, it's my company, and, you know, I'm not going to be as much of a people pleaser anymore. You know, when we talked to him, and we actually, you know, did talk to him extensively, he did kind of cop to this and say, yeah, you know, at certain times in the past, I've been sort of too much of a people pleaser and I've been too conflict averse. And he said, I'm going to work on being less conflict averse in the future. So if anything, it's sort of more control at the top, which I think it's important to point out, like, this is directly flying in the face of the way that OpenAI specifically was pitched from the beginning.
Right.
You know, there's a way of looking at this that's like, again, wow, so crazy that a CEO has control of his own company. Like, how naive could you guys be? I think for people who are not inundated with this stuff, it's important to start from the beginning and to remember or recognize the ostensible purpose of OpenAI. The reason that Sam Altman said it needed to exist was as a counterweight to the big evil mega corporation Google, because AI was such a powerful technology that it couldn't be left to the profit motive to develop and deploy. It had to be in the hands of a small, safety-focused, nonprofit research lab, which was what OpenAI was supposed to be at the beginning, because it could only be built slowly, cautiously, with aggressive support for maximum regulation, and that to do it quickly, to do it in a race dynamic, would be potentially devastating or could potentially destroy or kill everyone on Earth. That was the pitch.
And then they just decided, well, we're going to actually have a for-profit company.
That did become, actually, while we were working on the story, they made the final conversion. And speaking of Delaware and California, this was challenged in both of those states because their original articles of incorporation, their original binding fiduciary duty was, as a nonprofit, to benefit all of humanity. And, you know, you can say those are sort of airy words, and, you know, all tech companies sort of say some version of don't be evil, right? But they really said, and their employees to a large extent, really believed that the whole purpose was to be different. They had all these different Byzantine corporate structures where they were at first totally a nonprofit, and then they were a capped profit owned by a nonprofit, and the board of the nonprofit had exclusive control. And they also had this charter where they said, if someone else is developing a safe version of AI before we do, we should merge and assist with that project. Like, we should merge our resources into the safe AI project, even if that happens to be at Google or at the US government. So they were saying these things that no normal company in the history of capitalism would ever rationally say, but that's because they weren't supposed to be a normal company.
What did Sam Altman say to you guys about that shift?
So we had several conversations about this, and one of the things that comes up is, you know, we didn't realize how much money we would need to get this off the ground. Like, we knew we would need money. Basically, I mean, Sam didn't say it to us in these words, but what's clear from talking to him and from reviewing the documentation is his initial pitch in May of 2015 is to Elon Musk, who is then merely the 100th richest person in the world and not the single richest person. And he says, because AI is so dangerous and because Google is doing it and Google is the bad guy, we need to start a Manhattan Project for AI, and we might need up to $1 billion to do it. Fast forward to now, their most recent round of funding alone was $122 billion, and we kept having to update that in the piece because we would write in the piece, their most recent round of funding alone was $40 billion, and then by the time the piece went to revision, they had done another head-spinning. Like, the numbers here are literally, like, impossible for a human to conceive of.
Yeah.
And so, to answer your question, this is the story that Sam tells, is that, yes, we thought we could be this little David versus Goliath safety lab, but we just didn't realize how compute intensive and how cost intensive the project would be. And there's truth to that. This stuff, you know, it gets smarter, apparently, the more data and training you feed it, and that's really expensive, and you need to build these massive data centers. They suck up a lot of power. You need to site them somewhere. So these are all like infrastructure challenges that were not foreseen at the beginning of this, but it doesn't fully explain how aggressively and how long-standing, according to a lot of private records, the intent to ditch the nonprofit structure actually was.
Offline is brought to you by IndaCloud. April's funny. Half the internet is talking about spring cleaning. The other half is already planning their 420. Wow. That's where IndaCloud fits in. IndaCloud is your fully legal online cannabis dispensary for gummies, exotic
great.
flower, premium pre-rolls, and zero-sugar THC sodas. A clean, alcohol-free way to relax without throwing off tomorrow. Everything available is federally legal hemp THC, lab-tested, and shipped discreetly to your door. And this month, new customers get 40% off all month long with their biggest sale of the year. Sleep gummies for nights that actually restore you, zero-sugar THC sodas for social plans without alcohol, premium pre-rolls for intentional wind downs, and $70 ounces for consistency that feels sustainable. Boy.
We love IndaCloud.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's great to have a wind down. I like an intentional wind down.
I love.
You know it's intentional because I take the gummy.
Yeah, listen, honestly, in a pinch, I'll take an unintentional wind down. I just want to wind down. I want to get down. I want to wound down. I'm up. I want to be wound down.
And that's what IndaCloud can do for you. That's what it can do for you. If you're 21 or older and a new customer, go to indacloud.co. That's .co, not .com. And use code OFFLINE for 40% off your first order. That's indacloud.co, code OFFLINE. That's indacloud.co, code OFFLINE for 40% off all month long, shipped discreetly to your door, plus free shipping on orders over $50 and $30 for free gifts on qualifying orders. Don't forget to fill out the quick survey when you order to support this show. As always, please enjoy responsibly, and mega thanks to IndaCloud for supporting your 420 plans this year. Offline is brought to you by Delete Me. Delete Me makes it easy, quick, and safe to remove your personal data online at a time when surveillance and data breaches are common enough to make everyone vulnerable. It's easier than ever to find personal information about people online. Having your address, phone number, and family members' names hanging out on the internet can have actual consequences in the real world. and makes everyone vulnerable. More and more online partisans and nefarious actors will find this data and use it to target political rivals, civil servants, and even outspoken citizens posting their opinions online. With Delete Me, you can protect your personal privacy or the privacy of your business from doxing attacks before sensitive information can be exploited. The New York Times Wirecutter has named Delete Me their top pick for data removal services. Someone with an active online presence, privacy is important. Way too much on there about yourself. You know, if you're online a lot, there's probably more info about yourself and people you know than you even imagine. Have you ever been a victim of identity theft, harassment, doxing? If you haven't, you probably know someone who has. Delete Me can help. Take control of your data. Keep your private life private by signing up for Delete Me now at a special discount for our listeners. Get 20% off your Delete Me plan when you go to join deleteme.com/offline and use promo code offline at checkout. The only way to get 20% off is to go to joindeleteme.com/offline and enter code offline at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/offline, code offline. I also thought the country's plan you report on is pretty incredible. Greg Brockman, the president of OpenAI, allegedly proposed that they play Russia and China and the US against each other, basically starting a bidding war for advanced AI. Brockman half denies this.
Yeah, so
I was going to say, how confident are you in the reporting? And B, what does it tell you about how the founders actually thought about humanity benefiting from this technology?
So it's actually, we feel really confident in the reporting. You know, it's funny, like, I think people really are right to be skeptical about any of these industry stories, and especially to be on the lookout for, you know, competitors trying to sling dirt at each other and sort of launder it through the press.
Fair.
There are several parts of this story where we really, really try to put pressure on things that seem like they, you know, are flinging, you know, mud at OpenAI so that a competitor like Google or Anthropic or XAI can, you know, benefit from that. And we go to great lengths in the story to kind of tease those apart and try to be fair. Something like this country's plan is not, you know, everyone in the room basically agrees that some version of this happened, and they kind of just recall it differently. Now, to be clear, we are talking about hypotheticals, right? We're not talking about a scenario where they did sell AI to Putin or Xi, but basically everyone in the piece agrees that some version of a country's plan happened, and that basically, I mean, people should go read the piece, but basically, in the early days of OpenAI, they are all talking about this mission of how when they achieve the most powerful advanced AI ever, and it's kind of the most powerful invention since electricity, they need it to benefit humanity rather than destroying humanity. How will they do it? What does that mean in practice? And they're kind of bouncing around ideas, like in a conference room with a whiteboard, and they actually hired someone whose entire job was to make a game plan for, like, okay, how did they do it with nukes? Well, they had this whole thing called a Baruch plan, and, you know, let's write up a whole proposal about what a Baruch plan for AI would look like, right? And the allegation is that over time, this kind of non-zero-sum, non-competitive vision kind of morphs into a fundraising pitch, basically. And that then it morphs into, well, what if we, like, sold it to world governments? Now, Greg Brockman denies that that was the idea. He says it was actually, like, something less scary than that. But nobody just denies that this took place at all. These are the kinds of things that were being batted around, and that apparently they were also pitching to outside investors, at least one investor. So these things sound crazy on their face, because they kind of are. But it's also like, this is how they were talking about it at the time. This wasn't just a public, you know, rhetorical display. This wasn't just like what they put in commercials. This is how they talk about it among themselves. You know, there will be an AGI dictatorship, and whoever gets there first will, you know, control the Ring of Sauron. I mean, these were like routine metaphors that they used in their private correspondence. On the country's plan thing, Greg Brockman does say, we were never going to auction this off to evil world powers. So his story is that there was a more collaborative effort that he was envisioning. But these are all different versions of the way people remember the same set of discussions.
What was the argument for the country's plan that is not, like, diabolical and just about, like, you know, playing these countries off each other to make money?
There were several iterations of it. So there could have been, what we were told is that there could have been a version where it was like, trying to make it like mutually assured destruction so that everyone had an equivalent arsenal so that nobody blew each other up. Now again, I think people who deeply study nuclear deterrence would find some flaws in that analogy, but this is how it was talked about, right?
You want to give everyone the nukes.
Exactly. I mean, I think
we're pro-nuclear proliferation.
Exactly.
We like the proliferation. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you know, they wouldn't be the first people in history. I mean, the thing is, like, in this story, as with all these stories, you don't find people who are sitting there twirling their mustache and saying, how can I be evil today? What they saw themselves as trying to do, and this is Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, like, I do believe, based on the body of evidence, they were trying to find a way to be the good guy. And I think the story that you tell yourself, if you think that you are in this world historical position, I mean, remember, these are people who routinely compare themselves to Robert Oppenheimer and all the characters in the making of the atomic bomb, and they sort of say, like, okay, who are you? Like, he's Edward Teller, I'm Oppenheimer, who are you gonna be, right? So if you think, and not for no reason, that that's your role in future history books, then you have to come up with a way to be not villainous in a way that's also realistic and that also wins the race before the bad guys win the race. And so then it does become a kind of Manhattan Project thing, right? Why would you build an atom bomb? Well, you would do it if the bad guys are going to do it first.
Yeah. And I mean, I think Sam acknowledges this to people in your piece, which is, I think from the outside, you're like, oh, these rich people just want more money, right? Well, they're all rich, and yeah, of course money is a driving motivation for a lot of people, for all people. But I think what people sometimes miss is how power and not even power in the sense of, like, again, twirling your mustache, but influence and this notion, this great man theory, of which they think, like, yes, this is going to be legacy defining and I'm history, and so I must control this because other people are bad, and if I control this, it's good. And maybe they don't think to themselves that they're going down the bad path. But when you believe that you are the only person that can do something, and then you just keep getting more and more control, it's going to lead to bad outcomes historically.
Right, and it's going to lead to race dynamics, which was another thing that OpenAI set out to avoid, ostensibly from the beginning.
On the sort of foreign entanglements, one line in your piece I keep coming back to is the former OpenAI executive saying, quote, "We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens," and that Altman has now placed one of those portals in the Middle East. So national security officials in your reporting clearly alarmed about this, as I think they should be. Altman's foreign financial entanglements are compared to Jared Kushner's. Can you talk about why this alarmed so many people? And, you know, my reaction was like, how is this not a bigger story in Washington?
Oh, I mean, Altman's foreign entanglements were compared to Jared Kushner's in the process of him trying to get a security clearance, or at least considering getting a security clearance, when it emerged that members of royal families from, I guess it was the UAE in that case, were giving him very expensive cars as personal gifts. So, yeah, there is a level of foreign entanglement here that is, at the very least, eyebrow raising. Look, the whole story of these companies and their involvement with the government and with intel agencies and national security agencies could totally have been its own piece. I mean, there's a lot of really, really rich, suggestive reporting there. So OpenAI was started under the Obama administration, goes through Trump 1, goes through Biden, goes through Trump 2. What you see and what you hear from talking to officials in these administrations is, because the allegation about Sam Altman is that he mirrors back what people want to hear, what you often hear from government officials is when the prevailing winds are toward regulation and toward export controls on sensitive chips and things like that, you know, there would be some push and pull, and there would be some tension the way there often is with industry, but broadly, a lot of the people we spoke to felt, at least under the Biden administration, yeah, I mean, you know, OpenAI is pro-regulation. And then we have a quote from someone basically saying, as soon as Trump got reelected, he said, okay, well, now the shackles are off, then I don't have to play that game anymore. that was the perception of these government officials. And then what you see is on the first full day of the second Trump administration, this big announcement that OpenAI will do the biggest build of data centers in history with the support of the Trump administration. And then you see Sam Altman, who had been a stalwart donor to Democrats and Democratic PACs, suddenly saying, Trump is such a refreshing change. It's so great to have a pro-business president.
Do you think his thinking, his political views actually evolved, or was this just, does it seem more like opportunism?
It seems, and we have people in the piece saying this, like what he wants to do is win the AI race. And so his actions and rhetoric seem consistent with what he thinks will best achieve that. And this is something that you see in closed-door meetings with government officials. This is something you see in public testimony before Congress. This is something you see in his interviews. I mean, one ability that people point to, and this is, coming from many, many interviews, it seems like he was particularly well suited to sort of meet a particular historical juncture where, it's 2015, we've just gone through the techlash. Social media executives have had this really blustery approach to, if you regulate us, you're a Luddite and you're ceding the future to China. And so Altman comes to the public with a very different pitch and says, actually, please regulate us. What we're doing is so dangerous that if you don't regulate us, you and everyone you love will die. He goes before Congress and says, I urge you to do more. And we have in the piece Senator John Kennedy, not usually charmed by tech CEOs, says, oh, could you please write the regulation for us, basically. At the same time,
Interesting.
He's making a pitch to his own employees and recruits, the engineers who are so terrified of the power of this technology that they themselves don't want to build it, at least not until it's proven to be safe. And he's saying to them, I'm really one of you. I really am so concerned about these safety things that I need you involved because you alone can build it safely. And then according to the reporting we have from, investors, he goes and, does a pitch deck and says, let's accelerate this and
Well,
it'll
I'm outta here.
be
Till
really
next time.
profitable for industry. So again, it's like, I don't want to be